Dog. Cal. Creep. Radiohead. Age 18. If someone told me an hour ago that I would be pinned beneath Casablancas, partially naked and writhing against the hood of his black Mustang, I would have guessed he'd gotten himself into some kind of trouble and had resorted to drugging me and harvesting my organs to make a quick buck. Ro didn't hate me. He didn't love me either. I would guesstimate his feelings toward me were somewhere on the spectrum between, look at this adorable little moron, and shit, I forgot she existed. I was his baby sister's best friend, the awkward klutz who suffered from bouts of verbal diarrhea and extremely questionable fashion sense. Fine, I didn't suffer from the questionable fashion sense. I owned it. Sue me for celebrating my individuality. I always figured he liked me in the same way people liked puppies, because they were cute, dumb, and adored the ground you walk on even if you were a terrible human who peeled clementines in public places. But I digress. Harboring a small, totally manageable crush on your best friend's brother was a cliché. However, I was obsessed with the 90s, an era that celebrated true and tested formulas. Ergo, pining after him fit me like a tattoo choker. In my defense, Ro made it impossible for my adolescent self not to lust after him on account of him, 1, being 6'4" of lithe, corded muscles, floppy onyx hair, and a jawline stronger than my lifetime of New Year's resolutions combined, and 2, having the entire bad boy vibe down to a T, including a sports car, athletic jeans, witty one-liners, a dimpled smirk, and unlaced combat boots with tight-fitting jeans stacked upon them. To sum it up, he was a morally gray hunk who was a total red flag, my age group's favorite color scheme. So yes, of course, I, too, wanted to be ruined by Dylan Casablancas' older brother. Who didn't? Our entire high school worshipped at his altar. Fenna McGee once even made a sticker that said, "I'm not saying that Ro Casablancas and God are the same person, but have you ever seen them in the same room?" Point was, Ro's tongue was currently shoved so far down my throat, we were playing tonsil hockey. His ballistic missile-sized erection pressed against the buttons of my yellow plaid skirt, threatening to snap them and send them past the Milky Way. And all I could think about was how I was doing Dylan dirty. Bile coated the back of my throat. Dylan hated it when her friends fell at her brother's feet. She'd make gagging sounds every time someone we knew flirted with him, which made what was happening right now completely inexcusable. But I was semi-drunk, exceptionally raw, and uncharacteristically reckless. Plus, Dylan was so used to seeing Ro ruining her friends like it was an Olympic sport, what was adding one more into the mix? I was also a people pleaser, and I really wanted to please Ro. So I made complimentary moaning sounds I'd learned from the Pornhub University of Fake Orgasms. This included head-lolling, enthusiastic panting, and girly gasps. Ro took this as an invitation to move to second base, coiling his calloused fingers around the front of my throat and flattening me against the hood of his car. The hood still exuded heat from the engine, and I wondered if I'd sport second-degree burns tomorrow morning. My butt cheeks were squeezed together to accommodate his lean waist between my thighs, my heartbeat thrashing against my eyelids like an angry woodpecker. We were parked on a rocky cliff overlooking the glacial-tipped Maine mountains. The ocean stretched like a tight black sheet across the horizon. The briny scent floated into my nostrils, and goosebumps coated my arms. It felt so good, and yet so wrong. I didn't know whether to burst into giggles, tears, or flames. "Stop this right now, Cal. Dylan is going to strangle you." Actually, my BFF was more the type to steal my clothes and go on a killing spree. Dylan Casablancas was creative, innovative, and delightfully hilarious. I loved her so much. She deserved better than this. Ro's hand snuck under my beige turtleneck and my yellow plaid vest, cupping my left boob as his mouth trailed along my jaw, leaving wet, hot kisses in its wake, making my spine tingle. His lips were sinful, his tousled hair as soft as silk between my greedy fingers. Damn it, I'm only human. We were grinding against each other, and I was in awe of how different his body was from mine. Hard to my soft, tall to my short, tan to my pale. He was doing everything right. The way he swirled his tongue over my sensitive spots, drawing happy whimpers from me. The way his thumb rubbed the tip of my hard nipple, making it tingly and sensitive and desperate for more, felt like some kind of dark magic. Fuck, you're beautiful. What a terribly un-assholey thing to say. Then again, Ro never directed his infinite wrath at me. Probably because I was like a sister to Dylan. There was a bonfire happening in the moorlands below the cliff where we were parked. A farewell bash for us seniors before we all scattered away to our respective colleges. Ro had dropped by to pick Dylan up. He was in town for a couple weeks, visiting from his fancy culinary school in Paris, but Dylan had wanted to stick around a little longer. Meanwhile, I'd wanted to go home, eat pickled eggs, and binge-watch Riverdale. Yet we'd ended up on the notorious Makeout Mountain, where couples went to lose their virginity and sometimes lacy thongs without being interrupted. Ro and I were friendly. He was always protective of me. I'd asked him to drive up to the cliff so I could take one last look at the ocean before I moved to New York. I definitely hadn't planned on attacking his mouth with mine like a rabid raccoon when we'd both stared at the yolky sun crawling up the sky. Yet, it had happened. It had happened, and now I was in his arms, the cold recipient of his kisses and licks and roaming hands. I froze, yet again feeling guilty about Dylan. She'd forgive me, surely. It wasn't like he was her boyfriend. Ro ripped his mouth from my skin, staring me down through a disapproving scowl. Are you still alive? Mm-hmm. Should I stop? His fingers immediately loosened around my waist and back, and I suddenly remembered what had made me want to have sex with him in the first place. No! I wrenched him closer and pressed my lips to his, doubling down on that rabid wildlife conduct. You can't stop. But maybe he should? My mind and my body were definitely not in sync. Sure I can. His mouth moved over mine again, his voice velvet and smoke. Consent is a real thing. Google it. I was blushing so furiously, it was a medical miracle my head didn't explode. His mouth grinned against mine, teeth grazing my bottom lip. Fuck. You're so sweet, so innocent. I want to eat you out. I want to eat you out, too. Wait, what? That didn't sound right. I had social anxiety and literally zero filters when I was nervous. Do you now? I could hear the smirk in his smart-ass tone. Damn it, Cal. Not in, like, a cannibalistic way. Show me, then. Use plenty of examples. I'm a slow learner. He growled, deepening our kiss. Our teeth brushed together, and a wave of pleasure rolled along my spine. My skin was cold, but my insides were ablaze. I pushed my palm against his groin over his black jeans. I couldn't believe I was touching him, really touching the guy who literally made women melt into a pool of hormones just by glancing at them. He ripped his mouth from mine, eyeballing me hard. We stared at each other, panting. I had no idea what I was doing. I kept my hand on his penis and rubbed a little, like I did when my cat Seamus asked for a head rub. His dick twitched, pushing against my palm appreciatively. Ro dropped his forehead to mine, letting loose a low grumble that reverberated inside my chest. Fuck, Dot. Your goddamn existence turns me on. Your mere breathing makes my balls tingle. Whoa. Men said crazy things to get laid. Did women know about this? We could have collectively prevented wars, gone on reckless shopping sprees at Target. There was something about the fact he called me Dot that sent pleasurable shivers up and down my back. Dylan had come up with the nickname because when we were little, 4 or 5, she couldn't remember the word freckle, so she'd named me after the galaxy of star-shaped dots peppered across my nose. The nickname had stuck. I unglued my hand from his groin, wrapping my fingers along the lapels of his leather jacket, pulling him to me. He smelled delicious. Of cedar, worn leather, and spices. Of an entire foreign land full of Michelin-starred restaurants, romantic chansons, glass chandeliers, and thick, dusty French books. And yet, strangely, also, like home. Ro? Yeah? As you know, I have, social anxiety from hell. A healthy aversion to strangers, he mumbled into my skin, biting the side of my jaw softly. Understandable. I'm not a fan of humans myself. He rubbed the sensitive spot behind my ear with his thumb. If you want to stop. No! I cried out. This was the first time I was actually having fun being with a guy. Well, it was kind of the only time I'd been with a guy since... I want you to take my virginity, I choked out, my lips latching onto his. I was shaking with panic, adrenaline, and the morning chill. Be my first. This wasn't planned in any way. I'd never dreamt of seducing Dylan's brother. But now that it was just the two of us, I couldn't think of anyone else I wanted to do it with. Dot. His fingers were buried in my hair as he ravaged me with his expert mouth. Without finesse, without game, without the untouchable coolness he normally carried himself with. Don't say shit you don't mean. I'd never seen Ro so authentic, so final, so out of control. He was usually unruffled and composed. I felt so drunk with power my head spun. Please, I croaked. I know what I want. And what is it that you want? You. He tore his mouth from mine, his hooded golden eyes of a ravening tiger studying me. From 1 to 10, how sure are you? 10 is without a doubt confident, and 1 is forget what I said and take me home. 12. I blinked excessively, maybe 7 or 8 times in a row. It happened when I was anxious, a nervous tic I'd developed when I was 4 and never gotten rid of. Contrary to general belief, this didn't fall into Tourette's category. It was a chronic tic disorder. My way to wear my heart on my sleeve and show people how nervous I was. Are you sure you want me to take your V-card? His eyes narrowed. Yeah, Ro, I'm sure. Who else would I give it to? Some trust fund baby from SUNY? Someone with a broccoli haircut? A guy who doesn't even care about me and would make me sit in his dorm room and listen to his experimental techno music? Technically, Ro didn't care either, but I knew he'd never ridicule or tease me. He had a history of making me feel safe, and feeling safe wasn't something I was used to. His mouth slacked, and I could tell he wanted to refuse my request. He probably thought I was odd, just like everyone else in this small town. Why? His thick eyebrows nosedived. I decided to give him the truth. He deserved it, after all. Because I have severe androphobia, trust issues, and I know I'd never regret you. You're the only guy I know who is fuckable and not a fuck-up. Make sense? I'm a major fuck-up. He ran his fingers over my side bangs, tucking the hair behind my ear. But too fucking selfish not to fuck you. It's going to hurt, you know. He gave me a cool once-over. The first time, anyway. It'll get better the more times. There won't be more times, I interrupted him. I appreciated him pretending it wasn't a one-night stand, but that wasn't necessary. You don't have to say that to make me feel better. His desired, drunk expression melted into a frown. I'm not saying that to make you feel better. I'm saying that because fucking you is probably all I'll want to do once we start. Ro, this has to be a one-time thing. Dylan can't know. Please. I placed my palms over his chest. I was a coward and a cheat, and in that moment I hated myself more than Dylan could if she ever found out. And still, he was my one shot at not dying a virgin. He must have understood the gravity of the situation because he nodded. Okay. I'm ready, Ro. Let's do this. I shoved my tongue into his mouth before he could use it to change his mind. I'd already made a colossal mistake by making out with him. Might as well lose my pesky virginity before I went off to college. It was the right thing to do. First of all, because according to the rumors, he knew his way around a woman's body. Second, because his Adonis face was attached to some history, context, and nostalgia. He was comfort, familiarity, and ease, not some sordid mistake. And third, because I knew that despite his reputation, he wouldn't hurt me. And that last part, it was huge. Ro was my security blanket in many ways, even though he didn't know it. When we were kids, he'd throw Dylan and me into the public pool as many times as we asked. He'd taught us how to do cartwheels, drive a car, cheat in poker, pick a lock. He'd given us money for vinyl records, even though we never paid him back, driven us places, bought us ice cream when we were PMSing, dislocated a nose or two when someone catcalled us. Ro made sense. I didn't have cold sweats with him. I didn't go into hiding. Whenever I had extreme, nervous, verbal diarrhea in front of him, he didn't look at me like I was a freak. And I was confident enough in his presence to sass back. Our bodies fused into one another as he kissed his way down my throat, proceeding south, his head disappearing between my thighs. No, I gasped, desperately trying to yank him up to his feet. We don't have time. But the truth was, I was deathly afraid he wouldn't like the taste of me. Just do it. Great, now I sounded like a Nike commercial. And hurry up. You sure know how to set the mood. Rose stood up swiftly, returning his lips to mine, refusing to cheapen this experience for me. His strong fingers slowly snaked down my waist, flipping my skirt up. More grinding ensued. His cock slid up and down my slit through my panties and his jeans. I could feel heat rushing between my legs. He made sure I was hot and ready for him before he rolled on a condom, and then he was inside me, sealing my pained moan with an apologetic kiss. Tears seared my eyes, and I held my breath at the sharp sting. "Okay to move?" he grunted, lodged squarely inside me. "I strongly prefer that you didn't. We can... Stop, I know. Please just fuck me." Didn't I literally tell him not to? My head was a mess. So was the rest of me. "I don't want to hurt you." "I know. That's precisely why we should continue." He pulled out slowly, then thrusted inside. Soon I was clawing at his shoulders, staring at the sun slithering behind his messy dark hair as he drove into me, my white Mary Janes thumping against his car hood every time he pressed home. I held my breath the entire time. Clank, clank, clank. Steadfast and determined, he screwed me like I was a hood ornament he was trying to drill back into place. He was kissing and nibbling, exploring and admiring. Didn't he know that on some level, all women lost their virginity alone? It was kissing your innocence goodbye. This was the point it stopped being great and started being taxing. I wasn't so turned on anymore. Truth was, it hurt. It burned. It sucked. All throughout, Roe whispered sweet nothings into my ear. Things I knew there was no way he truly believed. Things like, "Jesus, Dot, I could live inside that tight pussy if you'd let me." And, "You're the most beautiful girl in the whole fucking universe. No close seconds." And, "Watching my dick inside you is more breathtaking than Paris at night." It lasted way more than the average time my friends reported their boyfriends had sexed them. I was expecting 5 minutes, 10 if I wasn't lucky. But no, Rose seemed to carry on forever. I was planning my 401k while he was in there, mercilessly stabbing my poor hymen with what appeared to be his 11-inch dick. He had tricks, too, with his tongue, his thumbs, his teeth. Tricks I could have admired had my mind not been stuck on how to explain to Dylan what had happened if she ever found out, then groveling into the next century in hopes she'd forgive me. Dylan was staying here, in Staindrop. She'd decided the student debt wasn't worth a liberal arts degree that would gain her 0 opportunities. And anyway, she'd chuckled the last time I'd broached the subject, "It's not like I'm even good at anything. I'd be wasting money on a degree I'd probably never use." We'd promised to visit one another every other month, but I knew Dylan was worried I'd ditch her for new, shiny urban friends. Finally, praise Jesus, Roe grumbled, "Fuck, I'm coming." "Yeah, totally. Me too." I lifted my hand from behind his shoulder and bit into my fist to suppress a yelp of agony. I was worried my internal organs had gotten tangled around his penis. What if he pulled out and took my intestines with him? That thing between his legs was a health hazard. Roe was coming inside me when I heard the squeak of car wheels stopping abruptly to my right, followed by gravel crunching. Another couple coming to make out Mountain to get some action. The car door slammed behind my back. Then I heard the unmistakable voice of my best friend. "Somebody better hold my earrings." Dylan's tenor was like a pair of scissors cutting my heart into a Judas-shaped paper. "Because I'm about to murder a bitch." Shit. Roe lurched away from me like I was fire. His condomed penis materialized from my body 1 inch at a time, wet and entirely too big to be nestled inside anything that wasn't a lifeboat. He yanked off the condom, tying it and zipping himself up. "Please tell me I'm suffering from a brain hemorrhage and not really seeing what I'm seeing." Dylan tramped her way to us, her neon pink ankle boots chomping the pebbles beneath her. She wore a red leather skirt she'd borrowed from me, knee-length plaid socks, and a black sweater. She looked adorable. Also pissed off. Mostly pissed off. Way more pissed off than I'd anticipated, to be honest. Ro tossed his leather jacket over my torso, and that was when I remembered he'd removed my shirt and bra sometime during our sexcapade. Also, why wasn't I moving, talking, breathing? Oh, that's right, because my go-to during fight-or-flight situations was the third option, freeze. I'd simply turn to stone and play dead. Cal! Dylan stopped in front of me, her dark, upturned eyes glittering with tears. What the shit, dude? She tossed her arms in the air like they were boneless noodles before pointing at Ro. That's my brother! What do you think you're doing? That was a very fair question, to which I had no good answer. Dylan's face was devastating. Her full lower lip trembled, and her apple cheeks were stained pink. I had completely miscalculated how much she'd care about this. I peered behind her shoulder. I noticed Tucker, the beefy bully we both hated, sitting in the driver's seat of the car that had driven her here, pretending to read his insurance papers. Probably scared Ro would make a punching bag out of him if he realized he was here. What was Dylan doing with this douche canoe? Was she planning to make out with him here? Now was decidedly not a great time to interrogate her. Damn it, Dot! Say something! Dylan grabbed me by the arms and shook me hard, desperate and panicked. The leather jacket fell from my chest. I was now topless and anxious, so anxious I couldn't breathe. The flashbacks poured out. Naked, defenseless, attacked. That's enough, Dylan. Ro's voice was pure gravel. For the first time in my life, I witnessed my best friend ignoring her older brother. Usually she treated him with godlike respect, which was maybe why she was so pissed right now. There was no other way to explain it, since she looked ready to murder someone. Ideally me. Still, I was incapable of producing any sound, let alone words of apology. I was shell-shocked, caught red-handed doing something I shouldn't have, namely my best friend's older brother. I sifted through my mind for a plausible reason for what had just happened. He was my one chance to lose my virginity. I'm broken. I actually had a crush on him for ages. I never told you because I care so deeply about our friendship. I didn't even plan to do it. It just happened. But they all sounded dumb, even in my head. I had messed up, and I needed to pay for it. Stop this right now. Ro stepped between us, bunching Dylan's wrists behind her back and pulling her away from me. You can't kill her, he said dryly. Give me one good reason. She kicked the air manically, trying to break free and throw punches my way. For one thing, we can't afford the legal fees. We can always hide her body, she spat out, wiggling ferally in his arms. She had no idea how much her words triggered me. A scream clogged my throat. You can't even hide your birth control from Mom. Ro rolled his eyes. You're on birth control? I gasped. You never told me that. Chill. It's to regulate my hormones. You know I haven't even gone past second base. Dylan frowned, catching herself. Hold on a minute. Why am I explaining myself to you? We're not even friends anymore. What? Tears sprung into my eyes. Blistering white panic gave way to realization. I had slept with my best friend's older brother, and she'd caught me. Maybe I didn't think it was a big deal, but what did I know? I had no siblings, so I'd never had to deal with anything like this. Ro was leaving for Paris next week. I was leaving for New York tomorrow, And I had just thrown away 14 years of friendship for the dubious pleasure of being railed by a man with a rolling pin instead of a penis.
It was my idea.
Roe's voice sounded disinterested and aloof. I didn't know why he said that. It absolutely hadn't been. Don't protect her! Dylan finally broke free from Roe's grasp, pushing at her big brother's chest. Her tears flew sideways. He didn't even budge. Dude was built like a Marvel superhero. She's a selfish, mean, heartless bitch who betrayed me.
I'm a selfish, mean, heartless asshole who did the same.
His lips barely moved, but a muscle in his chiseled jaw jumped.
Yet I don't see you plotting my murder.
Well, you I have to put up with. She tossed her hands up exasperatedly. Your blood. But she is piss. Holy hell. I'd never heard Dylan speak to me that way. Not even close. I really was dead to her.
Watch your mouth,
he snarled, his face turning frosty, impassive. Whoa. Why was he defending me? She should watch her legs. Dylan flipped him off. While she's at it, she should probably get dressed before she gives Tuck a lap dance.
Dylan.
He pinned her with a look that made me shrivel into myself in fear. Dylan stared him down, and it looked like an entire conversation passed between them wordlessly. With a slow shake of her head, she let her shoulders sag, exhaling. God, you're pathetic. Roe? Pathetic? I doubted he could even spell the word. Roe was magnificent, spectacular, self-assured, talented, and formidably hot. He'd always been bigger than life. Even as a kid, he had known he was destined to be a great chef. When he was 10, he'd used test tubes and droppers to measure ingredient quantities to come up with new recipes. When I was 10, I had taught myself how to laminate my eyebrows using a glue stick and an eraser. Finally, the words that were bunched in my throat rushed out like a river. Dylan, I'm so sorry. I crouched down, hastily picking up my discarded bra and turtleneck. I'd been wearing Cher from Clueless's iconic yellow outfit, which I'd sewn for myself. My white knee-length socks were muddied. Actually, sorry doesn't even begin to cover how I'm feeling. What I did was deplorable. It was all a huge mistake. I'm sick to my stomach. Horrified, disgusted, revolted.
Stop, I'll fucking blush.
Roe rolled his tongue over his inner cheek, propping his unlaced army boot against the hood of his car. I ignored him. He wasn't really offended. Sarcasm was his native tongue. Revolted, no, repulsed by my own actions, I continued.
Did you swallow a whole-ass dictionary?
Roe's whiskey-tinted eyes slanted into furious slits.
Also, you can say it felt like shit until you're blue in the face, but your body told me a different story when you dripped all over the hood of my car.
Arg! Blasphemy! Dylan pressed her palms to her ears, squeezing her eyes shut. The mental image is now burned into my retinas, and I have no other choice but to murder both of you. I swear I didn't mean to. I was drunk, I continued, lying through my teeth. I had always been a liar. My white lies were like makeup. Small, harmless concealers designed to fix up the blemishes of my life, to ensure my loved ones' minds were at ease. Lying was second nature to me. If I thought someone I cared about wasn't going to like my answer, I made up another one especially for them. I shoved my arms into my sleeves, covering up, my eyes clinging to Dylan's beautiful, distressed face. It was a huge mistake. A one-off. I couldn't lose her. Couldn't lose my best friend. She was there when, in kindergarten, kids had made fun of me for wearing a socks and sandals combo. She had started wearing them to school too, as a fashion statement, a middle finger to the bullies. Dylan always marched to the beat of her own drum. She always did the right thing, even if that thing was scary. The opposite of me, she never lied. She wore the truth like a badge of honor, even if it was ugly. She had been there when my babushka had passed away, braiding my hair and listening to me for hours. There for the laughs, for the tears, for the college rejection letters, for fights with my parents, and when we'd veg out on the couch in our PJs, watching Teen Mom and polishing off my entire fridge. All I hear is me, me, me. Dylan's tear-rimmed eyes rolled in their sockets, and she tipped her head back, chuckling humorlessly. It's all about you, isn't it? You were drunk. You made a mistake. You feel disgusted. You have anxiety. What about me? Did you ever stop to think how much I hate it when my friends hit on my brother? How everyone wants to befriend Dylan Casablancas because her brother is hot? She thought I'd used our proximity to hook up with Ro? That was ridiculous. My crush on Ambrose Casablancas was akin to my crush on Chris Pine. Just because it was there didn't mean I ever had any plans to act on it. He was the least attainable person on planet Earth, with his mood, hair, and allure all darker than the pit of his own soul. Plus, it wasn't like I'd planned to date him. I didn't do boyfriends, and I definitely didn't do relationships. Relationships were for other humans who could people normally, and not topple over like a fainting goat at the slightest social interaction. Dylan! I rushed the 4 steps between us, erasing them completely as I fell down to my knees at her boots. The little stones dug into my shins with gusto. Blood oozed from my scraped flesh. It meant nothing. I swear. I never looked at Ro twice before today. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You know I always thought he was freakishly tall and a little frightening. And the compliments just keep on coming. A wry sneer rolled off Ro's tongue above my head. He was leaning against the hood of his car, arms folded, not a care in his world. Is your secret talent pissing people off, Cal? I hated him so much in that moment. Worst kept secret, as you can see. I flashed him a glare, gesturing toward his sister. Don't you dare answer my brother like that! Dylan shoved her finger in my face. He's way out of your league and the height of your love life. I was in complete agreement with her. Ro was the entire deal. Hot, smart, and talented as hell. Not only was he not in my league, we weren't even playing the same sport. He was football and I was cheese rolling, or something equally as eccentric. All I'm saying is I never meant for it to happen. It was a small lapse of judgment. I pressed my palms together, still begging her on the ground, my clothes filthy and askew. For a reason unbeknownst to me, I had underestimated how important it was to Dylan that I wouldn't mess around with her brother. Probably because literally every other girl at our school had, or had tried to at some point. Small? Ro inquired behind me. Huge, I corrected, my head so hot I felt like it was going to explode. Thick, too. Better? I shot him a dirty look. Infinitely. He fished in his front pocket for a cigarette, producing a pack of jetons. Of course he smoked French cigarettes now. Wow, okay. Dylan scrubbed her forehead, shaking her head. Guess I'm about to vomit the 3 slices of pizza I just ate. Please forgive me, Dylan. Please, I said desperately. Ro shook his head, trudging to the driver's seat. He slipped inside and started the engine. Dylan stared at me like a queen, deciding whether to spare a lowly subject from execution. Her lips curled, arms folded over her chest archly. "You know, Cal, I've always looked up to you. You're gorgeous, funny, smart, a kaleidoscope of colors and facts about the 90s. I mean, damn. You're a walking Wikipedia about serial killers and ghost stories, and still have the most sunshine personality I've ever known. It's tempting to stick around, to let those Calla Litvin sun rays kiss your skin. But when you strip it all off, the playlists, the outfits, the good times, when you look inside and examine what kind of friend she is, she sucks." Dylan shook her head, her arms dropping to the sides of her body. "Grow up, Dot, and do it far away from me because I never want to see your face again." She strutted back to Tuck's red truck, slid inside, and barked at him to drive. Shockingly, the guy who had spent the last 4 years stuffing cigarette ash and condoms into our lockers did as he was told. I stayed on my knees in the freezing cold, mulling over her words. My fingertips numbed at the edges. Chill draped across my shoulders like an oversized cloak. I tilted my head sideways at Roe's headlights. He flicked them on and off, his silent way of telling me to get inside before he changed his mind about not leaving me to walk home and catch pneumonia. He was stone-faced, the same standoffish version of himself he gave anyone who wasn't Dylan and his mom, and sometimes me. Cocky, calculated, corrupt to the bone. Humiliated, I pushed my palms against the ground, staggering up to my feet. I began limping toward his car, icy mud falling off my knees in clumps. Behind the windshield, Roe's expression was flippant. I tried to see myself through his eyes, this pitiful, crumpled creature, mangled and stained, like a discarded supermarket list at the bottom of a cart. A beautiful girl, the townsfolk all agreed behind my back, but so very odd, just like her father. Tucking myself in the passenger seat, I shut the door and hung my head low and fingered the friendship bracelet Dylan had given me. At least I still had it. My finger caught in the elastic string, and, as if on cue, it snapped and broke, the beads raining down my seat and onto the floor. I hastily tried scooping them, but I couldn't feel my fingers. "That went well." He flicked the bottom of a jetan with his finger. Another cigarette popped from the pack, and he clasped his teeth around it, lighting it like a movie star. "I'm such an idiot." I flicked mud from my knees, banging the back of my head against my seat. I didn't let my tears loose, even though it was near impossible. I traded my best friend for a fling. For all she knows, this could be the romance of the century. He rolled his window down, a cloud of smoke drifting past his lips. I shook my head. Dylan knows the score. She knows I can't fall in love. That I'm... The rest of the sentence perished in my mouth. "A narcissist?" He bowed a brow. "Broken." I frowned. "But thanks." "You're not broken, Dot." He stuck the cigarette in his mouth, patting my thigh offhandedly. "A little cut, sure. All diamonds are." Not me, I thought. Underneath my sunshine personality, all you'll find is darkness. "So," he swiped his tongue across his upper lip, eyes hard on the road ahead. "I need to tell you something." He was going to warn me off bothering Dylan. He was so protective of her and knew how much she hated me right now. But I couldn't bear it, the idea of her not being in my life anymore. "Please don't say anything," I begged. "My night is hideous as it is." "It's not about Dylan." Of course it wasn't. It was about how awful I was, sleeping with my best friend's older brother. I was wrong about Roe. He was going to hurt me after all. "Roe, please. There's nothing to talk about. Trust me, I'm as horrified about you and me as you are, probably more." He punched his steering wheel, muttering something under his breath.
"Would you get out of your own fucking head for 1 second and listen?"
he seethed. "No, thank you. My head is a terrible place. It's exactly where I deserve to be right now." I wanted to apologize for the way I'd treated him, to try to beg him to reason with Dylan. But I also wanted to hold on to whatever little pride I had left in me. We zipped past lush New England trees, English lampposts, and the local library, all cloaked by a bluish-orange dawn. The lighthouse gleamed behind a curtain of my unshed tears. With piercing pain, I realized that home wasn't Staindrop, Maine. It was the Casablancas siblings, and I was forever banished. "I really am sorry, you know," I murmured when he stopped in front of my house, the engine still running. His stare was glued to the windshield, his jaw so tight it looked painful. "You guys are like my family, and I like you so much. You are the two people I always felt truly myself with." But I didn't have the guts to say these words. I swallowed. "And I hope everything works out for you." Rose's eyes, blank and hollow as a Greek statue's, were still trained on the road ahead.
"Good luck at Columbia."
"Good luck in Paris."
"Don't need luck. Got talent."
He drove off without sparing me a glance. I stared at my clapboard stilt house, the color of strawberry ice cream, with the wraparound porch, pastel potted plants, and knitted sweaters Mom wrapped the tree trunks in. Kooky, like its occupants. And I knew it would be a long time before I saw it again. I never wanted to set foot back in Staindrop. Not if my life depended on it. Chapter 1. Cal. End of the road, Boys to Men. 5 years later. As it turned out, it was death that brought me back to Staindrop. My father's death, to be exact. "So, where did y'all bury Artem?" Melinda Fitch, our middle-aged neighbor, clutched her pearls in my parents' living room, rearranging them across her heavy cleavage. "Mom's favorite vase." I gestured in the direction of the mantel above our fireplace. The urn was a beautiful piece, a 19th-century silver and enamel samovar my babushka had brought to the U.S. when the Soviet Union collapsed. Melinda barked out a high-pitched laugh. When she realized I wasn't joking, she paled, pressing her lipsticked mouth to her cup of tea. "Wait, he got cremated?" She whispered the last word like it was a swear word. "No, we just pushed him in there. It's really not that difficult when you squeeze someone one limb at a time," I deadpanned. Verbal diarrhea, 1. My flimsy reputation, -30. Melinda looked ready to bolt through our wall like a cartoon character. Her eyes were the size of derby hats. Most people weren't accustomed to my zero-filter train of thoughts. Over the years, my coworkers and peers had learned how to ignore my foot-in-mouth nervous blabbering. Mostly, anyway. Melinda brought another biscuit to her lips, nibbling on its edges demurely. "May I ask, why you chose cremation?" He was an atheist. He didn't believe in God, religious rituals, or the afterlife. A sharp stab of emptiness impaled my stomach when I spoke about him. He told us cremation was less burdensome on the ecosystem. I could tell my words flew right over Melinda's hairsprayed dew. She probably thought ecosystem was our AC brand. My dad had stood out in the quaint small town of Staindrop, Maine, like a dildo in a church. He had taught physics at the local high school until the last month of his life, and enjoyed chess, mental math, and volunteering twice a week at the local reservoir, collecting litter. He was ruthlessly pragmatic, yet an oddly optimistic creature. His stage 4 cancer had bitten at his existence a chunk at a time, but hadn't stopped him from making every moment count. Dad had been alive, not just living, until his very last breath in hospice. Only 3 days ago, we were still hunched over a game of chess, bickering over which hospice food was the most depressing. The porridge, hands down, no matter how much he loathed the Jell-O. Now my living room was full of people I once knew offering their condolences. Everybody had brought a beet-based dish, Dad's favorite root vegetable, and yes, he ranked them. Casseroles, cakes, au gratin beets, all in different shades of purple. I went through the motions, hugging people, answering mind-numbing questions. How is New York? Cold and pricey. What are you doing there? Waiting tables and mustering the courage to launch my own true crime podcast. When are you planning on moving back? Never seems like a good time frame. What shocked me the most was how easily I slipped back into the familiarity of this house I hadn't set foot in for years. How it wrapped around me like an old dress. How drenched these walls were with timeless memories. The only difference was that now Dad wouldn't materialize from the kitchen, a newspaper tucked under his armpit and a cup of honeyed tea in his hand, saying, "Tell me something good, Kalichka." Spotting Mom on the other side of the living room, I cut through the mass of black sheathed shoulders and rested a hand over her arm. She was squinting at a dessert tray, pretending to give it great thought. "Hanging in there, Mom?" I brushed a wayward lock of hair from her eye. She nodded, pressing her lips together. I was her mini-me. Same almond brown hair piled up in tight curls atop our heads, giant azure eyes and petite frames. "It's just—" She shook her head, waving a frantic hand at her face to keep her tears at bay. "What?" I rubbed her shoulder. "Tell me." She sliced a piece of sponge cake with her fork. "I feel lighter, like I can breathe again. Is that terrible?" "Mom, no. Dad was sick for 16 months, and he suffered every second of it. His relief is your relief. It's hard watching someone you love hating their own existence. Dad had been sick of being sick. I had been in the room when he passed away. I had held his hand, stroked the thick blue veins running up and down the back of his palm. I'd sung his favorite song, California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas. I had sung it, fighting the tears and the lump in my throat. I'd envisioned him as a small boy, tucked in his cot in Leningrad, dreaming about golden beaches and tall palm trees. He must have imagined it too, because he'd smiled. Smiled as his systems began shutting down. Smiled as a lifetime of educating kids, uncoiling my mother's yarn in precise increments when she knitted mittens, and stealing tea cakes from the cookie jar above the fridge when no one was looking, had flashed before his eyes. Dad had smiled through it all, because he knew that his happiness was my favorite view. His hand had still been warm when he'd flatlined. The nurse had come in and squeezed my shoulder. "I'm so sorry for your loss," she'd said. But I had gained so much over the years. Love, resilience, and endless memories. Mom rubbed her forehead, frowning. "Maybe I'm just in denial. It's all going to dawn on me once you go back to New York and I stay here by myself. That's when reality always kicks in, isn't it?" She pressed a fist to her lips. "When everyone leaves and grief is your only companion." I clutched her in a hug, desperate to comfort her, but not really sure how. "You know, it's going to be weird the first time I sleep here by myself." She glanced around the room, her throat bobbing with a swallow. "Even when Dad was at the hospice, I always had a friend stay over. I married him when I was 21. I'm not even sure I know how to be alone." Mom needed someone next to her. The accusations Dylan had hurled in my face the night our friendship had perished crashed over me like a tsunami. About me being a shitty friend. Maybe I was a shitty daughter, too. After all, I had managed to successfully avoid stain drop for 5 years. I'd seen my parents plenty. We'd met in Portland, New York, and some places in between, but I never made the journey here. Then I thought about being a parent, the act of sacrificing your time, your sleep, your money, your attention, your concern, your love, all for what? So that one day your kid would give you half a hug and tell you that everything will be okay, then run off to New York leaving a trail of half-assed apologies? Mamushka always told me that when you became a mother, you expanded, found ways to provide more of you to meet your child's needs. Maybe it was time I expanded as a daughter, too. Rose to the occasion. I'll stay here for a while, I heard myself say. No permission was given by my brain for my mouth to utter these words, and yet here they were, out in the wild, entering my mother's ears before I could stop them. "You'd do that for me?" Her head snapped up, eyes flaring with hope. "This woman changed your diapers, band-aided your boo-boos, paid for your utterly useless degree. You are not going to bail on her just because you are frightened of Dylan Casablancas." And that was what it boiled down to. Dylan. Roe was long gone now. He became a world-famous bad boy chef, restaurateur, reality TV judge, and Michelin-starred prince. Over the years, he had graced my television screen in frightening quantities, smiling his dimpled smirk during morning shows before Thanksgiving to teach viewers how to make the perfect moist stuffed turkey, opening a new restaurant in a trendy European location on E! News, a Victoria's Secret model draped on his arm, or as a grumpy judge on a low-stakes Netflix reality TV show, scowling at fancy dishes and barking obscenities at hopeful chefs. An entertainment columnist had once written, "Ambrose Casablancas is what happens when Gordon Ramsay and James Dean have a secret child." I felt the entire sentence in my bones. "Yep, I'm here for you." I wrapped an arm around Mom's scrawny shoulders. "We'll make comfort food, watch movies, catch up. I'll stay until January 1st. How does that sound?" Let me tell you how that sounded to me. Terrible. January 1st was 8 weeks from now. That meant I'd bump into Dylan at some point, into other people I wanted to see even less. "Oh, Cal!" Mom patted her nose with a crumpling piece of tissue, mustering a grateful smile. "If it isn't too much trouble." "Not at all. I missed you. I want to spend time together." If my bank account could speak, I was sure it'd tell me I was high. I couldn't simply take time off. I still needed to work in order to pay for my Williamsburg apartment. And by apartment, I meant shoebox. A terribly expensive shoebox. I had to figure out a way to make money in stain drop, and God knew the answer wasn't going to be through my pipe dream, my unrecorded true crime podcast, Hot Girl Bummer. "Only if you're sure." Mom clutched my arm. "I don't want you to stop your life for me." "Don't worry, there's literally no life for me to stop." I pulled her into another all-consuming hug, pressing a kiss to her cheek. "We're going to have a blast, Mamushka. Just like the old days, you'll see." "Really?" Hope painted her face. "Really. Nothing will ruin this for us." As I said that, the door flung open, and in walked Ambrose Casablancas, and a very pregnant Dylan. Chapter 2. Cal. I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that. Meatloaf. Dylan was pregnant. 18 months pregnant by the look of it. With triplets. Holy shit, her belly was huge. Who was the father, Hodor? When had she gotten married? How come no one had told me? Mom! I whisper-shouted, tugging on her sleeve, feeling the full weight of the entire continent pressing against my sternum. Why didn't you tell me Dylan got married? Terror laced through my veins. I was entirely unequipped to face the Casablancas siblings, especially Dylan, who had ripped my heart out of my chest the last time we'd spoken and stomped on it until it had dispersed into dust. And what was Ro doing here anyway? Didn't he have a reality TV contestant to yell at about their stew tasting like a diarrhea puddle? Because that had actually happened. I remembered watching that episode in horror and thinking, I had this man's salami stuck in my canal. Mom dazedly stirred her gaze from her sponge cake to the door, where people clamored around a ridiculously glowing Dylan. Married? She frowned, her mouth clamping around an airy piece of buttery cake. No, Kalichka, Dylan didn't get married. She's pregnant. I gestured to my ex-best friend as though this fact couldn't be detected from Neptune. I knew I sounded judgmental. Plenty of people had children out of wedlock. This wasn't the 40s. But Dylan had always wanted a grand wedding, with a golden carriage and unicorns and white doves and 5 different dresses. She'd had ripped-out Vogue pages folded neatly inside her underwear drawer with flower decoration inspiration, like Pinterest didn't exist. That's right, Kalichka. But the wedding ceremony isn't how babies are made. I thought you knew that. She frowned, cocking her head. We never discussed the birds and the bees, did we? Whose baby? I looked around us frantically. She stared at me like I was insane. Why, Tucker Reed's, of course. Who else? Who else? Good question. Maybe anyone who didn't threaten to wedgie us all throughout high school? Were they together now? When had it started? The night she'd caught me and Ro? And how had Ro even agreed to this? He was very trigger-happy when it came to guys he deemed unworthy of his sister, which was every human alive, by the way. I was pretty sure Tucker's nose and Ro's fist were intimately acquainted. Also, Dylan had sex with Tucker Reed? He was a shithead, but kind of hot? I wanted to dissect that piece of juicy information immediately and at length. Problem was, it was Dylan I wanted to discuss it with. Tucker freaking Reed. I couldn't get over the revelation. He was our bully. Well, I guess now, technically, he was only my bully. Evidence suggested he no longer unpinned the Goosebumps pinback buttons from Dylan's JanSport and accidentally sneezed into the food on her tray at the cafeteria. As if sensing our presence, Ro and Dylan turned their heads in unison, catching sight of me and Mom. Forever a responsible, sensible adult, I decided now was a good time to swivel toward the person behind me and launch into an avalanche of incoherent words to appear busy and unaffected. I didn't want either of them to know how terrified I was of a showdown with them. My poor victim was Lyle Cooper, a tiny carpenter in his 70s who used to have fish and chips with Dad every Sunday over beer. Lyle, wow, haven't seen you in a long time. Let's catch up. I was acutely aware of Ro and Dylan as they sliced through the throng, ambling to my corner of the room. More accurately, Ro was ambling and Dylan was wobbling. They stopped to talk to Mom, who stood right beside me, and I tried to simultaneously converse with Lyle and eavesdrop on their conversation. Sorry for your loss, Mrs. Litvin. Mom sends her regards. Dylan. Pain can only be dulled by time, and you know we're always here for you. Also, Dylan.
Artem was the first person to truly believe in me.
I heard Rose say in his bottomless baritone that licked at my skin like fire.
He saw my potential, made me work for things. They say every kid needs one grown-up to love them and one to believe in them. My mother loved me, but Artem, he believed in me.
My mouth kept on moving, and it occurred to me that I was talking to Lyle and that he was listening, though not with great enthusiasm. A troubled frown engraved his crumpled forehead, and he kept sloping his head back and forth. Was I even speaking in English? All I'm saying is Meatloaf shouldn't have called it I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that, because what's even the point? I rambled. Oh, God, someone shut me up immediately. Well, Mr. Meatloaf, clearly you won't do anything for love. There's no exception to the word anything. Everything is kind of baked into the cake, you know? The song should have been called I Would Do Most Things for Love. But I guess that would have been less catchy. It's all about the marketing. In my periphery, I caught Roe pressing his knuckles to his mouth, enjoying my first-degree murder of whatever coolness I had left.
You know, I was never a big Meatloaf fan.
Lyle took a pull of his Coors, his eyes searching for an escape route from the conversation.
The dish? Sure. Not so much the artist. A Springsteen fan myself.
His eyes crinkled with affection, like I was a 6-year-old trying to spell a new word.
Don't worry, Calla.
He patted my arm, and I forced myself not to wince and jerk away.
You don't need to be smart. You're mighty pretty, just like your ma.
Dylan chose that moment to unzip her colorful, wet windbreaker and shake it in my general direction. Raindrops caught my dress and peppered my eyes. Oops, clumsy me, Dylan sing-songed, no trace of regret in her airy tone. It's been raining like a bitch today, huh?
So much for giving me a break because I'm newly fatherless.
I turned around, coming face to face with my former best friend. Her face alone made me want to cry again. She was so Dylan. Her skin smooth to the point she looked like an AI figure, every feature perfectly proportioned and Apollo-like, with a wide, dimpled Julia Roberts smile and the long, spidery legs of a runway model. She had that Eva Mendes glow that made her look sexy doing anything, including staring me down like I had just battered a baby panda with its own bamboo stick. My gut pretzeled into itself 100 times over. I missed her, and I still wanted her forgiveness, her love, acceptance, and quirky jokes. Not a problem. Mistakes happen. My eyes twitched 4, 5, 6 times. Not even 10 seconds had passed, and I already had a tic. I extended a hand for her to shake. Thank you for coming. Ro was standing next to her, but I had yet to muster up the courage to look directly at him. Dylan rolled her eyes, not taking my hand. Ugh! She looked disgusted with herself for even looking at me. Come here, you annoying piece of Cal. Using my outstretched hand, she tugged me forward. I crashed against her belly. She gave me a crush-your-bones hug full of reassurance. It felt like she'd put an oxygen mask to my face, breathing life into me. I'm still mad, but I'm also in pieces for you. She mumbled into my hair, stroking it softly, the touch achingly familiar and comforting. Artem was our bestie. Remember when he let us practice our makeup skills on him? Yes, I choked out, the memories flooding me like a river. We weren't even that young anymore. 13, right? Totally past the cute stage. The man could rock a winged blue eyeliner like nobody's business. So true. My chin wobbled. It really made his eyes pop.
The waterworks officially began. I'm talking Bellagio fountain show. My eyeballs were leaking as she rubbed circles on my back. She smelled like old Dylan. Libre by YSL, bubblegum, and that scent that always lingered at the Casablancas' household of hearty Italian food.
Dylan,
I gasped, melting into her hug, breaking into a million pieces and knowing somehow she'd hold me together.
It hurts so bad.
I know. She kissed my ear, wet with salty tears. I lost my dad 3 years ago. Doug Casablancas had died, and I hadn't been there to comfort her? I pulled away, wiping my face quickly. What? I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Mom and Dad, no one said a thing to me. I would have dropped everything. It's me. She stepped back, and it seemed like we both sobered up from that hug. I asked them not to. It fell on your second semester finals. Who cares? I asked, horrified. I'd have dropped everything to be there for you, no questions asked. I cared. One of us had to do something productive with her life, even though... Her eyes swept over me. Looks like neither of us did. What happened to your fancy degree? Ouch. I chewed my inner cheek. Working on a game plan right now. You always needed a little push in the right direction. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Admit it, Dot. My pep talks were your fuel. Yeah, well, I was short on those in the past 5 years. My nose twitched. There was an awkward pause. My mother drifted to a nearby group of people to give us some privacy. Whatever, you know. Dylan blew out air. I mean, you were a shitbag for screwing my brother, but maybe the timing was convenient for me too. How do you mean? I frowned. It was a great excuse to cut ties with you before you cut ties with me. Dylan stared down at her Adidas superstars, biting hard on her lower lip. Once you realized the big city was full of super cool people you could hang out with, I didn't want to deal with the rejection. Didn't want to feel like I wasn't good enough for you anymore. She was crazy if she thought anyone I'd met in NYC could rival the awesomeness of her, but I could tell she didn't want to talk about us. I grabbed her hands. They were limp against my own. It was time to change the subject. You're pregnant, I announced. She looked up, her face awash with mockery. Whoa, what gave it away? I chewed on the side of my lip. Tucker's? She nodded sheepishly before awarding me with her signature eye roll. It's lobster season, so he's away on the boat for 3 to 4 weeks, depending on the catch. Tucker is a fisherman? My eyebrows jumped to my hairline. I was so far out of the loop. Well, NASA reached out for the aerospace surgeon position, but he said the Texas weather didn't agree with him. She waved her hand to her face, fighting her pregnancy sweat. Damn it, I'd missed her sense of humor. I mean, he's a hunk, but not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. I'm pretty sure half the lobsters he catches are smarter than him. I'm sorry, I blurted out. Don't be. She ran a hand over her belly. Remember we did those exams in 9th grade? My IQ is above average, so I think the baby will be fine. I meant I'm sorry he is out in the ocean, risking his life. Oh, I'm not, she answered airily. All he does when he's around is watch football, drink beer, and complain I don't fulfill my womanly duties. Team Ocean all the way. There was a beat of silence as we both stared at each other. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I mouthed, You had sex with Tucker Reed, Dylan. Oh, my God. That made her snort out a laugh. She slapped a hand over her mouth, frowning sternly.
Shut up. I'm still mad at you. I'm not here to make amends. Not even if I beg really hard? I wiggled my brows. Ask again after I eat. I'm hangry. She glanced around the room, taking inventory of the people and dishes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to make myself a pregnant lady plate and devour it while listening to a complete stranger reciting birthing horror stories to me. Last time I socialized, Melissa told me about her 2 inductions, steroid shots, and emergency C-section. Hard to top that, but I have faith. She sauntered away, leaving me with my heart in my throat and a pathetic determination to make things right between us. I had let her down once, but I wasn't going to do it again. A Dylan-less life was unthinkable now that I had another taste of her presence in my universe. Dot. A husky voice drifted straight into my bloodstream, and I knew exactly who it belonged to. My sincere condolences. Reluctantly, I sloped my head all the way up, extending my neck to stare Ro in the eye. He was nearly a foot taller than me. Nausea twisted my stomach upside down. He was so gorgeous. I was so screwed. Ro Casablancas had always been a showstopper. But this was the face of my feminism leaving my body permanently, buying a one-way ticket to Bora Bora. The chiseled planes of his jawline, the dent in the center of his lower lip, the crinkles fanning his heavily lashed eyes. What business did he have being so attractive? His lips moved, and that was when I realized he was talking to me while I was imagining myself writing that mouth like the future of the nation depended on it. Can you say that again? I cleared my throat, thunderstruck by his features. Sorry about Artem, he drawled in a tone normally used to announce first-degree murder verdicts. My aversion to his daughter aside, he was truly one of a kind. We were definitely not on the same page. I wanted to climb this man like a tree, and he wanted me to fall from one and break my spine. It was obvious he wanted to be polite and move on. His body was already half tilted to give me his back and walk off. My eyes ticked. Yeah, I slipped my hair behind my ear. I agree. That's not even a sentence, Cal, just a collection of filler words. He turned around, about to walk off and leave me there. Something compelled me not to leave it at that. Guilt, maybe? Do you remember much about him? I blurted out. Everyone who graduated from Stain Drop High knew Dad. He was that teacher, with the checked shirts, 9 pens in his breast pocket, and a fanny pack he'd gotten for free from his insurance company. But Dad had never discussed his relationships with other students with me. He'd cared about their privacy just as much as he had about his own. All the good parts. His eyes crinkled. Physics and chemistry were my favorite subjects in high school. I didn't know that. This was awful, looking at his face and trying to English properly at the same time. On second thought, it was time to wrap it up. Well, thanks for coming. I visited him the day before he passed. He had? I hadn't even known he was in town. How had Mom failed to mention that? Well, she didn't know he took your virginity and whatever was left of your soul the night before you moved to NYC. I stared at him, too shocked to pick up my jaw from the floor. You did? He asked if I was going to attend his real fun. Ro quoted with his fingers. That was what Dad had called his impending funeral, real fun, because he'd wanted people to be happy that he'd lived, not sad that he'd died. Said to remind you that he isn't in pain anymore, that he is probably in heaven right now, playing chess with Leonid Stein and Abe Turner and eating beluga caviar. I blinked at him, registering his words. That was the most dad thing I'd ever heard. He didn't believe in heaven.
He said you'd say that, and to tell you that he was wrong. The first and last time that happened.
Ro half shrugged. Tears stung my eyes, but I was smiling. What else did he say?
He asked you not to call it a celebration of life, because that always feels like rubbing it into the dead person.
I felt my chin wobbling. And you remembered his exact words?
Well, it is 3 sentences,
Rose said coolly, glowering.
And I'm not a fucking idiot.
Is there anything else? Something more he wanted to tell me?
That's all she wrote.
I started laughing and crying simultaneously, somewhere between touched and moved and completely shattered. Rose said nothing, just stared at me dispassionately with his liquid gold eyes. I wiped my face quickly. I hated that every encounter with this man involved me looking and acting like a hot mess. He twisted again, about to walk off and leave me. Man, he couldn't stand me. I was going to keep him here and talk to him just to piss him off. How dare he? He took my virginity, and it was my dad's funeral. He was going to be nice to me if it was the last thing he did in his life. So how's Paris? I sniffled, wiping at my eyes. He stopped mid-step, growled in dissatisfaction, turned to look at me.
Don't know. Ask someone who lives there.
He spun to pluck a clean plate from a stack on the table, piling it with food. He was downright Arctic. Whatever grace he might have given me as a teenager did not extend to my adulthood. I asked you. I tried peering into his face, dread blooming in the pit of my stomach. Because you live there. Wikipedia says so it must be right. It's right, right?
Great, another stalker.
He scowled, stabbing a piece of prosciutto with a plastic fork, loading it onto his plate. Another? How many were there? You're famous and I grew up with you. Of course I jealously Googled you. It's not like I stole your sperm. And hey, I actually had the chance. I really needed to shut up. The sooner the better. 20 minutes ago would have been ideal.
I live in Staindrop now, came the reluctant answer. Though live is an exaggeration. This place doesn't even have a fucking Whole Foods.
We were going to be neighbors? Lovely. Things just kept getting worse for me. And I'd spent this morning picking up my father's ashes from a crematorium. Sliding over a clean plate, I joined him, pretending to examine the options I myself had arranged there only an hour ago. I wanted to make amends with Dylan. I'd just lost an important person in my life and craved balancing it out by returning a special someone to it. The way to Dylan's heart passed through her brother's approval. So maybe him and me occupying the same town wasn't such a bad idea. Why'd you move back? I piped out.
Opened a restaurant here about a year ago.
He grabbed a piece of cherry pie, shoving it into his mouth without tasting it.
Descartes.
His French accent was on point. So were my nipples, which apparently improved of his grasp of the French language. Really? I hadn't heard.
The Michelin people did. Gave it 3 stars. The first restaurant in the state of Maine to receive the honor. Just won the James Beard Award for it, actually. Guess that levels things out.
Sarcasm was a good look on him. Hell, a trash bag probably would be too. Also, why did he have to be good at everything he touched? It was completely exasperating to someone like me whose life was a string of failures, interspersed by bodega runs and late-night trips to the laundromat. Why the name Descartes? I munched on the corner of my mouth.
Taco Bell was taken.
He rubbed his thumb over his lower lip, and my nether region clenched in response. No, what I mean is, why him of all philosophers? Descartes was known for the connection he had made between geometry and algebra. My father had been fascinated by him and had spoken of him often.
"Are you always so full of questions?"
he seethed. "Are you always so full of attitude?" I sassed back.
"Yes,"
he said simply.
"Made an entire career based on it. Asshole is my entire personality."
"You weren't always like that," I pointed out, my gaze holding his. "Once upon a time, you were the best part of my day some days." My confession frightened me. It was too honest, too raw. Rose's face remained blank and unimpressed. Not one muscle twitched.
"What a crappy adolescence you must have had to put so much stock in someone who didn't give a shit. Go back to torturing Lyle with your VH1 trivia."
I think I'd rather torture you. You're closer, and, unlike Lyle, I don't like you. So I guess you're stuck with me. I didn't care about his scary reputation, or the fact that I was usually a ball of anxious sunshine just trying to get along with everyone. I couldn't let him get away with this kind of behavior. Rose's eyes flicked over my frame briefly. He pushed another piece of unidentified food into his mouth.
"You changed your hair color."
"Just the tips." I felt myself blushing and was surprised that I did. Yes, I'd had a crush on him when I was a teenager, but I was over him. I'd only thought about him whenever he popped up on my TV screen or in glossy magazine covers. Indigo. It represents sadness and mourning.
"Didn't ask."
"Didn't care," I fired back. "You won't offend me with your offhanded attitude. I'm not one of your TV protégés."
"If I stop answering you, will you go away?"
He scrubbed his jaw with a frown. I pressed a hand to my chest. "You wound me, Ambrose. I thought we could catch up." He said nothing, piling more food onto his already overflowing plate. Over the years, Roe had opened and helmed upscale restaurants across Europe that were booked 6 months in advance. But that didn't make him a food snob. He still liked mac and cheese casseroles and his mama's famous lasagna. Me? I chose my meals like I chose my paths in life. Badly. Junk seemed to be the recurring theme in both of those fields, and I always ended up feeling like crap. I picked the color by my mood. I heard myself drone on, even though Rose certainly wasn't keen for me to elaborate. So before Dad died, the tips were yellow. I was feeling kind of confident, brave about the week ahead. I thought I had a few more days with him. He harumphed to show me that he had heard me but offered no words of consolation. Wetting my lower lip, I said, I will be in town for a while."
"Not interested,"
he quipped, tone wry. "Cocky much?" I was going to say, I'd really like to reconnect with Dylan.
"You do? Huh. The feeling doesn't seem to be mutual."
He brought a piece of Walmart pie to his lips, chewing slowly. If he found the flavor lacking, he didn't show it. He stared at me indifferently.
"She despises you."
"All thanks to you, slimeball." Fine, that wasn't fair. I took full responsibility for what happened. I'd played that night hundreds of times in my head over the past few years, and the only excuse I could come up with was a moment of sheer madness. It was like gambling away your entire life savings at the casino. She might forgive me. I slammed a bread roll onto my plate.
"I might become a space cowboy."
"No, you won't."
"My chances are better than yours, though,"
he replied flippantly, popping a piece of cheese between his lips.
"If Dylan's forgiveness is what you're after."
"You seem to be taking a lot of pleasure in my misery over my fallout with your sister." I squinted at him.
"A lot? No. A very modest amount. Sure, I'll stand behind that."
Lyle and Randy, the owner of the local food mart, whooshed past us in the cluttered living room, cutting the line to the quiches. Randy sent Roe a fuming glare that concentrated enough hostility to fuel a nuclear bomb, baring his teeth at him. "Hey, Casablancas, come to ruin another fine piece of this small town?" He all but spat at Roe's feet as we stood on the buffet-style line along a table. Whoa, what the hell? Roe was royalty in this place. Staindrop's golden boy. He had been handled with adoration and respect before he'd gone on to become the American Alain Ducasse. His shitty attitude added to his mysterious aura and bad boy persona. "I think I'm going to spare her." Roe dunked a sponge cake in an unidentifiable syrup, sniffing it before tossing it into his mouth. "Not my type and talks a mile a minute." Too stunned to be properly offended, all I could do was stare at him, jaw on the floor. "I wasn't talking about Calla. I was talking about this house." Randy balled his free fist, taking a step in Roe's direction. "Talk all you want about either. As always, no one's listening." Roe smirked defiantly. Randy shoved his plate in Lyle's chest, stepping into Roe's vicinity with his fist raised above his shoulder. "You got something to say to me, chef?" "Yeah, actually." Roe ate the rest of the distance between them, dropping his plate at the table with a loud clank. "Eat. Shit." Gasps erupted from every corner of the room. Whispers and loud shrieks ensued. And poor Lyle, who still looked only half recovered from our meatloaf conversation, pushed Randy to the other side of the room, shoving at his chest like he was breaking up a bar fight. "Knock it off and show some respect to Artem. Now's not the time to discuss such things." Lyle hushed his friend, and the two were immediately swallowed by a human flock of gossipers. Everybody's eyes hung on Roe's face, and nobody came to his defense. "What things?" I turned to look at Roe, awestruck. "What did you do to make Lyle and Randy, two of the sweetest people on planet Earth, mad?" He turned to glower at me. "Why don't you ask them?" Wasn't it obvious? Because I'm incapable of starting a conversation without turning it into a love fest for everything 90s related, and I will probably give both of them a 10-minute lecture about the origin of Kiss from a Rose by Seal, which, by the way, is one of the greatest songs of all time. Ask anyone with ears. "You can't help yourself, can you?" He gave me an exasperated look, shaking his head. "Well, I think I'm gonna let you brew in the unknown a little longer." What an ass. You know, I had the same thought when I walked into this place and you had your back to me. Are you flirting with me or ridiculing me? I stomped. Actually stomped. The man was insufferable. Neither. He picked up his plate and resumed his feast. Just fact stating is all. Tapping my finger over my mouth, I asked, "How come you didn't kick Tuck's butt for getting together with Dylan?" "Who says I didn't? Relocated his nose the first time they got together. Then closed the trunk door on his fingers, breaking 4 out of 5 after their post-pregnancy test breakup." Pause. "Accidentally, of course." "No, you didn't." A somber nod. "He'll never be able to jerk off again. His fingers look like deep-fried Cheetos." Also, no, he didn't. I cupped my mouth, realizing Tucker had tried to weasel his way out of taking responsibility for that pregnancy. Tried to. Whoa. My eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Ballsy. That was the next item on my list of bodily organs to destroy if he didn't man up. Are they together now? I was thirsty for tidbits about Dylan's life. Why don't you ask Dylan? Oh, that's right. He snapped his fingers, nodding.
Because she hates your guts.
That was it. I'd had enough of his behavior. That she hates my guts, I understand completely, considering the circumstances. I tossed my plate into the trash can under the tableclothed table in fury. It wasn't like I had an appetite anyway. But why do you loathe me? What did I ever do to you? I gave you the greatest gift of all.
Pretty sure you moved away because of college, not as a gesture of good faith.
He popped an olive into his mouth. I'm talking about my virginity, you swine.
That was a gift?
He squinted at a piece of Munster cheese dangling on a toothpick with the utmost concentration.
What's the return policy on that?
Absent-mindedly tidying up the table to do something with my hands, I continued. I was wrong to do that to Dylan, but I didn't hurt you in any way. Yet you're the one who can't stand me. Why?
I can stand you fine.
Is that why you're being sarcastic with me?
I'm being sarcastic with everyone, Dot. Ain't nothing special about you.
You weren't sarcastic with me back when I was a kid.
Spared you then.
He turned to tap my nose, his grin unbearably patronizing.
New rules now. You're a commoner like everyone else.
What? Why? Did he just Meghan Markle me?
You really want to know?
Yes. His jaw locked, and he appeared to be grinding his molars to dust. Still, through the tension, I detected some pensiveness, too, like he was contemplating giving me a real, non-sarcastic answer. I held my breath. I was in dire need of some truth bombs. I was back in a small, close-knit town, unfamiliar and unfriendly, and didn't want to make any more mistakes. Ro opened his mouth to say something. As soon as he did, my mother announced loud enough to wake the dead, "All right. I'm tired, and my favorite K-drama is about to start. Everyone can leave now." Pregnant silence. Other than Calla, I suppose. It completely ruined my moment of truth with Ro. He clamped his mouth shut, turning around and striding in her direction. I chased him, refusing to admit defeat. "Hey, wait, what were you going to say?"
Doesn't matter.
Does to me? The human ocean of grievers parted for Ro, but the looks the townsfolk gave him no longer oozed awe and admiration. Everyone seemed put off and wary by his presence. This made no sense. Did they not see what I saw? A disgustingly accomplished businessman? An artist? A sex icon? The celebrity who put Staindrop on the map?
Marina.
Ro planted a hand on Mom's shoulder, kissing her cheek earnestly.
I'll be around. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
There's something you can do for me. I tapped his back persistently. Answer my damn question. Mom melted under Ro's touch, patting his hand on her shoulder. "Oh, Ambrose, you sweet boy. Tell your mother I send her my regards."
Sorry she couldn't make it. Still down with the flu.
That's all right. I know Zeta always means well. He shook me off his shoulder and disappeared. People began swarming around Mom and me, offering hugs and words of encouragement before taking off to their griefless lives. I thanked them, my eyes frantically searching for Dylan in the room. She was nowhere to be found, nor was her colorful windbreaker. She had probably taken off with Ro. Did she still live at her parents' old house? Surely Mom would know. Once our living room emptied out, Mom closed the door, pressing her forehead to the wood with a shaky exhale. "I'm going to dash upstairs, change into something more comfortable, and watch Crash Landing on You before we start cleaning this place up. I need to decompress." "Decompress away, Mamushka. I'll do the dishes in the meantime." I nodded, sashaying to our kitchen. I opened the door. Our kitchen was a charming thing, with slim shaker cabinets, copper pot rails, geometric blue wallpaper, and a farmhouse sink. It was quaint, lovely and cozy. If you didn't include the beastly man that stood inside it, filling up the entire room. Please tell me you are an unfortunate hallucination caused by my lack of sleep. I stepped into the kitchen in a daze. Ro was there, washing the dishes at the sink like he wasn't a famous, stunning human, with pictures of him in a tux available for download on Getty Images. Suds of soap coated his sun-kissed, veiny forearms. The black sleeves of his dress shirt bunched around his elbows, straining against his thick arms. He had tattoos, 2 full sleeves of delicious ink, all culinary-inspired. Knives, herb roots, and a human-looking pig in a chef apron butchering a piece of human flesh. You're not hallucinating. He frowned at a pan, trying to scrub a dry piece of potato and cheese from it. This time, anyway. What are you doing? I glowered. The dishes. I thought it was self-explanatory. Do you always do the dishes in people's houses without asking? I parked my hands on my waist, committed to being his bitter enemy. I wished we could be friendly. I really did. But Ro had chosen war. It's a fetish, came his lazy drawl. Don't tell Sheriff Mention. He let me off on a warning last time. I fished my phone out of my dress's pocket. Yes, it was awesome and had pockets, pretending to punch in a call. Hello, 911. My emergency is an unwelcome guest who won't leave. He ignored me, scrubbing dirty dishes with gusto. Seriously, I can take it from here. Kindly evacuate my premises. Not your premises. Ro slid a sparkling roasting pan into the rack by the sink. Excuse me? Yes, they are. Is that what the deed says? He picked up a dirty plate from the water-filled sink, leisurely scrubbing. It's what my mouth says. Your mouth just spent 40 minutes talking about meatloaf. He scowled at the bubble-coated plate he was cleaning. It's obviously only good for one thing, and that thing ain't an appropriate topic for conversation. You're unbelievable, I screeched. You're incoherent, he slapped back. I don't know why I gave you my virginity. If it makes you feel any better, I think I deserved it even less than that Grammy. Right, I almost forgot. Ro had managed to win a Grammy for rapping for 5 seconds in a song by a famous artist. Screw him and his rock star lifestyle. The most glamorous place I'd ever been to was the first-class lavatory on a plane to Dallas, and even that was because I'd had to bypass the angry flight attendant to projectile vomit. Leaning against the wall, I folded my arms over my chest. I see Staindrop has caught up with your personality finally. He grunted in response, too busy wrestling a lasagna stain from the plate to pay attention to me. What did you do? I demanded. You'll catch up. Catch me up. He shot me a disinterested look before sliding the plate onto the rack. Nah, that would require speaking to you, which is low on my to-do list. I was livid. Livid because we were both about to occupy the same town, because my stomach still felt funny around him, and my stomach never felt funny, unless I had kidney beans, which I knew better than to eat, other than that airplane incident, but mostly because being next to him made my eye tick less prominent for some reason. I stood there, watching him being sexy and helpful and sarcastic, and just couldn't take it. He had no right being all those things under my roof, in my house. It was time to assert power and control over the situation. Please leave, I said one more time. Please shut up. He picked up another plate to clean. I jumped on his back, lacing both my legs over his waist from behind, seizing his neck in a chokehold. That, at least, was the plan, but I had miscalculated it gravely, because his huge muscular shoulders got in the way of choking him. Embarrassingly, Even as I was wrapped around him, he continued doing the dishes, like a fly had just landed on his back, as opposed to an entire human. His whole body was stone hard, warm, and delicious. "Go away!" I screeched into his ear. "You're unwelcome here." "Anyone ever told you that you sound like the ignorant, angry townsfolk in a Disney movie?" "Don't patronize me." I squeezed my fingers around his neck, which was the width of an ancient oak tree, grunting from the physical effort. "Leave," I commanded. When my pleas didn't achieve the desired effect, I began poking at his eyes with my fingers. Now that made him stop. Probably because I got his eyeball once or twice. "Cut it out." He turned off the tap and shoved the clean plate into the rack, trying to swat my hands away from his face. Soap bubbles landed on the tips of our noses and eyes. "What are you, 2?" 24. And he was 27. Birthday was May 16th. I remembered because he had total Taurus vibes. He clasped my wrists, prying me away as he staggered back from the kitchen sink. Ha! Being a stage 5 clinger had its advantages. He couldn't get rid of me. Roe reversed all the way to the wall, where he plastered my back against it, prying my arms off. I clung tighter, octopusing around his body. "Don't want to hurt you," he warned solemnly. "Newsflash, you already did." I knotted my legs over his torso from behind. "When we had sex." "You asked me to have sex with you." He slid us both down to the floor, where he leaned his back onto my body, then flipped himself over so we were missionary style, him on top of me. "You came onto me." "I was drunk," I lied, swinging my fists toward his face. He dodged me effortlessly, hemming me in between those Thor arms and the floor. "No, you weren't." His lips thinned, and he looked genuinely pissed off now. "You didn't have more than one drink in you that night. I know you drunk. I know you sober. I know you in every fucking state. Besides, I thought you didn't want... What was it again?" He looked up, squinting as he tried to remember that night. "A broccoli-haired trust fund baby who makes experimental techno music to take your V-card." "I was young and impressionable." I writhed beneath him, twisting and thrusting, our bodies touching everywhere. My heart hammered, and not from fear for a change. "Why'd you listen to me?" "Because you were a willing woman of legal age, and I was 23 with a pulse." I wormed to the right, attempting to roll under him, but he was quicker. He pinned me to the wooden planks by thrusting his nether region to trap my legs against the floor, and just like that I came sex to sex with his massive erection. He bracketed me between his thighs and nailed my wrists together above my head. My nipples brushed his chest each time I panted. My eyes narrowed. "Let me go." His gaze dropped to my lips. "Been trying to do that all afternoon, and you keep coming back." "Sounds about right," I bit back. "It's the only way I come with you." "Baby." He released a slow, taunting smirk that made me melt into a puddle, constricting his grip on my wrists a smidge. "Just say the word and I'll destroy your pussy and your chance of ever coming with any other man." "Joke's on you, no one other than my magic wand has ever made me come." "I'm serious, Ro. If you don't let me go right now, I'm going to do something really awful." "Like what?" A spark of interest ignited in his eyes. "Ugh, good question." "Bite you?" I twisted my mouth uncertainly. "Don't threaten me with a good time, Litvin." "I'll sing. You've never known pain until you hear me belt out Hello by Adele. I try to hit all those high and low notes. I also do the echoes for full effect." He was fighting a grin, and satisfaction filled my chest because I had almost made him smile, and nothing made this man genuinely smile, not even the supermodels he was flaunting all over the globe. Say the magic word, Dot, and I'll set you free. Please, nah, our magic word. The one we came up with together. Oh, shit. He was doing that whole routine we'd used to do growing up. Whenever Dylan was busy and I was bored, I would wander into his room and rummage through his stuff. If he caught me, which he rarely did because he was always out doing big, lovely row things, we would grapple until he would inevitably press me against his bed or the floor and have me beg him for mercy. Only I hadn't used the word please. I had used another word that used to make him laugh. What the hell was the word? Think, Cal, think. Asshole! I let loose a snarky smile. I knew what would happen if I didn't say the word. He exhaled somberly, like a disappointed teacher. Not the first hole I have in mind, but I'll take it. 2 more shots. Banana? I remembered it was some type of fruit, or maybe a vegetable. It was definitely food-related. He shook his head again. Nope, but I see where your mind is going, and I'm not mad about it. His dick twitched between my legs. Okay, yeah, this was definitely one hell of a welcome back. Also, I wasn't half as freaked out about what was happening right now as I should have been. Give me a clue, I demanded, wriggling. Is it a fruit or a vegetable? Fruit, he said stoically. Pear? Passion fruit? Guava? Give me another clue. The weight of him was delicious, to the point my mouth watered, my nipples puckered, and I was 99% sure I was on the verge of a mini orgasm. Nice try. You didn't deserve the first one. Fair point. Too bad we were chafing everywhere and an insistent, tingly pressure mounted in my core. Something that horrifyingly resembled the Big O, and I'm not talking about Queen Oprah. One more chance to get it right, Dot. What's our magic word? Mango! I tossed the word in his face, flustered. Wrong answer. His voice was calm, flat, and resolute. The word you were looking for was tomato. You said it was a fruit. Tomato is a fruit. How can it be a fruit if you put it in salads? Fruits are fun. So is payback, Ro deadpanned. Enjoy. He used his free hand to tickle my armpits and neck, feathery fingers skimming all my delicate areas, and my writhing became violent, frantic thrashing. I was the most ticklish person on planet Earth. It was a medical condition. I could pee myself. I swung upward, trying to bite him in retaliation. Let go of me! I was squirming, laughing, and begging, tears prickling my eyes as I tried to escape his fingers, but they were everywhere. My ribs, my neck, and behind my ears. I was horrified and delighted that the grumpiest human alive had managed to put a smile on my face on the saddest day of my life. I was dangerously close to peeing my pants and coming, and needed Mom to come down right now before I did something I would never recover from. Desperate, I sent a silent prayer to the universe. Dear God, I know I'm not much of a devout Christian. I also know I only gave up something for Lent once, and it was Skittles, and even that was because I'm allergic to red dye 40. But I really need a solid right now. Please make Rose stop tickling me. I really can't handle another humiliation, and I have a feeling beginning my stay in Stain Drop with a pea stain the shape of Nebraska on my dress and convulsing with an orgasm while he wrestles me into submission are going to make my time here challenging, to say the least. I promise to be good, to donate what little I have to charity, and to not shut the door in Jehovah's Witnesses' faces when they tell me you want me to do something special with my life. Is starting a true crime podcast special enough? Just being pragmatic here. Your girl has bills to pay and has a scented candle addiction to subsidize. Faithfully, Cal. P.S. Please send my regards to Jesus and tell him I'm sorry he died for my sins just so I could sleep with my bestie's brother, then borderline assault him in my mom's kitchen the day of my dad's funeral. He deserved better. God must have had a slow day because he heard me. Suddenly, Eureka! Ro's front pocket began vibrating. His phone flashed through his dark pants, and we both stopped, staring at it. Fine, I was staring at his baseball bat-sized hard-on. His zipper looked so strained, it was a wonder it didn't dislocate to a parallel universe. Ro leaned backward on his shins, releasing me from his grip as he pulled out his phone and swiped the screen, scowling. Now what? Dude made the Grinch look like Phoebe Buffay. His jaw clenched, and he straightened his back, running a hand through his floppy, shiny hair. His shirt rode up, offering me a glimpse of his rock-hard, bronzed abs. "You're shitting me," he bit out. "That explains the smell," I quipped, smoothing my dress down and patting my wild hair into submission. Ro ignored me. The person on the other line continued talking. My arch-enemy rose to his feet, letting out a puff of air as his frown deepened. "I'm going to make a nutcracker out of their bone cartilage." "Oof. On my way." "Hey, where are you going?" I growled. "You didn't even apologize." He grabbed his jacket from the back of a dining chair, not even bothering to put it on. The door slammed abruptly, shaking on its hinges, leaving me to pant on the floor, feeling empty, confused, and with two brand-new pieces of information to digest. 1, tomato is a fruit, and 2, Ro Casablancas was hotter than ever, and burning with hatred for me. Chapter 3. Cal. Excerpt from Androphobes Anonymous Forum. Obituary. Legit gonna hurl myself off a cliff. McMonster. This better be a figure of speech because I'm about to find your address and have someone bust your door down. My conscience can barely fucking cope as it is. Obituary. Aw, who did you kill? McMonster. Don't change the subject. Are you okay? Obituary. If you are asking whether I'm suicidal, the answer is no. I just need to vent. McMonster. Vent away. Obituary. Do you want the long version or short one? McMonster. Short. Obituary. Return to the small town I grew up in for a personal matter and everything is off. McMonster. That's small towns for you. Obituary. How would you know? You grew up in Philly. McMonster. Educated guess. How can I make you feel better? Obituary. Tell me it's okay to take back my promise to my mom and go back to NYC instead of staying here for 8 weeks? McMonster. You know the answer to that question, kiddo. Obituary. Boo. Obituary. Well, give me an incentive. McMonster. Do the right thing so karma doesn't get your ass? Obituary. Karma is literally still stalking me for a chocolate bar I stole from my grandma when I was 6. Too late for that. Obituary. Let's meet up when I'm back in New York. McMonster. Aw, socializing? I thought you were better than that. Obituary. Come on, we've been talking for 3 years. Obituary. And before you say anything, no, I don't care that you work at a fast food chain, and I don't care if you think you look like an ogre. I like you. And I don't like men, hence why we're here. McMonster. I'll think about tit. Obituary. Okay. Mine are great, by the way. McMonster. Asterisk. It. Obituary. Sure, Jan. McMonster. Shouldn't you be scared of men? Obituary. Well, it's easier to flirt when you have no idea what my real name is or where exactly I live. It's not like you can come over and take me up on my non-offer. Obituary. Also, my androphobia is not so bad that I can't work around men or talk to them in public settings. I just don't want to date them, kiss them, be in a relationship with them. I'm not asexual, I am extremely sexual. And thank you, Harry Styles, for making me discover my sexuality. But I'm scared if I entered a relationship with a man, he'd hurt me. Physically, mentally. Make sense? McMonster. Perfect sense. So you're not gonna hump my leg if we meet? Obituary. I mean, I'd like to keep my options open. Obituary. Remind me what you are doing in an androphobia forum? McMonster. Abusive man in my life made me very fucking wary of my kind. Obituary. Don't write all men off. They're not all bad. McMonster. Yeah? Obituary. Yeah. There are also people like you.
Chapter 4. Row. What do you mean they resigned by text? I was standing at the heart of Descartes' dining area, surrounded by rustic decor, stained glass, and useless idiots. I was 2 idiots short, though. Donnie and Heather, my servers, had decided to quit together and hand me a generous 20 minutes notice, along with a figurative middle finger. Let me explain again. I'll refrain from using big scary words this time. Ryland, my restaurant manager, smoothed his crisp dress shirt with his palm, ignoring the staff milling around us to get the place ready for service. Now I'm going to talk extra slowly since I know your brain short-circuits once you're pissed off. So, Donnie took out his phone, typed out a text saying he and Heather weren't going to show up for service today, and hit the send button. I suggest you get to the point before your balls make it to tonight's entree specials, I said, cutting him off and glancing at my De Bethune watch. You have 5 minutes. Use them wisely. First of all, work on your people skills. You're about as personable as an STD test. Ryland sucked his teeth, shaking his head. He looked like a fucking Hugo Boss model in a suit. At 6'4" with a blonde Charlie Hunnam man bun and a 5 workouts a week physique, he distracted 99% of my employees. Second, you're gonna have to tone it down. We live in an era where employees have rights and shit. I can guarantee you their rights don't include fucking me over with a 10-foot pole at 20 minutes notice. I turned my ring on my pinky finger, imagining I was wringing someone's neck. He scrubbed his face exasperatedly. See, this kind of language is why 3 of your ex-staffers filed a complaint against you to OSHA. The R&B singer? I frowned. OSHA, not Usher. Ryland pinched the bridge of his nose. The pro-workers organization? Doesn't ring a bell. Why would Donnie and Heather quit together anyway? I bite out. I was in a particularly dangerous mood today, having spent the last hour arguing, wrestling, and nearly creaming my pants thanks to Cal Litvin, the bane of my miserable existence. Ryland stroked his chin leisurely, his douchebag vibes dripping all over my floor. Let me think. Maybe because they're engaged? To each other? I tried to conjure them into memory, but I was bad with faces and names. Fine, I actually had no fucking clue who Heather and Donnie were. I just knew I needed them to open service tonight. Rye chuckled. Shit, Ro. Do you care about anything other than work? Baseball. During seasons, the Mets don't suck. I glanced around, throwing blood-chilling looks at my staff to make sure they weren't slacking. How was I supposed to know they were bumping uglies? Through the power of sight and deduction, they were all over each other like a genital rash after spring break. Ryland threw charming smiles at servers who smoothed tablecloths and arranged utensils around us. The man could flirt with a fucking Stanley Cup and win it over. You kicked them out of the meat fridge the other day, remember? Told Donnie next time you saw his meat in that fridge, you'd make dumpling stuffing out of his intestines? That did sound like something I'd say. Besides, being my restaurant manager, Ryland Coltridge was also my best friend. He'd been my wingman since I graduated from Le Cordon Bleu and called him up to supervise my restaurant in Paris. Ryland was a boyfriend for hire by trade, a PC title for what really was de facto a male escort, but I'd convinced him to work with me through a fat paycheck, good food, and a limitless amount of pussy. That last selling point was his favorite. He'd yet to find a hole he didn't want to shove his dick into. Descartes was our last hurrah together, though. Rye wanted to be a full-time pretend boyfriend in the Big Apple after blazing through most of the willing women in Western Europe. The money was excellent, the hours measly in comparison to running a Michelin-starred restaurant, and one of his filthy rich clients had bought him a condo in Manhattan as a birthday gift. Therefore, 3 weeks ago he'd informed me he was done with the customer service field. The only customers I want to service are millionaire women who pay me hourly for longingly staring into their eyes during family functions and telling their relatives and jealous ex-husbands how much I love them, had been his exact words. You really don't pay attention to anyone other than yourself in your kitchen, huh? Rye's green eyes narrowed. That wasn't completely true. I did notice one person. She had blue-tipped Rachel green hair, wore overalls unironically, and possessed the ability to be klutzy without looking like a complete moron. And I wanted to stay as far away from her as humanly possible. This wouldn't be a problem, though. I had the uncanny ability to cut people off, and Calla Litvin had been plucked from my life 5 years ago, straight from the root. She was squarely on my shit list. Let's get to the solution portion of this conversation. I tapped my cigarette pack on my thigh, eager for a smoke. How are we solving our staff problem? It was going to be a bitch to hire and train 2 new employees, if I could even find them in this godforsaken town. The citizens of Staindrop weren't exactly fans of mine, and Descartes was booked to the max until its closing date, the day before Christmas. January 1st couldn't come soon enough. That was when my one-way ticket to London was scheduled for. New restaurant, new adventure, 0 baggage. Become a tolerable, relatable human being and stop scaring off everyone around you? Ryland sauntered over to the bar, crouched down to throw the fridge open, and popped open a bottle of Kronenberg 1664 by banging the cap against the edge of the bar. Thanks for the tip. My nostrils flared. Any other ideas that fit our time constraint? You wanted something immediate? He took a pull of his drink. Then your best bet is your sister and your mother. The former is on bed rest and the latter is recovering from the flu. Think harder. That brain of yours is good for more than taking directions from lonely rich women. I'm too hot to use my brain. Only average people have to saddle themselves with an actual personality. You have a personality, I informed him dryly. A shitty one, but it's in existence nonetheless. He pointed at me with the bottle, not even a little offended. What's your idea, Einstein? Find me Donnie and Heather, drag them here by the hair, and make them give us the 2 weeks' notice they owe us. Donnie's bald. Ryland took another greedy sip. He'll be limbless, too, once I'm done with him. Rice swished the beer in his mouth, mulling over my words. Even if I did want to spend my night at the police station awaiting bail for assault and harassment, they've probably already boarded the plane. Fuck. Descartes attracted people from all over the East Coast, mainly out-of-towners. The price point and fine dining aspect of the menu didn't appeal to Staindrop's usual palate, which favored anything that was breaded, deep-fried, over-salted, and swimming in ketchup. You must know some servers looking for a job. I began pacing. Service opened in less than 30 minutes, and I had left Taylor, my sous chef, to handle the kitchen while trying to extinguish this fire. Rye gave me a concerned look. Not anyone desperate enough to work for your grumpy ass. Flip side, you're about to run off to London to open your shiny new restaurant. Flip side, my ass. He knew me better than that. My perfectionism wouldn't allow this ship to sink, even if it had a hole the size of Antarctica at the bottom. Descartes was still mine until it closed. I died before I failed. Hold on a minute. Ryland held up his finger, brows pinching into a tight V. Why are you dressed like an Italian mobster who got lost at a Neiman Marcus store? I looked down. I wore a black dress shirt and designer slacks, a departure from my signature Henley and ripped black denim uniform. Is it a crime to look good? I really didn't need him riding my ass about Cal right now. Hope the fuck not. Ryland pulled another beer from the fridge, uncapped it, and slid it my way across the bar. I'd get life without parole. And do you know what they do to people like me in prison? He gestured toward his face. 10 hours of community service and sex addiction rehab? I asked conversationally. Someone needed to keep his ego from overtaking the continent. I was doing the whole nation a service. Oh, shit! Ryland slapped the back of his neck. Artem Litvin passed away. You went to his funeral today, right? Better get it over with. Rye was going to find out sooner or later that Cal was in town. He was the one teacher at school I didn't want to set on fire. I shrugged, bringing the bottle to my lips. So you saw Cal? Ryland's eyebrows were floating somewhere above the atmosphere. Briefly, I grunted. Want to talk about it? Hard pass. She did enough talking for the entire decade. Still adorably weird, I see. He plastered his palms against the designer bar between us. Well, if you want to talk about it, we can grab a beer after we close. Ryan and I never talked about things. We bickered and taunted, sometimes even brawled. Had I really been that pathetic growing up? I remembered being in love with her, but I didn't recall handing her my nuts in a flower bouquet for Valentine's Day. I banged the empty beer over the bar after one sip, pointing at the thick butcher block between us. Clean up the condensation before we open. This is not amateur hour. Just remember you are not that kid anymore. Ryland produced a rag from a drawer behind the bar, slapping it over his shoulder. He made his way back to me. You know, the one who'd have stayed here getting a McJob if it meant she let you in her flowery corduroy pants. Shut up. Eyes on the prize, Ro. You can't afford to veer off plan. You have a new restaurant to open. Listen to yourself. I snarled, fingers tightening around the shape of my cigarette pack in my front pocket. I'm not changing shit for anyone. She eats saltine crackers with a fork. He slid the rag over the butcher block, wiping the condensation and ignoring my words. Anyone deserves better than that, even your sorry ass. I still remembered Cal sitting with those saltines at my kitchen table, acting a fool because she didn't like the way the salt clung to her fingers. Rye was right. The woman was barely civilized. I had no business thinking about her, let alone pining after her. Was she even a woman? She was still acting like a child. She needed a babysitter, not a boyfriend, and I wasn't interested in either position. Enough, I barked out. I'm at no risk of liking Calla Litvin again. Not from afar and definitely not up close. You're wasting your breath talking about her. You have 24 hours to find us 2 new servers. I rapped my knuckles on the bar. Get your ass in gear. Ryland downed the rest of his beer, heaving out a sigh. Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. I flipped him the bird, trekking my way to the kitchen. No fraternizing with the patrons, I called out, as I did every night. No promises, he called back, as he did every night too. The evening couldn't get worse if a meteor landed directly on my fucking head. I was wrong. The evening got worse, exponentially so, and at a plane crashing speed. Hot mess would be putting it mildly. On the outside, it looked normal. Expensive utensils clinked in harmony. Chatter rustled through the aromatic air. There was laughter, hushed conversations, and upholstered chairs scraping softly. The kitchen sweltered, the sense of sweet marjoram, thyme, and rosemary clinging to my nostrils. I loved the sensory overload that came with helming a restaurant, the fast-paced culture of it. It drowned out my fucked-up thoughts and forced me to focus on the here and now. And there were a lot of fucked-up thoughts, courtesy of my messy childhood. Our normal ratio was 1 server for every 3 tables. This service, it was 1 server for every 6. Considering we had a 10-course prix-fixe menu, availability was non-existent, and the patrons were pissed. Rightly so. Tables had to wait up to 20 minutes between dishes, and the flustered servers were so overworked one had spilled red wine on someone's Dior dress, and another had stepped all over a customer's casted foot. My chef, de partie, had decided now was a good time to have a mental breakdown because a customer had insulted his scallop caviar tartare, and the kitchen porter had thrown a tantrum after Rye had asked her to serve beverages for the night. Overall, if I could erase this entire day from my memory bank, I would, and pay handsomely for the pleasure. Chef! The maitre d' popped her head into my kitchen, a 20-something Swiftie with blonde side bangs and bright red lips. No, I said automatically. She cringed, about to shrivel into her face. What is it, Katie? Taylor, my sous chef, spun on his heel, giving her his full attention. He was a good-looking kid. Tall, black, tatted, with hazel eyes that made every female staffer swoon whenever he was nearby. There's a VIP customer who wishes to speak to Chef, she said sheepishly. No, I reiterated, chopping celery at the speed of light. Yes, Rye zipped into the kitchen, bypassing the maitre d'. People come here to get a glimpse of the famous Chef Casablancas. You need to make an appearance anyway. You do every night. I put the knife down. We stared each other down. I knew he was right. I hated people, but I loved my career. If parading myself around like a zoo animal meant getting patrons more hyped for my next culinary venture, it was no skin off my back. Fine. I slapped the swinging doors of the kitchen open, prowling to the dining area. Can tonight get any fucking worse? Absolutely, Ryland said ardently, high on my misery. He joined me as we sliced through the white-clothed tables and candlelit chandeliers. Wait till you see who wants to have a word with you. That got me intrigued. It couldn't be Cal. First of all, she wasn't a VIP. Second, she was too broke to afford a glass of water in my establishment, let alone eat an entire meal. Third, even if she had all the funds in the world, she still had the palate of a toddler. Her taste in food, if you could even call it that, was deplorable. She lived on a steady diet of corn dogs, Pop-Tarts, and Sour Patch Kids. She would eat her own foot on national television before willingly tasting an ortolan. We approached a square table of what seemed to be a couple on a date. The first person appeared harmless enough. Blonde, leggy, the too short to be a model type, in a dress that could moonlight as a sports bra, it was so short. Then my eyes landed on the man sitting in front of her. Kieran Carmichael. A privileged piece of shit whose daddy owned the one and only department store in town, the human answer to smegma. I had suffered through 12 years of school with this prick. We were bitter rivals. Both jocks, both popular, both wanting to piss on each other's territory. Ran in the same circles, dated the same girls. Kieran's favorite hobby used to be telling me I stank of the fish my fisherman dad sold to his father every day, and I'd enjoyed reminding him he had less personality than a stop sign. Ordinarily speaking, I would put a hole through someone's face if they bothered me and move on with my life. But Kieran was a different breed. His family had power and influence. I had known if I'd messed up his face, my father would have been out of a job, and then there'd be no dinner on the Casablancas table. So I'd sucked it up, braved 12 years of digs and bullshit. Now my family no longer depended on his, and it was game on. 2 decades worth of anger seared through my guts, lava bubbling in my veins. Thought you said a VIP wanted to see me. I eyeballed the maitre d' next to me, arching a brow. Sir, he's a famous soccer player. Katie stuttered nervously. For Ashburn, D.C.? FC? Kieran patted the corners of his mouth with a napkin, a bored smirk mortared on his face. I have the season off because of an injury. Didn't ask. Normally they want players to stick around, attend home games while in physical therapy, but my contract bypassed all that red tape. I'm, kind of a big deal. Kieran gave us a smile with so much cheese I got fucking heartburn. I kept my eyes on his date just to piss him off. How can I help you? Oh my God, hi. His date flashed me a megawatt beam, fanning herself with a menu. Gosh, you're so tall. I've seen you on TV, but never realized you were this handsome up close. She had a soft Alabama drawl, and I was extremely close to laughing. Kieran was such a fucking cliché. going for the Southern Belle type. Thank you. I bowed my head in faux humility. How can I be of service? No, really. She squeezed her breasts together, leaning toward me, subtle as a tank, this one. We came here because I told Kieran. Didn't I tell you, Kiki? I have to taste everything you make after seeing you on The Great Chef Down. And when you tossed pepperoni on that contestant and told him he was a prick pizza, priceless. She clapped excitedly, laughing. Was she going to get to the point sometime soon? Because I had a servicing crisis and a leftover boner from pinning Cal to her floor this afternoon. My dick still twitched every time I thought about those blue hair tips. Annie wanted to let you know the food is delicious. Kieran yawned into his fist as though admitting I made good food pained him. I hoped it did. Already know that. I crossed my arms over my chest. Kieran glanced at his Rolex, taking a bite of his entree. You're welcome for the validation, buddy. I wasn't his buddy, but I was about to become his undoing if he didn't evacuate himself from my premises. Averting my gaze his way, I said, Get the fuck out. Excuse me? He tilted one brow, calm and collected. He had ridiculous shiny light brown hair and wore a black turtleneck, the international prick uniform. I didn't buy the whole tamed down version he was selling me. I said, Get the fuck out. We're paying customers, Kieran pointed out unflappably. No amount of money is worth you contaminating my restaurant. The lady is welcome to stay. I clasped my hands behind my back, ignoring Ryland, who shot daggers at me with his eyes. Dateless. She's my cousin. Personally, I'm not a fan of incest, but that explains your IQ. Oh my goodness. Blondie shielded her face with a manicured hand, ducking her head sideways. Kiki, you never told me he hates your guts. We should leave. I see at least your cousin's parents aren't related. Good idea, I'll show you to the door. I stepped back to give them space to stand up, knowing we were drawing the attention of other diners and still not giving much of a shit. I loathed this man with a capital L. If I could serve him a piece of extra cold revenge for everything he had put me through, I didn't mind the page 6 headline. Nothing kissing a few babies and signing a nice check to an animal shelter couldn't fix. Kieran stood up unhurriedly, showing no sign of embarrassment, and his cousin followed suit. Hadn't realized it cut you so deep, I carved you into an asshole. Don't flatter yourself. I brushed off invisible lint from his designer turtleneck. You're no more than an anecdote. It just so happens I don't feed bullies. They're already full of shit. Now kindly fuck off. I ignored Ryland's stunned face, along with the dozen phones directed at me, agape mouths, and hushed whispers. Did you just throw out a customer? Ryland jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Diners were shifting uncomfortably in their seats. I wasn't worried. Chefs were known to be douche rockets. Gordon Ramsay's entire career was built upon the ruins of other people's hopes and dreams. One of the most popular soccer players on earth at that? He's no Messi. I glanced at Kieran's plate, noting it was completely empty. No, but you are. Rice scrubbed his face, probably itching for a joint. Messy as fuck, not to mention reckless. Resign. Been there, done that, he reminded me. Can't fucking wait to kiss this job goodbye. You can keep the kissing part. I've no interest in your herpes. Now if you'll excuse me. I stomped my way back toward the kitchen. A hand reached out to me from one of the tables. Slender, cold fingers laced around my wrist. I turned to look at the person. It was a brunette in her early 30s, sharply dressed. Mr. Casablancas? She flashed a seductive smile that did nothing for me, the lilt of a French accent ribboning around her words. My name is Sophia Vent. I'm a reporter for Cook's Illustrated. I never gave interviews, unless it was a part of my contractual obligation for a TV show promo, in which case I had my people go over the questions in advance with a fine-tooth comb. My past was too tangled, too complicated for me to open my life up for the world's entertainment. I was wondering if you would... No, I cut into her words. You didn't hear my question yet, she pointed out smartly. Unless it ends with let me suck your cock, in which case the answer would be no but thank you, the answer is still no. Hey there, Ryland slid between us, chuckling good-naturedly. Sophia Vent's face looked like I'd just slapped her, and I didn't blame her. There was no excuse for this level of assholeness. Normally, I reined it in much better. Rye bowed his head at Sophie, looking genuinely horrified. He was a damn good actor, and an even better liar. So first of all, apologies for his crassness. Easing him into civilization has been a step-by-step process. Clearly, he escaped his cage. Ryland rearranged the utensils on her table, his heartthrob smile working extra hours. Second, your dinner is on the house and will be accompanied by a lovely 1998 Chateau Lafite Rothschild and an exclusive 10-minute interview. That wine was close to $1,700, and my time was priceless. Nonetheless, Sophie's expression remained unimpressed. Did he just... I wish I could tell you he didn't, but we have an audience, so let's focus on how to remedy the situation and make you happy. She curved an eyebrow. You can make me happy, I'm sure. The suggestion had been clear. Consider it done, sweetheart. Now... Rye patted her shoulder, his American Psycho smile still intact. Please allow me to direct all my attention toward my volatile genius boss. Be right back to take your order. And number. He winked. He slapped a hand over my back and led me to the kitchen, his face turning from pleasant to murderous. What the hell was that? He punched a wall as soon as we closed the door and were out of sight. The whole building rattled. He pointed at the door. Every single person in that restaurant was staring at you like you were crazy. Know why? I had a feeling I did, but waited for him to confirm it. Ryland opened his arms wide. Because you are crazy. Kieran made my life hell in high school. I perched against my station, picking up a Georgia peach and having it with my knife. I tossed it into a pan along with a spoonful of lemon juice and some sugared rum, tipped the pan down and let it flame and caramelize. The fire danced in yellows and oranges between me and Rye, who rested his fists on my counter. Yeah, I remember. I had a front row seat to that horror show. You two had a 4-year-long pissing contest, and everybody got rained on. Ryland pushed off my counter, pacing the small space between us as I lowered the flame. But you're no longer in high school, and he might no longer be a dick. It's a free country. I can serve whoever I want. I tilted the pan here and there, letting the peach simmer in its own juices. And I choose not to serve male genitalia. What I needed was a cigarette. Didn't give a shit that it was probably giving me cancer. Didn't have much to live for anyway. Fine, Kieran is a sore subject for you, so I'll let it slide. That thing with the journalist, though? He pointed at the door. That's sexual harassment. I said I don't want to fuck her. I glowered at him, sliding the peach onto a plate. You said she wants to fuck you. Where's the lie? I flicked my gaze over his shoulder to watch through the partition window as a server handed the Sophie chick our best wine. If I had a drink for every journo who made a pass at me, I'd be Hemingway. Rye tucked his iPad under his arm, shaking his head. Women don't like to be told they aren't desirable. You'd know that if you ever bothered talking to one. You're making me sound like a misogynist. It's not like I talk to men either. I'm an equal adversity person. Well, the good news is now tonight can't get any worse. Ryland stared out the door's window. Chef? Taylor came to a screech in front of me holding onto my butcher block. Yeah? The grill station is on fire.
Chapter 5. Cal. McMonster. Still alive. Obituary. Just barely. McMonster. Reassuring. Obituary. You sound disappointed. How is my beloved NYC? McMonster. Same way you left it. That bad? Obituary. Worse, actually. McMonster. What happened to take you back there anyway? Obituary. My father passed away. Obituary. Sorry I didn't say anything. It just seemed... Well, honestly, I'm really raw right now. Just typing it out and facing this as my new reality is difficult. But it wasn't a surprise. He'd been sick for a while. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is typing.
McMonster is deleting. McMonster. Sorry for your loss. This was a very weird response from McMonster, who was usually so attuned to my feelings I sometimes suspected I was being catfished by a female therapist. I'd been speaking to him almost every day since I'd signed up to the androphobia forum some years ago. My actual therapist had thought it was a good idea for me to talk to people who shared my experience and dread of men, but as it turned out, it was just this specific person I clicked with. My fears felt intimate, too private to share with strangers. But the thing about McMonster, he didn't feel like a stranger at all. Chapter 6. Cal. Torn, Natalie Imbruglia. You should do something with yourself. Mom pressed her frozen foot across my cheek on my 6th day in stain drop, making me yelp in protest. We were both strewn over the couch in the living room, eating ice cream and watching a reality TV show about lavish LA realtors who dressed like Barbies. I slapped her foot away, screeching, I'm trying, Mamushka. Running a true crime podcast is a career, okay? So far, I'd been dragging my feet about getting a real job after graduation because the idea of doing my own podcast with the occasional guest appealed to me more than becoming an intern in some marketing agency that refused to pay me enough to subsidize my weekly subway pass. I'd even gone as far as writing a few episodes on my laptop, but always ended up canning them for being too long, too graphic, too informative, too quirky, and just too me. I was currently in the research phase of the operation, which in practice meant I was occasionally Googling how to start a true crime podcast. Now all I needed was written episodes, a studio, a producer, a marketing manager, and motivation. Clearly I was this close to making it happen. I'm not talking about your work in New York. Mom shook her head, sticking her spoon in a mountain of pistachio ice cream to flick a lock of hair off my face lovingly. I'm talking about this place, this town. If you're going to stick around for a while, you need a job. Oh, sure, right. I stared at her skeptically. And where am I going to get that? Stain Drop wasn't exactly the big apple of opportunities. It was more the small raisin of unemployment. I knew she was right. I did need a job. I'd just figured that job was going to be selling my internal organs on the black market, or being a phone sex operator for old married men. Let me tell you where you're not going to get it. This couch. I'll get a job. I waved her off airily, with confidence I definitely did not feel. You better, because I don't want it on my conscience if you lose your New York apartment. It's rent-controlled. Don't worry. I diverted my attention to my cookie dough ice cream to avoid eye contact. I'll figure something out. And you need to start reconnecting with people, too. Mom was on a roll, poking me with her elbow. I know how much you miss Dylan. I'm not sure what happened between you two, honey, but what you had is sure worth fixing. I tried. Along the years I'd sent letters, text messages, birthday presents, telepathic pleas. I'd have tried smoke signals if I didn't know she was borderline asthmatic. She had never replied to any of them. Try harder. Do you want me to stalk her? I stabbed the spoon into my ice cream, losing my appetite. Aggressively court her, Mom corrected. Your generation is so touchy about personal space. Mamushka. I felt my nostrils flare. I don't think she wants anything to do with me. I'd hate to be a pest. But I wasn't so sure after Dylan's behavior last I saw her. Then again, it was literally my father's funeral. Maybe she cut me some slack because it was a special occasion.
A good friend is a treasure, and treasures are hard to come by. Then why did she give up her treasure? Though really, I ought to try one last time. My out-of-control anxiety aside, Dylan wasn't hovered cupcake pan on her nightstand, unpeeling the edge for easy access. Found our shoebox last night. You mean the one that you stole from me? She gave me the stink eye. I didn't steal it. We had joint custody over it, remember? Giving it back was never an option because you were mad at me. Anyway, I started going through our notes. One of your birthday wishes was a dessert made out of M-lettered ingredients. I did my best. I had made her marshmallow cupcakes with milk, M&Ms, and Maltesers. Yeah, I'd had to cheat and use eggs, butter, and flour, but overall I had brought my M game. Looky here. She removed the foil, bringing one of the cupcakes to her lips and taking a bite. It looked moist and soft on the inside. My heart swelled with pride. Damn, she murmured, mouth full. I don't know if it's amazing or if I'm just not used to eating junk anymore. It is amazing. I flipped my hair, black-tipped for obvious morbid reasons. And there's more of them coming, including foot massages and doing your nails if you forgive me and take me back as your BFF. A foot massage can get you into premature labor. Dylan's eyes widened in horror. Hard no to that one. Guess I'll have to fan you with a palm leaf and tell you how pretty you are. I stuck my finger into the frosting of one cupcake, popping it into my mouth. Well, Dylan licked the frosting off her thumb sulkily. I am very pretty. I perched my ass on the edge of her bed, careful not to wet it with my clothes. Dylan took another bite, craning her neck to peer at the plastic bag behind me. What else did you bring me? Siri, play Material Girl. I slapped her hand away when she tried to snatch the bag from around my body, laughing. Siri, play My Best Friend Screwed My Older Brother. She finished her cupcake in one bite. Oops, never mind. No one wrote a song about a betrayal so cutting and deep. I'm sure there's a country song about it, I muttered. It's not like I slept with your boyfriend. If you'd have slept with my boyfriend, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Why? Dylan snorted. I'm not a medium, silly. I can't speak to the dead. I was glad I had come here. Chop chop, Dylan clapped. What's my next gift? You can't squeeze any of the Hemsworths into a bag so small, so I already know it's not what I want. I sincerely hope you are not on any FBI watch list. I sighed, producing a burned CD from the plastic bag and handing it to her. I made you a playlist of baby shower songs. Dylan flipped the CD to its back, where I had slid a piece of paper with a handwritten song list. This better not have Isn't She Lovely? Oh! She jutted her lower lip out and nodded, impressed. Plug in, baby? Epic intro, I confirmed. Baby got back? Her gaze skated my way, eyebrows arched. Fun, right? I beamed. There goes my life, Dylan gasped, punching my arm hard. Hey, that's what the rumors say. I rubbed my arm, chuckling. Whatever happened to no kids before we hit 30? You broke the pact. No, he broke the condom, and you're horrible. You still love me. A reluctant moan escaped her lips. Ugh, I really do. It's such a curse. I kicked off my boots, crossing my legs over her bed, my heart galloping happily in my throat. I pulled her nightstand drawer open, knowing tiny hairbands were waiting for me in a small tin box, and patted my thigh. Begrudgingly, she rested her head on said thigh, staring up at me, blinking at her ceiling. So I have a question, I said. No, you cannot be the godmother. Shush, of course I'll be the godmother. I began parting her hair into neat sections, getting ready to Dutch braid it. I wanted to ask if you sent me a broccoli cake for my 19th birthday. Her eyebrows shot up. That's random, but true. I peered into her face, brushing each piece of her hair with my fingers. No, the only thing I wanted to send you over the years was anthrax, and I was too scared to get caught. Dylan shook her head. Not me. Sorry, Dot. I'm asking because you're the only person who knew about my gross cake wish, I explained, even more confused than I was before. If it wasn't Dylan, who was it? Oh, Christ. She rolled her eyes as I began braiding her satin-soft hair. Christ what? I frowned. Christ Jesus? She pressed her lips together, eyes flaring in her alarm like she had said something she shouldn't. Tell me. Shut up. She clamped her mouth shut. Come on, Dylan. She leaped up, grabbed one of the red and pink cupcakes, and shoved it in my mouth. She missed by a few inches, and it landed on my ear and hair. I gasped audibly. This was a declaration of war if I ever saw one. I picked up a cupcake, hurling it in her face with surprising force. It hit her eye. Dylan's jaw slacked. No, you didn't. Did too. I crossed my arms over my chest. She picked up the cupcake she'd shoved in my face from my lap, smearing it all over my face. I, in return, shoveled cupcake crumbs and frosting into her mouth. Soon we were flinging cupcakes at each other while making squeaky sounds. I got her cheek, she got my hair. Dylan's church bells' laughter filled the room. I was laughing too until I remembered she was on bed rest and wasn't supposed to get too excited. That was when I raised my arms in the air in surrender. I was pinned under her, trying to scoot back and sit up. Stop! You're on bed rest! Dylan, who had been about to shove a cupcake down my throat and suffocate me, collapsed backward on the mattress and groaned. Oh, right, I have to take it easy. Why are you on bed rest anyway? I straightened up onto my elbows, peering at her frosting-covered face. They scheduled me a C-section. They think the baby's gonna come out the size of a St. Bernard, like 10 pounds big. I'm the poster child for safe sex, Dot. We stared at each other silently. Pieces of cupcake dangled from our hair and lashes. Her face was a red and pink mess, and I guessed mine looked much worse. We both started laughing, toppling over in her bed. I didn't even know why we were laughing, just that we needed that laugh very much, even if for different reasons. Me, because I missed Dad, the only man in my life I'd ever loved, and because my fear of men stopped me from pursuing my other dreams like the podcast. Her, because she was with a man she didn't like, on a journey she hadn't chosen. We were laughing like there was no tomorrow, a never-ending giggling sound, when the front door slammed downstairs, and I heard the voice of the man who had nearly made me come in my dress on my kitchen floor a few days ago. Where's Dylan? Oh, shit. Chapter 9. Cal. McMonster. Had a hellish day at work. Obituary. Hey, at least you have a job, show off. McMonster. Didn't you say you worked in the food industry yourself? McMonster. Oh, shit. You're unemployed now, aren't you? Obituary. Thanks for reminding me. McMonster. Hey, always happy to be of help. Obituary. I'm super broke. Might lose my apartment if I don't find something soon. McMonster. I'm sure something will come up. Obituary. In the small town of Staindrop? Fat chance. McMonster. You should have more faith in yourself. Obituary. Why? McMonster. Because you're you. Chapter 10. Cal. Why can't we be friends? Smashmouth. Great.
Now we'll have to sage the whole fucking house. Ro was glaring at me like I'd just crawled from a sinkhole to suck the soul out of his mouth. Standing next to him was his BFF Ryland, who I remembered as sex on legs with a dry sense of humor. Ry was wearing black cargo pants, designer sneakers, and a white V-neck. Ro was wearing a gray Henley, dark jeans, and the expression of a man who'd love nothing more than to attend my funeral. "That was my initial thought," Dylan said levelly, placing a reassuring hand on mine. "But then she tried bribing her way into my good graces with treats and gifts." Dylan collected her hair into a crusty, cupcakey bun. "I have no principles and a sweet tooth, so you can guess how that went." Ro and Ryland had run upstairs when they'd heard our breathless giggling. Ro had said we sounded like distressed seals trying to communicate carnage. "What's on your face and hair?" Ro demanded, his eyes swinging between us with a frown. He really ought to look less sexy. He made my hormones go wild. In fact, even though I thought he was a prick, I never feared him like I did most men. He rarely made my eyes tick either. "Cupcake," Dylan answered airily. "Dot brought me some sugar bombs." "Then proceeded to bombard you with them?" Her brother quirked an eyebrow. "She started it," I coughed into my fist. "Snitch!" Dylan slapped my thigh with a gasp. I winced. "Dude, he is big and bad-tempered and already hates me. He won't touch you." "Yeah," Ryland's eyes ping-ponged between us. "But he sure as fuck would touch Cal, as history has taught us." That earned Ryland a slap on the back from Ro. "Aw, too soon?" Ry laughed. "Behave yourself." Ro's voice was a lot of things. Calm, menacing, and blood-chillingly threatening. Surely he didn't know I feared men. Even if he did, why would he care? Ryland seemed unbothered by the chiding. "When have I ever? Too late to start now." I scooped pieces of cupcake out of my bra, dropping them into my palm. Ryland whistled low. "In other news, Cal Litvin is all grown up and looking delicious, all puns intended." "Seriously?" Ro turned to him again. "Look away before I pluck your eyeballs out with a spoon." Ro's gaze flicked along my locks briefly when he realized that I had changed the tips, but he didn't comment on the matter. Ryland pressed his lips together, shaking his head. "Goner." "This time it was done faster than a light laundry cycle," Dylan told Ry. I had no idea what they were talking about. I just knew that with each sentence they brought Ro closer to obtaining a criminal record. "Cal, leave," Ro barked. "No, Cal, stay." Dylan nodded her arms over the top of her belly, staring at him pointedly. "Wow, way to make me feel like a Labrador getting trained to be a service dog." I looked between the siblings, itching to remove myself from the situation. Who should I listen to? "The person who can toss you out the window without breaking a sweat," Ro recommended dryly, "and has every inclination to do so." "The person whom you'd like to make amends with." Dylan dipped a finger into my bra and sucked some icing into her mouth. "And is also on bed rest and shouldn't become upset." I firmly planted my ass back on her bed, sending Ro an apologetic grimace. "Sorry, buddy. Not gonna make the same mistake twice." "Speaking of mistakes, how's that baby cooking, Dylan?" Ryland asked conversationally, leaning his shoulder against the doorframe. Ro shot him a pissed-off look, which, in my humble opinion, was the only look he was capable of. "Hey, shithead, don't you have new staff to find me?" "You need new staff?" Dylan cocked her head. "How come?" Actually, I was intrigued too. He owned a bougie restaurant, The tips must be divine, and I was used to working for top-notch eateries in Manhattan. Plus, it would show Dylan that I could keep my hands to myself this time. I was going to be platonic and professional with that mountain man. Also, did I mention that I needed to pay my New York rent and utilities and general existence? 2 of our waiters ran off to elope and do a coast-to-coast. Ryland lazily perched against a wall, popping a thick eyebrow up skeptically. His main job seemed to be leaning against sturdy objects and looking sensual, kind of like Jason Momoa, with better hair product. Ugh, so romantic. I fanned my eyeballs, feeling teary-eyed. Then I saw the look Ro gave me and quickly added, and irresponsible. Totally irresponsible. Especially with the time it takes to learn every ingredient on the menu and correct timings. I would never. I paused, then clarified. Leave without at least a month's notice, not get married. Although, judging by my love life, ain't nobody needs to save up for a wedding gift. My inability to exist without saying or doing something stupid never ceased to amaze me. They said the spotlight can either make you shine or melt. I knew where I was standing. My eyes ticked like crazy. Ryland gave me a once-over. Did you say timings? I nodded enthusiastically. Mom was right. Getting out of the house was a great way to find job leads. Yeah, I looked at Descartes online. You do a prefix menu, right? Rye took a step deeper into the room, in my direction, looking enchanted. Table d'hôte. Don't even think about it, Rye. Ro raised his finger to his best friend, and I swear that thing was thicker than an oak trunk. Don't even think about thinking about it. Too late. My mind was reeling. The money I would make could set me up not only with rent and utilities, but also with maybe renting out a little studio to record my podcast. Or perhaps just the equipment to set up in my own apartment. Ever worked as a high-end server, Cal? Ryland asked. I'd read on the Descartes website that he had a management position there. Growing up, Rye was to Ro what I was to Dylan, but I couldn't imagine him doing something so straight-laced. He was more the type to bull ride and axe throw, run away from a burning castle with a princess tossed over his shoulder. He had always been too charming for his own good. Yes? I exclaimed, ignoring Ro's death glare that was currently burning a hole through my temple. I worked for Avant-Garden for 2 years while I was in college, and just finished a 2-year contract at Tsukamishi. Don't care if she won the Georges Baptiste Cup for Best Server for 7 consecutive years. Ro jabbed his thumbs into the belt loops of his jeans. She isn't hired. I was also a chef de partie at Teddy's one summer. I perked up sunnily, flashing Ro what I hoped was an adorable smile. I have 3 references and a bevy of experience working under pressure, and under assholes, too. Ryland barked out a laugh, clapping at my little performance. She's the one, Ro. Glad you're familiar with assholes. Ro checked his phone, tucking it back into his pocket. Because the only job you'll be getting in this town is scrubbing toilets, and not mine. Honestly? Dylan ignored her brother. You sound perfect for the job, doesn't she, Rye? Chef's kiss. Ryland touched his fingers to his lips. And other party favors if this guy has his way. He wiggled his brows and looked at me just a moment longer than he should. I stiffened. I didn't like men's eyes on me, even if I knew Ryland. You're about to be 6 feet under if you don't knock it off. Ro's lips barely moved, and my muscles immediately uncurled and relaxed. One thing hadn't changed. He was still protective of me, because I was an extension of Dylan. Growing up, Ro was always one phone call away if I needed a ride home, even if he spent the entire drive ignoring me. My interest in Cal is purely professional, Ryland drawled, and he wasn't only good-looking.
He was good everything. He had that aura that made him look famous somehow. People gravitated toward him, like planets circling the sun. No offense, but I like him with a bit more meat and edge. You look like an infant saint in a medieval painting.
A cherub, I burst happily. That's the best compliment.
It's an insult he'll pay for, Roe countered. And it's not happening. Get your head out of your ass. She has experience.
Ryland threw a hand in the air, losing patience.
We can't afford to pass that up.
Besides, she is the only person who would agree to work for you. Dylan laughed evilly. You're dead to everyone else in this town, and I'm too pregnant to pull doubles like yesteryear. Why was Dylan vouching for me? Did that mean our beef was officially squashed? Or was working for her brother her idea of a cruel punishment for me?
He isn't dead to people here, but they're sure about to kill him,
Ryland corrected with a smug smile.
This reminds me. Roe, you do have life insurance, right?
Roe opened his mouth, no doubt to give him one final warning before he broke his nose, when the door whined open. What's going on here? What's the commotion? Zeta stuck her head in the door, scanning the four of us. Dylan sat dutifully on her bed, looking like a birthday cake had exploded on her. I was by her side, Ryland was standing next to us, and Roe was on the other side of the room, looking 50 shades of pissed off. Roe is 2 servers short, and Cal just offered to fill in. She has experience. Dylan threw out her hands in a can-you-believe-it gesture. Talk some sense into your son, Mama. You'd be crazy not to hire her, Zeta tutted, palming her cheek worriedly. No one else would work for you in this county.
I think you miss the R in country.
Ryland took out a small tin box from his pocket, rolling himself a joint. Whoa, what had Roe done? And why wasn't he in jail for it?
In less than 2 months, the restaurant will be permanently closed. Cal is probably looking for long-term.
Roe's jaw ticked in annoyance. 2 months from now, I'll be leaving. I'm flying back to New York January 1st, so actually, this is perfect, I countered.
Of course you are.
He scrubbed his face, muttering, Shit. What now? I sighed. Was there anything I did that he didn't find appalling?
I'm flying to London the same day, he explained.
Why, what a coincidence. Ryland looked between us, amusement adorning his sculpted face.
You can share an Uber to the airport. In the meantime, you only have 8 weeks to suffer one another. Doable, right?
Wrong, Roe said at the same time I exclaimed, Easy peasy. Seriously, what was his deal? What happened to your faces and hair, girls? Zeta took us in for the first time, her grip on the doorknob loosening. Cupcake fight. Dylan pretended to flex her biceps, kissing her non-existent guns. I won. Zeta's eyes landed on my face. I see you played dirty and aimed for the eyes. Dylan laced her fingers under her chin and blinked innocently. What can I say? I fight like a girl, which means I always win. Something amazing happened after Dylan said that. Zeta's features softened for the first time since I'd known her. You're smiling again. Zeta's eyes glittered, her attention fixed on her daughter. Look at you. You're happy. Don't be ridiculous, Mom. Dylan wiped the smile off her face instantly, shooting me an embarrassed look. Even if I were, it's not because of Cal.
Apropos, Cal, you're hired as a waitress at Descartes,
Ryland announced dryly, pulling out his phone and tossing it into my hands. He tucked his joint behind his ear.
Program your number and email in, and we'll hammer out the small print. Congrats, kiddo.
Yes!
I jumped up in the air, mustering some courage and offering my open palm for Ryland to shake. He stared at it dispassionately, not making a move. "No thanks, sweetheart. Touching you is not on my agenda. I like my limbs exactly where they are." Tucking my crusty cupcake hair behind my ear, I said, "I won't let you down, I promise." "I won't let you in." Roe marched toward Ryland, fury rolling off him like vapor. "She isn't hired." "I'm vetoing this one, Sir Frowns-a-lot." Ryland clapped Roe's shoulder. "You need employees, and I need you off my back. Fair trade-off." "Roe, can I speak to you alone, please?" I pretzeled my fingers together. I didn't want this opportunity to go to waste. Plus, we'd been at each other's throats ever since I had gotten here. If I was going to worm my way back into Dylan's life, I needed to patch things up with him, regardless of my potential employment. "No," he said point blank. "Ambrose Casablancas, where are your manners?" Zeta shrieked. "The trash," Dylan guessed. "Buried 20 feet under, next to radioactive waste," Ryland suggested. "Maybe he left them in the womb before you pushed him out," Dylan theorized, picking frosting from her split ends. "What happened? You used to be fond of her." Zeta wiped her forehead with her elbow, a smear of spaghetti sauce running across it. "Give the girl the time of your day." "Last time I gave her the time of my night, she ruined it." He bared his teeth at me. I turned crimson red, thinking about the night he had taken my virginity. "Can't we let bygones be bygones?" I asked hopefully. "Stop saying bye and gone without leaving." Roe's scowl deepened. "You're giving me false hope here." "Please be reasonable." My voice was low and steady. I was beyond qualified, and he needed the help. Couldn't he look past his dislike for me? "On the contrary, I'm very reasonable. I'm reasonably sure you and I are not going to get along as coworkers. Look, it's a small town, and I will probably run into you, but by God, I'm not going to actively let you into my goddamn sphere." Sensing the urgency of the situation, I flung myself over to his corner of the room, pressing my hands together and bending my knees. My fingertips accidentally brushed his muscular forearm. A shock of electricity shot through my spine at our fleeting touch. "Roe, please." He pulled away fast, hissing as though my touch wounded him. "Jesus Christ, get off me." Get off him? I had barely touched him. A look of pure panic must have shown on my face, because I flushed hot, and cold shivers ran through me at the same time. Worse still, I felt my eyes stinging with tears. "You're not going to cry, girl. Not over a boy, and not over a job." "Fuck." His fingers caught the back of his hair, and he tugged roughly on the velvety strands. "You're hired." He pulled away from me like I was literal fire, rubbing at the spot where we'd touched like he wanted to clean himself. "Happy? You start tomorrow. Bring comfortable shoes and an entirely different personality. And don't, I repeat, do not get anywhere near me. The kitchen is off limits, you hear?" "Ambrose!" Zeta put a hand to her heart. The overlapping chatter stopped, and everybody was staring at him as though witnessing something greatly tragic. "You." Roe ignored her, turning to Ryland. "Send her a contract and our menu to learn. If she fucks up once, she is gone. If she fucks up real bad, you pay out of pocket for whatever she breaks. Understand?" Ryland saluted at him, using only his middle finger. "I won't let you down." I cleared my throat, but Roe didn't hear me, still laser-focused on Ryland. "If you come on to her, I will kill you. If you make me regret it, I will resuscitate you, then re-kill you. If she screws anything up,
I'm killing both of you. I want her out of my sight, out of my mind, and out of my fucking way. Capiche? Roe continued. Ryland flipped him off with a smile, then curled his middle finger and gave him a thumbs up. Clumsy me. Yeah, got it. He turned to me now. No verbal diarrhea, no offensive attire, and no arguing. Got it? My attire is not I started protesting before thinking better of it. Right. Sure thing, boss. Isn't she a ball of sunshine? Ryland all but clapped with delight. He loved seeing Roe reining in his primal instinct to throttle me. Isn't he a bouquet of grumpiness? Dylan gestured to her brother. Roe raked his fingers along the back of his neck, fisting his hair. God damn it! He turned around and stomped out of the room. You won't regret it, I crooned after his descending back as he took the stairs down. Already fucking am. Chapter 11. Cal. Crush, Jennifer Page. 5 years ago. It was the first summer Roe came back from Paris, and the town was reeling with his presence. Even though he wasn't yet famous, people lined up to meet him at the Casablancas' door like he was Mick Jagger, hoping some of his stardust rubbed off on them. They kissed the ring, gushed about his success, and begged for recipes they could wow their families and neighbors with. For the first time since Dylan and I were in kindergarten, Roe didn't pay me any attention. Didn't tug my braid with a teasing smirk, sneak me the last piece of cherry pie, or give me a piggyback ride upstairs, purposefully banging me against the wall to make me laugh. Every time I visited my best friend and he was there, he'd award me with a silent nod and walk off. I was air, invisible and unnoteworthy. To make matters worse, my traitorous hormones decided to notice him. I'd always known Roe Casablancas was hot in the same way I always knew the sun was. You needed to be a moron not to recognize this simple fact of life. Yet that summer, he'd returned with a new foreign glow. An erotism my 17-year-old self simply couldn't ignore. It stunned me that I couldn't take my eyes off Roe because I didn't find guys attractive. Scary? Yes. Untrustworthy? Always. Their physical advantage unnerved me. But not Roe. Apparently Roe was in a different category than everyone else. Stop looking at my brother like that, Dylan warned me one day when we were lying on towels in her backyard working on our tans. Roe and Ryland were across the lawn by the edge of the forest, chopping wood for wintertime. They were both shirtless, sweat glazing their skin, Roe's golden cross necklace dangling between his sculpted pecs, glinting like the smooth surface of a sunlit lake. Thump. Like what? I pushed my sunglasses up my nose, feigning innocence. Like you're interested in his wood and not the kind he's chopping. She hiked up onto her elbows, ripping her sunglasses from her eyes to award me with a scowl. He can't be your next conquest, Cal, okay? Her words were ridiculous, but I only had myself to blame for the misconception, because I was a lying liar who lied and wanted to make sure everyone around me thought I led a normal, happy life. I was careful to tell Dylan I had crushes on boys and that I kissed them often. I didn't want her to know that, on top of being the one who blinked all the time and suffered from social anxiety, I also had a violently fearful reaction to men. So I occasionally told her I made out with guys. I was careful to swear her to secrecy so as not to start vicious rumors about other people. Dude, I'm only looking at him because he is blocking my view of Rye. Lie number 3,447,358 slipped past my lips. You are a terrible liar. Dylan took a slow sip of her iced tea. Quit ogling my brother, Dot.
Unless, of course, you're catching feelings for him.
Thump. Wood splinters flew sideways under Ro's axe. The scent of pine oil tinged my nostrils sharply. Ro's abs contracted with each movement. He looked like an Abercrombie & Fitch Super Bowl ad. I waited for the part where I wanted to run away from him to kick in, but it never did.
Feelings? For Ro? Dude, no way.
I sat up straight, horrified. Luckily, my complexion hid my intense blushing. I was already purple from trying to get a tan. Thump. Dylan scrunched her nose.
Wow. It's not that hard to believe, you know. He's a great guy.
He is. Nonetheless, I'm not crushing on your brother. I lied. I was. Stalking his Instagram 200 times a day, even though he was too cool to be on top of his social media. Tormenting myself by imagining all the chic European girls he hooked up with. Thump, thump, thump. Ro's bronze deltoids and triceps bulged delectably under a thin coat of sweat.
You better not be.
Dylan jerked the straps of her bikini top down her shoulders to allow for an even tan.
He deserves a fairy tale, not some meaningless hookup.
I don't even do that many hookups, I protested weakly. 0 was the number of hookups I'd had in recent years. Even that was exaggerated.
Still, you only do crushes, never relationships.
Not in the mood to be reminded how Ro was way above my league, I picked up my Daisy Dukes from the lawn and hopped up, slipping them on. I better head home. Dad wants to teach me how to pickle eggs. Jesus, Cal. Ryland stuck his axe's blade in the ground, retying his man bun. Some of us want to eat in this century.
Don't slam it before you try it, Rye.
I winked, pretending that he didn't scare me. He did. A little. In a manageable way. Ro had his back to me, still chopping. He was pretty far away, but I could see the new tattoos snaking up and down his skin, swarming with colorful ink. I wanted him to turn around, to award me with his sleek, predatory gaze that turned me inside out. Fucking humidity is making it hot enough to scald a lizard. Ryland grabbed his shirt from the yellowed grass, slipped it on, then began rolling himself a joint. I'm tapping out. Cal, want to bum a ride? I did, but I also didn't like the idea of being alone with a guy who wasn't Dad or Ro.
Thanks, but
I'll drive her. Ro hurled his axe against the tree trunk he'd used to chop the wood, burying the blade inside. He picked up a kitchen towel and wiped off his hands. Gotta buy some ice anyway. Can't you just shave some off your heart?
Oh, I don't want to burden you.
I braided my hair over my shoulder awkwardly. Ro threw me a dry look. You're about a decade late and $1 short. Get your stuff, Dot. Hopping in the shower, then we're leaving.
Don't let her proposition you.
Dylan cupped her mouth, yelling to him.
She made out with like 4 guys from our grade this year alone. Never know what she's carrying.
I kicked her ribs lightly, a smile on my face. A sharp stab of guilt sliced my chest open. I hated lying to her.
Thanks, Ro.
Dylan lingered in the backyard, working on her tan and flipping through a magazine. Wait in the living room, Ro instructed, shouldering past me on his way up the stairs. I followed him with my eyes, waiting for the faint sound of the shower to hit my ears, accompanied by the whining of the rusty pipes behind the walls. I took the stairs up to his room on my tippy toes. I wanted to get a glimpse of Ro's universe, uninterrupted, something I'd never had a chance to do before. I didn't feel too bad about snooping. Ro never had given a crap about privacy.
Once I entered the room, I breathed as shallowly as I could without losing consciousness to mask my presence there. I didn't know why I was feeling so self-conscious all of a sudden. It wasn't like I had a chance with him. Dude had fished chicken nuggets and queso from my hair when I drunk vomited into his toilet in the middle of the night 2 years ago after Dylan and I had stolen his dad's vodka and gotten shit-faced. He'd once caught Dylan popping a zit the size of Montana on my chin. There was no allure or mystery where I was concerned. Ro was taking his sweet time. The shower was still running, so I treated myself to a small tour of his room. In my defense, it was barely even his room anymore. Zeta had been using it as a makeshift pantry for all the sauces and olive oil she made and sold to the locals. I opened drawers, sifted through dilapidated vintage books, and rummaged through his closet. Most of his stuff was gone, sold or taken to Paris, but there was one drawer in his closet that seemed stuffed, full to the brim. It was jammed, so I had to yank it open using force. As soon as I did, huge stacks of paper greeted me. Documents, books, pictures? Yup, there were pictures there too. Funny, he didn't strike me as the sentimental type. I recognized one peeking out from the bottom of the mound of me and Dylan at a county fair and plucked it out with a smile. My beam collapsed when I realized he had cut me out of the picture, scissored a square where my face had been. What the... With trembling hands, I started going through the pictures in his drawer. There were dozens of them. All of them of me and Dylan, or just me. In all of them, my face had been cut out. What the hell? Why would he do this? We weren't friendly anymore, but we weren't enemies either, as far as I could tell. Tears prickled my eyes, but I didn't let them loose. The bedroom door opened with a familiar old house grunt. I twisted around savagely, my cheeks stinging pink. He stood there, his six-pack on full display, his hair a damp mess. A towel was wrapped around his slim waist. "What the fuck are you doing here, Dot?" Hot, liquid anger swirled in my gut, making my entire body hum with fury. Why? I raised a stack of ruined pictures in my fist, tilting my chin up daringly. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? There was no other way to explain the sudden change in his behavior. His eyes met mine across the room. Surely he couldn't break my heart before I gave it to him. He had no permission to do so. What was I talking about? I had no heart to give. It had been smashed into powder, ground into dust. Then why is it pulsing so loudly between my legs now that it's just the two of us? "It's not what you think," he said woodenly. His voice sounded foreign, detached. My knees buckled. He didn't deny it. God, what excuse could he have for doing something this mean? This creepy? "You don't know what I think." A miserable smile slashed my face. "But tell me how it is anyway." "Can't." Face expressionless, eyes dead, muscles stiff. "Why?" "Reasons." "Reasons?" My neck and face heated further with rage. "That's not even an answer." "Of course it is." He ambled deeper into the room, unfastening his towel. I looked away, squeezing my eyes shut. Why was he a ruthless douchebag all of a sudden? What had I done to deserve this? "I don't know you jack shit, Dot. You aren't my friend. Just my little sister's annoying sidekick." By the rustling coming from his direction, I gathered he was getting dressed. "You used to like me," I heard myself say, and hated how childish and whiny I sounded. "No,
I used to tolerate you, he amended. Still do. My eyelids fluttered open, my pride overriding my fear. Luckily, he was already dressed in ripped jeans and a worn-out white Henley, the clothes clinging to his defined muscles like they were sewn onto him. Cutting my face out of all of Dylan's pictures is actively hating me, I breathed out. Maybe you're not as lovable as you think. He tucked a cigarette behind his ear, smirking at me. I stared at him, dumbfounded. I didn't deserve this. Either he was going to tell me what the hell I'd done, or he could take a hike. Know what? I grabbed my backpack from his floor, slinging it over my shoulder. I'll walk home. Thanks for sending Ryland off just so you could be a major dick to me. Speaking of dick, heard you've been getting lots of those recently. Yours is not going to be one of them, so if that's why you're bitter. I crouched down to tie my shoelaces. Hope you stew on that fun fact. I stormed out of his room, taking the stairs 2 at a time. My pulse was pounding between my ears. His parents weren't home, and Dylan was still outside, so there was no one to witness whatever shit show this was. I heard his feet pounding on the rotten wood of the Casablancas' stairs, and my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. His hand caught me by the shoulder, spinning me around. He pinned me against the rails, panting hard like he was running. We were flush against each other when I noticed his hands caged me from either side, fingers curled over the banisters. Our faces were so close I could see the individual pieces of stubble on his face. My whole body drew in a breath, my nipples pebbling against my swimsuit, brushing the ragged fabric. Heat pulled beneath my navel, and I swore I could smell my own arousal. Could he too? Crap, I hoped not. Rose's jaw flexed. Don't do this, he warned. I waited for the fear to finally arrive, for the terror to kick in at our proximity, for my tics to make an appearance. But all I felt was burning desire and unbearable anger. Those two feelings danced together seamlessly, flooding the space between my thighs with heat. My breaths quickened, pulse pitter-pattering across my skin. Do what? Jump to conclusions. His throat bobbed, and he looked like he was struggling with something. His eyes dropped to my lips. I don't hate you. The alternative, that he liked me, had never occurred to me. Because even though Ambrose Casablancas always spared me his wrath, he was also too impossibly dazzling, popular, and gorgeous to notice me. He'd always had the most glamorous girls flung over his arm, and breaking hearts and noses were his official hobbies. There wasn't one woman in this town who wouldn't let him warm her bed. Why did you do this, Ro? I licked my lips, swallowing hard. I held his gaze, ignoring the confusion teeming inside me, the liquid honey that uncurled behind my belly button, and how empty I felt, how unsettled. Are you really that dumb? His lips hit my ear. The hair on my arms stood on end. Are you really that rude? I stomped on his foot. Just answer the damn question. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again. Remember the paper ring I gave you? I rummaged my memory bank for a paper ring, but came up empty-handed. No? Rose's jawline was a hard, square line of annoyance, and he barely moved his mouth when he spoke. You were in first grade. Everybody fake married their classmates. Nobody offered for you, so I made you a paper ring to stop you from crying. You were a mess. I stared at him, shocked. He had. Now I remembered that he had.
But back then he had just been Ro, Dylan's awkward big brother.
And when you were in 9th grade and forgot your lunch?
There was a desperate, determined zing in his eyes, like he wanted me to read between the lines.
I drove to Wendy's to buy you some, skipping physics.
What are you trying to say, that you were once nice to me, so now you have a free pass to be a douchebag? I thundered.
No.
His eyes crinkled with disappointment. Whatever I was supposed to understand, I didn't.
I'm saying I don't hate you and never have. I just don't want to be around you, and you should fucking respect that.
His breath smelled of spearmint and cigarettes, and I wanted to kiss him. Wanted to know if he tasted as good as he smelled. But why?
Because you're temptation.
He released the banisters, slamming his fists against them with a loud thud. I jumped a little.
Look at you, with the sun on your skin, freckles everywhere, mouth red as a cherry. My dick swells just from knowing you and I share the same zip code. Whenever you speak, all I can do is stare at your mouth and imagine it wrapped around my cock. You're a shiny apple. And do you know what people do to shiny apples?
His nose glided down mine, and I could almost feel them, his pouty, perfect lips. What? I croaked.
You eat them.
We were chest to chest, heartbeat to heartbeat.
To the core.
Oh, fuck. Best blush? Anything coming out of Ro Casablancas' mouth. I got it. We couldn't do this to Dylan, act on this attraction, throw caution to the wind. Nothing was worth letting her down. Not even a taste of heaven. And besides, what good would it do me? I'd probably puke in his mouth from fear once he had his hands on me. My whole body felt like he'd set it on fire, tight and sensitive to the touch, and I wondered what would happen if he actually did touch me. His gaze glided to my lips. I felt like he wrapped me in a soft, warm blanket, like the universe had shrunk around us and we'd become the very center of it. Mostly, I felt safe, because even when he was angry, he was my comfort object. My voice was strangled, pained. I just can't stand the idea that you hate me. I don't know why. I just can't.
I don't hate you.
He couldn't help himself. He raised his hand and picked at the string of my bikini, careful to avoid my skin, rolling the thin material between his thumb and finger. We both watched, transfixed.
I so don't hate you. It's not even fucking funny.
I pressed myself against the railings, closed my eyes, and enjoyed his proximity. No touching, no lines being crossed, just his heat pulsating next to mine, feeding off each other's energy. Your little sister's annoying extension, right? I gulped.
No, Cal.
His nostrils flared.
Nothing about how I feel for you is sisterly.
His fingers rolled south, still only touching my bikini string, skimming the area where the cord met the triangle covering my breast. It was so obvious my nipples were hard. I opened my eyes and saw how his stare glided to my breasts. My own gaze slid down, and I found him hard behind his jeans, his dick nearly poking my center. On instinct, I arched my back from the banister, my pussy meeting his cock through our clothes. Neither of us breathed for a second. This was wrong. We were crossing a line now, and we both knew it.
Ever wondered what it might feel like?
He surprised me by asking. What? My voice was hoarse, my heart hammering its way out of my chest, cracking the bones embracing it, one beat at a time. Kissing each other. All the time? No. I shook my head, arching farther, my center meeting his, the imprint of his dick jamming the slit of my pussy through our clothes. So delicious, so empty. Never. Fuck, Dot. He gave my bikini string a rough tug, loosening its hold. The right triangle dislodged, falling slightly, exposing the plump mount of my breast and one pink nipple. You're always pretty, but especially when you lie. You think I'm pretty? I bloomed beneath his gaze like a flower opening its petals to welcome the sun's rays. His eyes were on my breast, and panic swirled through me. The forbiddance of it all turned me on. The idea that Dylan could walk in on us any minute now and catch us. It made me even wetter. I think you're a liar, too. His tongue traced his lower lip, eyes still on my nipple. I think you lie all the time to make people around you feel better. Don't you care about that? No. I struggled to swallow, feeling his dick pulsating, growing even harder and thicker between my thighs. Because now I think I know why you cut me out of all those pictures. I was bluffing, lying again, because it frightened me that he saw through me, through my act. He placed his rough, warm palm on the base of my neck, stepping back to remove his dick from my core, and tilted my head up so our eyes were locked in a war, releasing the most devastating words I'd ever heard in the English language. I wasn't the one who cut you out, Dot, he said. Dylan did. Chapter 12. Cal. Obituary. Well, I'm officially employed. Like a monster. Should I pop the champagne? Obituary. No, save it. I'll smash it on my new boss's head when I get desperate. McMonster. Promising start. Obituary. The man legit despises me, Mac. McMonster. I have a nickname now? Obituary. Focus. McMonster. Right, shitty boss. Why does he despise you? Obituary. I think because I once slept with him and it ended up with a lot of drama and 0 orgasms for me. He was my first, and, well, my last. Pathetic, right? McMonster. IDK. Maybe if he knew all that background, he wouldn't hate you. Obituary. LOL. If he knew all that background, he'd make fun of me until the cows came home. McMonster. What does it mean that you chose to sleep with him, even though men make you anxious? Obituary. That I have terrible judgment. McMonster. Or, playing devil's advocate here because that's apparently what he is, he doesn't make you feel threatened. Obituary. Don't take his side, Mac. McMonster. I'm not taking any sides. I'm just making you look at the big picture. Obituary. The picture is wonky and about to make me work my ass off. 10-hour shifts. McMonster. Suck it up, Buttercup. Chapter 13. Cal. There she goes, 6 none the richer. And then what happened? Mom chased her vodka shot with a pickle and some herring to take the bite off the alcohol. We were cocooned in our kitchen. I brought my shot of vodka to my lips and knocked it back with a pained groan. Seamus, a.k.a. my sociopathic cat, was sitting in my lap, doing his best rumbling engine impression, purring his life away. He'd been peeing inside my sneakers ever since I'd moved back home, putting the message across that he hadn't appreciated my 4-year absence. Then he said I was hired. I hiccuped. Well, actually, he might have said I was fired. It was hard to tell, seeing as he looked like he was going to kill me. Ro was always the dark and moody type. Mom let out a dreamy giggle. It's part of his charm. They don't make him like that anymore. What, murdery? I squeezed one eye shut, scrunching my nose. Alpha E. It's all about cinnamon rolls and consent these days. Yeah, consent. So gross, right? I pinned her with a pointed look. Mom laughed. Oh, you know what I mean. I didn't, but I had bigger fish to fry. Why does everyone hate him around here? What did he do? I sank my nails into the seam between Seamus's tail and back. He lifted his butt, eyeing the herring longingly while I massaged him. Oh, that nonsense. He's a scapegoat. I actually think he is trying to be helpful. Mom nibbled on a piece of raw onion. Small-town folks really know how to blow things out of proportion. Blow what out of proportion? Extracting information from my mother was like milking a shark. I moved to rub Seamus behind the ear, knowing full well he would try to bite off my finger whenever he decided he was done with my ass. Every pet had its own theme. Cat's trope was enemies to lovers, hands down. Cal, gossip is the lowest form of conversation. I don't engage in it. Mom kicked back in her chair, staring up at the kitchen ceiling. Especially about someone so... Don't you dare say nice, Mamushka. I was going to say brilliant. Nice is such a mediocre thing to be. Ro is extraordinary. Your father cared deeply about him. This was news to me. When I found out that Dad and Ro knew each other and cared about one another at the funeral, it gave me an unexplainably fuzzy feeling, like returning to a home-cooked meal after a shitty day at work. Anyway, I'm so happy you got a job. She reached to pat my knee. Seamus slapped her away. So am I murmured into a bite of my shuba salad. Happy wasn't a word I would use to describe my upcoming employment at Descartes, though. Terrified? Sure. I could also get behind worried, nervous, and vomity. Now that I grew out of my awkward kid phase and was just awkward, period, I was going to get the undiluted version of him. And judging by what I'd seen on TV, I was in for a world of pain. But enough about my glamorous career. Mental health check. How are you feeling, Mamushka? I reached to pat Mom's knee. It comes and goes. One moment I feel fine, normal even. The next I can't breathe. She paused pensively before adding, This morning I found a note Dad left me in my nightstand drawer. Nightstand drawers had been Dad's favorite format of communication. He had left us notes there frequently. He'd liked the surprise element of it. What did it say? I licked the shuba from my fork. He asked me for a favor, the cheeky man. She burst out laughing. Are we buying a yacht and cruising the Mediterranean? I asked hopefully. We could really use a vacation. Let me amend. He asked me for something that won't devastate me financially. Mom poured herself a third shot of homemade vodka with garlic, babushka's recipe. Something I've been wanting to do for a long time anyway. Sell your mittens? My eyes widened, my fingers finding Seamus's chin and neck for a little rub. Mom had made hundreds of pairs of mittens over the years, gifting them to anyone. NICU babies, friends of the family, and anyone else who was willing to take them. She nodded sheepishly. People like mittens, right? Babushka, of course. What's not to like about mittens? They keep you warm, they're stylish, they rhyme with kittens. Can it get any better? I think not. Mittens are proof that God exists and that we're his children." She laughed. "All right, I'll think about it. How do I even go about it?" "You open an Etsy shop and sell them online. Super easy. I can set it up for you." A beat of silence passed between us. "He might have left you something too," she said. "Oh, I wouldn't count on it with my luck." "What are you talking about?" she gasped. "Honey, your luck is fine." Halfway through her sentence, Seamus bit my finger, drawing blood. I was just bringing a pickle to my mouth and jerked back, the pickle juice squirting into my eye. "Mother fluffer!" I fell flat on my ass, causing the disloyal cat to jump for safety, but not before sinking his claws into my thighs to remind me who was the boss. I rolled on the floor, screaming, "My eyes! My eyes!" "Never mind. Go rest, Kalichka. I'll do the dishes." Chapter 14. Cow. Gold sounds, pavement. Before I went to bed, I glared at my nightstand. It was covered in green leopard print that was peeling and curly. I was afraid to open the drawer. What if Dad hadn't left me a request, a message, a keepsake to hold on to? I started making up excuses for him in my head. Why should he have left me a note? It wasn't like I still lived here. He'd had no way of knowing I'd end up staying home for any amount of time. And he had seemed so forgetful, so spacey the months before he'd moved into hospice. "Just open it, Cal, you big stupid baby." My heart felt like a mangled piece of paper ready to be torn. Decisions, decisions. In the end, hope trumped fear. I pressed my eyes shut, curled my fingers around the knob, and pulled the drawer out inch by inch. I opened my eyes, holding my breath. There was a small USPS envelope resting inside it, neatly sealed atop a pile of decade-old nail polish. My body wilted with relief. It was so supremely Dad to use a USPS envelope. He liked free stuff. Our ideal dinner used to be Costco samples with their sundae for dessert. Padding over to my study area, I pulled a small metal ruler from my bleached denim pencil case and used it to rip the letter open. I tugged the single A4 page out along with a postcard, struggling for breath, knowing these were going to be the only new words I'd ever get from him. My eyes burned at the sight of his familiar handwriting. He had the most distinctive penmanship. Cursive and neat, it looked like it belonged in another century. "Dear Kalichka, if you're reading this, it means that I'm gone. I hope you decided to spend a few weeks with your mother. I think you can both use the time together. And while I'm not sure what kept you away from Stain Drop this long, running away from a problem never gets rid of it. Problems are like monsters. Fearing them only feeds them and makes them bigger. Please remember you are stronger than whatever wall is standing in your way. All you need is the right momentum. Newton, laws 1, 2, 3. My chest filled with warmth. The first thing he'd wanted from me I'd already pledged to do. I was going to spend some time with Mom. A little riddle to break the ice. Question: why did the scientist take out his doorbell? Answer: because he wanted to win the Nobel Prize. Kindly pretend to laugh at this. If I find it extremely funny, even in my current state, then so should you. Now that you're in an agreeable mood, I need you to do a few things for me. Allow me to point out that you are not in a position to turn me down, complain, and or argue because I'm 1, dead and therefore cannot hear you, 2, always right, 3, 100% going to haunt you if you fail me. I have a lot of free time right now, Kalichka. Do not try me.
I thought long and hard about what it was I wanted from you. Birthdays, if you ask me, are overrated. It is death days on which you are granted all your wishes. And sure, I could have asked you to finally start your podcast, get things moving, take the plunge. But I believe that you cannot rush art and growth. So I'm going to let you take your first steps into your career at your own pace, even if I find it outrageously slow. I snorted. My dad had been a teenager when he'd moved to America. He'd still had this Soviet air about him, a sternness that had collectively labeled anyone without a steady career, 2 degrees, and the durability to drink their own body weight, an utter, useless slacker. These are my 2 requests for you, and remember, you cannot say no. 1. Take me somewhere nice and spread my ashes. Let me explain. I'm afraid your mother will use my presence in her living room as an excuse not to move on. She deserves to move on, deserves to fall in love, to laugh, to enjoy the remainder of her days. Which brings me to my next point. I would really rather not be there on the mantel when she and her new partner make out for the first time. Yes, I want her to move on. No, I don't want it happening in front of my face, or rather, dust. Spread my ashes somewhere beautiful and tranquil, somewhere with a great view, somewhere I can be free. 2. Remember how much you loved running? You stopped for the wrong reason. Whatever it wasn't worth it. Pick it up again. You're not truly free until you break the chains of your fears. And you, Kalichka, are afraid of running. Once you get rid of that anxiety, you will become invincible. You will record your podcast. You will push the envelope. You were made for stardom. So go on, touch the sky. That's where I'll be waiting for you. I've enclosed a little something for you to consider. Just an idea. And always remember what I told you. The darkness envies the moon because it helps the dark shine. Don't let people tell you you are anything less than perfect. Love you more than a flower loves the sun, Dad. I was crying so hard it took me 10 minutes to manage to read the card Dad had included in his letter. It was a 10K run for a children's hospital in Portland. The run was set to take place here in Staindrop on Christmas Day, less than 7 weeks away. Admittedly, the slogan, 10K for kiddies, wasn't the height of sophisticated copywriting. It sounded diabolical, not to mention extremely illegal. But I got why Dad wanted me to do something like this. It would make me commit to running every day, something I hadn't done in years. It would be for a great cause, helping children. And it was also taking place right here, so it would force me to stick around for at least a few weeks. Jesus, Dad, you know I don't run. I shoved his letter and the postcard back into the envelope. In truth, I loved running. I just couldn't disassociate it from the worst day of my life. Also, where am I going to release your ashes? I shook my head. A knock on my bedroom door startled me. I blew out a breath. Open. It's me, Mom piped from the other side. For some reason, I wasn't relieved she wasn't Ro. She wedged her head between the door and the wall. Well? I picked up the envelope and raised it, smiling with exhaustion. Mom cupped her mouth, suppressing a gasp. What did he ask you for? To spread his ashes somewhere nice and make sure you move on and make out with someone on the couch. Oh, dear. She blinked, digesting my words. He was heavily medicated the last few weeks. I snorted. No, Mom. He loved you enough to want you to be happy, even if it's not with him. That's a good thing. She struggled to swallow, waving a hand in the air. Too soon to talk about this. I decided to change the subject. He also asked me to take up running again. She bit down on her lower lip, towing a circle on the carpet through her silk slippers. Seamus materialized from behind her, meowing and looping himself through her legs. He curled his tail around her ankle and gave me a "bitch is still here" look. I picked you up from the shelter, you ass. Mamushka, was it really that important to him I run again? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Yes. The way I'd given up on my passion and the unknown reason for it was traumatic for everyone in my household. My parents never quite believed my story of how I got the injuries. I still limped whenever I was excited or exhausted, even though I had gotten the all clear from my doctor years ago. You were really good at it, she admitted, wincing apologetically. It made you happy, and your smile was his favorite view. Well, I'm too rusty. I slammed the envelope into my nightstand drawer, banging it shut. I can barely walk without breaking a sweat, I lied. I was in good shape from years of bussing tables and navigating through New York carless. There are 70-year-olds running marathons. She readjusted the belt of her robe. Besides, you seem in great shape to me. It's not that simple, I huffed. Running wasn't just about running. It was also about other things. It signified pain, humiliation, and uncertainty for me. Besides, if God wanted us to run, why had he invented Zumba and Pilates? They were so much more fun. Simple? No. She wrapped her knuckles over my doorframe. Worth it? Definitely. I don't think he wanted to make your life easy, though. No? I looked at her miserably. What did he want to make my life, then? Better. Good night, Kalichka. Good night, Mamushka.
Chapter 15. Row. Obituary. Do you have a girlfriend? McMonster. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Obituary. I just realized I never asked. McMonster. What does it matter? Obituary. Dunno. It just does. Would you answer? It's not a government secret. Obituary. It isn't a government secret, right? Because I have the tendency to get myself into all sorts of unideal situations. And let's just say I cannot take part in a witness protection program. I'd blow my cover before I chose a new name. In fact, how can one choose a new name? It's going to take me forever. So many options. McMonster. I don't have a girlfriend. Obituary. Boyfriend? McMonster. No. Obituary. Any kind of sexual/intimate partner? McMonster. The answer is no. Obituary. Same for me. McMonster. I know. We've discussed it. Obituary. Why are you single? Haven't found the right girl yet? McMonster. Oh, I found her. Obituary. Then what is the problem? McMonster. Only one of us fell. Obituary. Wow. I cannot imagine not falling for someone like you. Silly girl. McMonster. That's the worst part, though. McMonster. She isn't silly at all. She is fucking brilliant. Chapter 16. Row. Well, well, well. If it wasn't the consequences of my fucking actions. I was breaking out in fucking hives. And why wouldn't I be? I was allergic to Cal Litvin and about to spend a whole lot of time with her, all because of Rye, that thunder cunt, who'd decided to make a point. If money was what she needed, I could have written her checks to keep her away. Yet here I was, about to pick Cal up for her first shift at the restaurant because little Miss Broke-Ass didn't have a bike to her name, let alone a car. Her mom did own a car, but she also had errands to run. It always amazed me, the lengths I went to for my sister and mother. They had talked me into this disastrous arrangement.
Rowie, you smell so good. Is that a new aftershave?
Mom crooned as soon as I walked through her door, the scent of her eggplant parmesan hanging thick in the air. No, I grumbled, trying to break loose from her leathery clutch as she pressed a kiss to my cheek. Same cologne, which I haven't worn since I was 16. Not that today was a special occasion or anything. I'd happened to find it in my bathroom cabinet when I was going through old medicine. Completely coincidental. Where's Dylan and what's-her-face? I peered around.
Upstairs, making excited giggly sounds again?
Mom couldn't contain her grin as she perched her arm on the stairway handrail looking up.
I guess Dylan forgave her for whatever she did, huh?
Guess so. I hadn't, though, and my grudge was as big as my cock. Once upon a time, I was in love with Calla Litvin. She had broken my heart in two. Whether she had done it knowingly or klutzily didn't matter. I wasn't letting her anywhere near that organ again. The wood plank stairs rattled under my boots as I made my way upstairs to Dylan's room. Squeaking and shrieking filled my ears. Wherever that damn woman went, laughter followed. She was practically a clown. Staying the hell away wasn't going to be hard the second time around.
Don't you dare!
Dylan crowed behind the door, snort-laughing.
Dot, it hurts! What are you doing? This is treason! If you leave a scar, I'll give you an irrational fear of colanders. Cease this fuckery.
A scar? What the fuck was she up to now?
Trust me, okay? I read a manual on the internet. I'm 83% sure this will work.
Cal sounded breathless, like she was wrestling a bear in there.
Normally, a certified nurse or a doctor does that, right?
Dylan sounded unconvinced.
Sure, but I've seen videos, and I'm a pretty fast learner,
Cal reassured her.
Other than that time I built an IKEA chair upside down, but I had one too many eggnogs, and it was 4 a.m.
What the fuck? I wasn't going to let this woman-child hurt my unborn niece. I banged the door open with my fist without knocking. Get the hell away from my sis... Both of their heads flew up in unison. They were sitting on the bed. My sister had one breast in Cal's hand, covered by Cal, thank fuck. Little plastic shot cups scattered everywhere around them.
Sweet Jesus, Ro!
Dylan quickly shimmied her shirt down, protecting her modesty.
I'm not decent.
Unfortunately, that's not new. I screwed my fingers into my eye sockets.
Hey, Ro.
Cal chirped. Hey, pain in the ass.
You're 20 minutes early.
Cal raised one clear shot cup, squinting at it. So now it was a crime to be punctual? Why were you trying to murder my sister's breast? I glowered at Cal. The tips of her hair were lavender now, which probably meant she was feeling somewhat hopeful. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm about to rectify that situation quickly. Cal perked up in her denim vest and kilt. If the phrase, "you are what you wear," were a thing, she would be a color-blind toddler. At least she wore Blundstones, a good waiting choice.
I'll have you know I tried to squeeze colostrum for the baby so that when she arrives, she'll have all the nutritious goodness. It was horrible.
Dylan hung her haunted glare on my face.
Squeezing colostrum is basically bullying your boobs until they cry.
Too much info. I brought a palm up, shaking my head. Too little alcohol in the world to erase the mental image. Dot, grab your shit. We're leaving.
But it's so boring here alone in this stupid bed.
Dylan rubbed at her belly, blowing a lock of hair from her face.
How many serial killer documentaries can one consume before becoming one? I'll come back soon.
Cal placed a hand on Dylan's shoulder, rubbing it soothingly.
With Sour Patch Kids, tamales, and refried beans. And you'll leave my nipples alone?
My sister's lower lip jutted out in a pout.
No promises. We need to make sure baby Reed has everything she needs.
Cal hopped up to her feet, bending down to pick up her backpack, giving me an eyeful of her ass. I redirected my gaze to the ceiling, fighting a blush. My sister barked out a laugh. I hated everyone and everything. Fuck my life. I should not be affected by this woman's unremarkable ass when I had supermodels throwing themselves at me on the rig.
So, Cal, do you still find my brother hot?
Dylan tutted.
No?
Cal's ears pinkened.
God, no. No.
I wanted to say the feeling was mutual, but unlike her, I wasn't a liar. Even though I despised her, it had to be said. Cal looked like a porcelain doll with those huge, glittery sapphire eyes and strawberry mouth. The only things that made her look fully human were those freckles peppered across her nose, like poppy seeds. Dylan's laugh transformed into a wicked cackle.
"Oh God, you two. Don't worry, he hates me now."
Cal shot me an accusing look.
"Right, Ro?"
I turned around and started down the stairs. It was going to be a long-ass 7 weeks. Chapter 17. Ro. The drive to Descartes was spent mostly in silence, which was usually my favorite soundtrack. Not so much right now, though, because the person sitting next to me was full of funny tidbits, fascinating opinions, and quirky ideas my adolescent self itched to hear. Cal tried to strike up a conversation, but I cranked up the radio each time she did. Worked well, as there was some kind of Backstreet Boys special, so she was dancing in her seat, pointing at me every time she belted out the lyrics. She was a little ball of sunshine, and I was a big gray cloud that wanted to piss acid rain on her parade. At some point I lit up a cigarette and rolled the window down. Her giant pair of blues immediately glued to the side of my face. She stared at me like I had just informed her I was kidnapping her to sell to the highest bidder.
"Could you not?"
She cleared her throat. Could I not what? She had better not tell me what to do in my own fucking car.
"Give me cancer not even a week after I said goodbye to my father who lost the battle to the illness?"
Shit. With a groan, I tossed the still-lit cigarette out the window.
"You should probably quit,"
she said. "You should definitely shut up."
"Hey, I'm just looking out for you."
She sounded genuine, but if that were the case, she wouldn't have broken my fucking heart all those years ago. It annoyed the crap out of me that she was now contaminating my new Silverado. I'd had to get rid of the Mustang a couple years back because her white musk and apple stench had been engraved into the seats. Now here I was, surrounded by her scent again. I was determined to keep Descartes afloat until we closed down. Showing Ryland that I didn't feel jack shit for the woman was a side bonus. I never backed out of a challenge. As soon as we arrived at Descartes, I disposed of Cal with the maitre d' and told the latter to make sure she didn't set anything on fire. Especially the customers. I raised my index in the menace's direction. Cal's sapphires flared.
"That happened once. Who told you anyway? I thought Ryland was the one who talked to my references."
Jesus Christ. Apparently Cal had been trained in the days since my idiot best friend had hired her. Ryland claimed she wasn't a complete disaster, but seeing as the klutz had walked into every glass door in town over the years and had once burned Mr. Wallace's toupee while trying to light his birthday cake candles, I had my doubts.
"Anyway, I'd like to begrudgingly admit that this place is breathtaking."
Cal tugged at her Dutch braids to loosen them. Everything she did was annoyingly sexy. The way she fixed her hair, sipped from her Stanley cup, breathed. "Shit, I thought you noticed," I said.
"Noticed what?"
"I have eyes and don't need you to state the fucking obvious." Descartes was a work of art, every damn inch of it. Live ivy crawled up the arched ceiling. Makeshift trees spurted out of the center of each rustic table. The sleek iron bar and hand-painted china made the place a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and that was before they tasted my orgasmic food and heavily curated imported wine.
"You chose callas for flowers."
Her eyes smiled right along with her lips. She picked purple and white flowers from one of the vases on a table, bringing the petals to her nose.
"Aren't they the most beautiful thing in the world?"
"No. Not even close." I swallowed. "They're devastatingly toxic," I drawled. "Reminds me of someone, actually."
"It's probably going to be sad saying goodbye to this place."
She ignored my snark, looking around. "Nothing will trump the happiness of not seeing you again," I maintained. She put the flowers back in the vase carefully, her eyes ticking.
"Can you at least pretend not to hate me?"
"Probably." I threw a batch of keys into her hands. "But it's not worth the effort. Go to the back office and get changed into your uniform." Cal glared at the dozens of keys resting in her palm.
"Which one is it?"
"Your guess is as good as mine."
"Ro, there are like 30 keys here."
Her cheeks stained red. I hated being an asshole to her, but it had to be done. I couldn't let her worm her way back into my heart. Not even my dick. She was danger, and anyway, I was best alone. 44. Better get going. The maitre d' Katie winced at her. Chef is an acquired taste. Uh-huh, Cal muttered, scorching my face with a blazing scowl. Tastes like ass to me. Katie gasped. A muscle jumped in my jaw. Do you want this job or not? Her tic returned in full force. Blink, blink, blink. She tried to control it by averting her gaze to the ceiling. I'm starting to rethink it. That's a surprise. I just couldn't shut up, apparently. Thinking was never your strong suit. She took a deep breath, flattened her lips, and tipped her chin up. Finally, she walked off toward my office upstairs. I punched the double swing doors to the back of the house, heading into my lair. Chef! Taylor looked up from his station, dipping a spoon into a simmering sauce and tasting it. Good afternoon. We'll see about that. I slipped into my chef's shirt mid-walk, buttoning it up. How much Wagyu beef is in the house? I parked my ass in front of the sink, scrubbing my hands and arms clean. My kitchen was neater than a hospital, all white uniforms and squeaky quartz tops. It had earned me a reputation as a frightening boss, but whoever survived under my reign for over a year was usually snatched by the competitors or went solo to see great success. About 20 pounds, chef, one of my calmest chefs called out. About? I snapped my head up, shooting him a death glare. Did I ask you to fucking guess? You better take your inventory before I step into my kitchen. I fastened the buttons of my uniform shirt at rapid speed, scowling at everyone in my radius. Yes, chef. What I meant is 22 pounds exactly, chef, choked out the rookie. That's better. Thank you, chef. Where's my Wusthof knife? My chef de partie muttered, the last thing I'd give this man is a sharp object. Run that mouth again, chef, and you'll be running to the unemployment center near you next. But I wasn't that much of a dweeb to fire someone for speaking the truth, especially when that someone worked 14-hour shifts 5 times a week for me. This was a demanding, harsh business, not for the faint of heart, and I fucking loved it. Loved that it was stressful, full of tension, hard on the body and the soul. Loved that most people in my position were nursing a fucking cocaine habit to keep them functioning. Running a Michelin-starred kitchen was like waking up and going to war every day. I felt like Napoleon, high on that power. Food wasn't just food. Food was community. It was passion. It was art. It was the stepping stones of the body, nutrition and science. It was chemistry and facts, and at the same time creative abandon. Food was everything. A knife was handed to me by a brave soul, and I began sifting through my 4-hour braised point-cut brisket. I tuned out the world and started working. I cut, slashed, and scythed expertly, minding the overlapping muscles. My hands flew over the meat. This was my zone, my talent, my thing. Making food was like stitching up a fantasy. Food was an erotic experience. Cal's voice drifted into my mind. I'm starting to rethink it. Normally I didn't mind being a dick to people, but with her I cared. She didn't like men for whatever reason. She might not like me, but at least she wasn't scared of me, though that was about to change if I continued acting like a dickhead. I slammed the knife against the tender meat, suppressing a grunt. Tastes like ass to me. She hated me. Why wouldn't she? I had spent every moment since she'd gotten back reminding her I hated her. My fingers tripped over the knife, almost dropping it. I cursed softly. It didn't help that I couldn't look directly at her, that her existence was a stench I couldn't unsmell. She was here now, not only in my territory, but deep inside my head, running circles in her little boots. I was just not used to having her in my vicinity. I'd get over my weird fixation in the next few weeks, maybe even days. You've gotten over her. She's the past. But if that was the truth, why didn't I tell her I was McMonster? My suspicion Cal was obituary had been confirmed the day she'd told me she was back in Stain Drop. I'd put 2 and 2 together, and still I didn't fess up. A sharp pain ripped through my forefinger. Shit! Blood oozed from my index, a thin river of crimson snaking along the cutting board. A fragment of my skin was nailed to the meat, which would now need to be thrown into the trash. Shit, boss, are you okay? Taylor rushed in my direction, tearing a wad of paper towels and pressing them against my finger. "I'd be better if you'd fuck off," I muttered. I hated being coddled. It was the first time I had cut myself in the kitchen in over a decade, and it was a great reminder of what I already knew. When Cal was around, I bled. My mood got progressively worse as the evening went on. Not because we were short on staff. We weren't. Rye had managed to hire 2 qualified temps from Vermont at an outrageous hourly rate. Still, I was distracted, uneasy. I checked on Cal through the window slit between the kitchen and the bar to make sure she wasn't vomiting in anyone's soup or accidentally falling in their lap. Seemed like she wasn't. Another thing she was not, a fine dining server. Her timing seemed acceptable. She properly cleared the tables, was well-groomed, and held a flawless posture. My issue was that she was friendly. Too friendly. Her giggle was in my ear all the fucking time. Contagious and joyful. Even through the pockets of chatter and utensil noise. She stopped to chat with tables she wasn't in charge of, often and at length. Leaned down and cooed over photos people showed her on their phones. She even helped one of the patrons with the zipper of her dress. It was unprofessional, it was tacky, and it was getting on my last nerve. Looking at her from the outside, you couldn't tell she had anxiety. But I knew better. I knew how she lied, how she bottled it all up to show a perfect front. Knew that deep inside she was frightened of showing her true colors, her true feelings. Like right now, Cal was standing in front of an elderly couple that screamed old money and appeared to be playing a game of charades with them. Either that, or I was witnessing her having a stroke. She contracted her face, then did a little dance that had the woman tipping her head back, laughing and clapping. Rye glided in my kitchen, armed with his iPad, going over inventory mid-shift. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him over to the kitchen window, drawing petrified looks from my employees. "Ryland," I seethed. "Ambrose?" He was entirely unaffected by my behavior, even giving me his "I know you're having a terrible time" smirk. "I see you're in a good mood. I'll be in a better one once you explain yourself. What the fuck am I looking at?" I pointed at Cal through the partition. She fluttered around the room, a colorful butterfly flapping its wings. She landed at a table with 2 businessmen who eyed her like she was fucking dessert, and seemed to be in the middle of a fervent conversation with them, one that included whiskers by the way she wiggled her fingers next to her nose. I did notice she stood as far away from them as possible, like she worried she'd be pounced on. "The subject of your desire?" Ryland braced an elbow on the windowsill. "What is she doing? What you should be doing." He grabbed a cherry tomato from a nearby bowl, popping it in his mouth. "Working. She's making a spectacle of herself. Look at her." One of the businessmen sat back and clapped, like she was a circus monkey. A dark flame kindled in my chest, urging me to dismember him like a lobster. Ryland shoved his head in the wide slit of the window, scratching his golden stubble. "I'm seeing a woman so lovable she just got tipped 4 Benjamins and refused to part ways with them when I explained to her we use a tip pool. Things almost got physical. But then you remembered I'd pelt you head to toe, turn you upside down and stuff your inner organs with wasabi if you so much as lay a finger on her." His grin widened. "You're so good at not loving her. Highly convincing." "Shut up. I honestly haven't seen acting this bad since Tommy was so." He smirked. "You deserve a Razzie Award." "I hate you," I grumbled. My best friend's chest rumbled with laughter. He tapped my back with the intention of breaking a bone or two. "Point is, people respond to her. She is personable, knows the entire menu by heart, cocktails and wine included, and never keeps customers waiting. Don't worry about her. She's doing great." That's what I was worried about. It would be so much nicer to slip a check into her mailbox every weekend and forget she existed, a charity of sorts. These fecal matters are looking down her shirt. A muscle in my jaw twitched. "The uniform is a turtleneck?" Ryland's brow knitted in confusion. I ignored him. "Throw them out." "Ro, you can't start beefing with anyone who sniffs around Cal's ass." What a ridiculous thing to say. Of course I could. I'd been doing that since she was in middle school. That someone had still managed to somehow hurt her along the way, make her find men distrustful, was something I took as a personal failure. Thought you said you were over her. He grabbed another cherry tomato, tossing it high in the air and catching it in his mouth. I am. Now I'm just paying it forward by making sure she isn't ruining more lives. Don't bother, Rye. Taylor, wiping the residual accents off plates of poached lobster and fennel salad, sighed. Chef's been like this all evening. Can't rip him away from that window. Am I no longer allowed to check on my own restaurant? I turned to pin Taylor with a glare. Also, your fennel-cucumber ratio is wrong. Start from scratch. There are no mistakes in art, Taylor pointed out. There are when it's in my fucking kitchen. Start from scratch. Sorry, Taylor. Gotta steal your boss for a few seconds. Rye placed a hand on my back, leading me from the kitchen to the industrial pantry at the back of the restaurant. All yours. Taylor gladly handed me over like a problem child who had shit on his daycare cot. Can you replace his batteries before you bring him back? He's out of focus today. I watched as Ryland closed the door to the cool, sprawling room. 5 rows of 14-foot-high sub-zero metal shelves engulfed us. I leaned against the green leaves section, parsley poking into my ear. Crossing my arms over my chest, I asked, "What do you want?" Rye smoothed out his suit, looking at me like I was an abandoned, drenched puppy. Thought it was going to be funny, but now I see the error of my ways. I may have stepped out of the Overton window, strong-arming you into hiring Cal. I wanted to make a point, and I made it. Since I now found replacements for Heather and Don, we're not firing her. My nostrils flared. I didn't want to give Cal more power than she already had. Her existence in my domain didn't throw me that off-kilter. You can't concentrate for shit, Ryland said matter-of-factly. She demonstrated the Macarena out there at some point. I pinched the bridge of my nose. She's like a car accident, hard to look away from, but horrifying nonetheless. Just because she's got my attention doesn't mean that it's positive. I'm over her. Over her, my ass. Every time she bends over, you look like you need a cigarette. Look, I can give her a backhand job. We need someone to do the filing anyway. You'll never see her. She's a decent server. You said so yourself, right? Rye pursed his lips, his expression uncertain. She's a highly endearing individual, like the human answer to a unicorn. This can't be news to you. She's still off limits, I barked out. He raised his palms up. Hey, no problem there. I'm not ready for children yet, and she definitely is one. I'm worried, though. Why? You gave her too much power over you. A sarcastic smile found my lips. Power is never given, you fool. It is taken. And anyway, I'm more pissed off than enamored. I shrugged. Keep her. What about you? He gave me a skeptical look. I'll survive. I had once, hadn't I? A knock on the door was followed by Taylor sticking his head inside. Chef? What? Are you getting rid of our new server? I clenched and unclenched my fists. Was there anyone in this zip code who didn't want to get into Cal's pants? No. Why? Because the entire kitchen loves her. I think she is singing an Adele song to one of the patrons. Taylor beamed, using a baguette as a microphone. Chapter 18. Row. The doors to the Silverado slammed behind us. Cal immediately reached to turn on the radio. I covered the volume knob with my palm before she could touch it. We need to talk. Why? She moaned. We get along so much better when we don't. We get along best on different continents, I grumbled, ready to be done with the conversation before we'd begun. She cocked her head, turning her entire body to look at me, the seatbelt clasped inside her little hand. She breathed out a tired sigh, letting her head fall backward. Please don't fire me. I just earned $1,300 in tips, and I think I might actually be able to afford renting some recording equipment when I get back to New York. I could finally start my business. I've been dreaming of starting a podcast since I was... Slow your roll, little Miss Crapshine. 1, I'm not going to fire you. 2, I don't care what you do with the money you earned. Waste it, burn it, donate it to Satanists in need. If we're going to work together, we need to set up some ground rules, though. Oh. She sat back, nibbling on the skin around her nail. Sure. The engine roared to life, the vehicle purring as I turned to face her. She was a sexy train wreck, decanted into a cheap uniform. Her light brown hair was tangled in disarray. Pink tips framed her face. Her cheeks matched them in color, and she looked so thoroughly fucked, all I could think about was laying her down on my truck bed and fucking every single hole in her body until it was the shape of my cock. Watching her waiting for my words made my dick hard. Come to think about it, watching her breathe made my dick hard. She could probably pick her nose and smear it all over my windshield and my dick would still go ramrod straight, awarding her with a standing ovation. My issue was, there was no one else like Calla Litvin. I'd met plenty of sexy women over the years, smart ones, successful ones, drop-dead gorgeous ones. But their qualities always carried that sameness that bored me. Cal was different. I never knew what was going to come out of her smart mouth. She approached everything she did with the enthusiasm and curiosity of a child and the body of a very grown-up woman. It was time to douse her eagerness with a truth bomb. Not sure what you're used to doing down in Manhattan, but in Descartes, you will not be playing charades, dancing to infamous 90s songs, or singing Adele ballads to customers. You've made a fool out of yourself under my roof, and I won't tolerate it. She blinked rapidly, digesting the words that seemed harsh even to my own ears. There were better ways to drive the point home. I could have had Ryland put in a word. Unlike me, he had the tendency not to offend entire nations every time he opened his mouth. "I understand," she said finally. "You do?" My gaze swept skeptically over her face. "Mm-hmm." She forced a smile on. I hit the accelerator, scowling at the road ahead. Her eyes clung to my face like they were the glue to keep it from falling. "Problem?" I growled. "Several, actually," she nodded. "Where shall I start?" "How about telling me why I should care?" "Because you have a conscience, and because, no matter what you say, you're a good-hearted person who historically stands up for what's right. When people's feelings are involved, there's—" "Spare me the big Disney speech, just spit it out." I clutched the steering wheel in a death grip. "Use as few words as possible." "So I finally found out why everyone hates you. Suzanne, who owns the spa down the street, was one of my customers tonight. She filled me in." She puckered her lower lip, pinching at it between her fingers. "Here we go." "Are you really going to do what they're saying you're going to do?" Cal asked worriedly. "Yep." I itched to light up a cigarette. "But why?" Descartes was built over an old railroad that was no longer in operation. I'd bought the land, all 5 acres of it, for a pitiful price, and restored the train station building, turning it into a dazzling restaurant. Gutted it and spent most of my savings on it. I had attracted tourists, revived this shithole, and put Staindrop on the map. 6 months ago, when I'd received a jaw-dropping offer from GS Properties, one of America's biggest construction companies, to sell the land and everything on it, I hadn't thought twice. I'd needed a way out and a fat paycheck for my next venture, and they'd needed space to build a luxurious monster mall attached to a hotel close enough to the Canadian border. I wanted to get out of here, fast. I'd already achieved what I came here to do, and saw no need to stick around in Buttfuck Creek. That was why the locals were angry at me, for cashing out and handing the town's keys to a bunch of corporate suits who, in their eyes, were going to kill its quaint charm and small-town legacy and inject it with Botoxed designer stores. Why not? I stroked my jaw. Descartes was a vanity project. I came, I saw, I conquered. Time to move on. Selling the land is the logical thing to do. For you, maybe. But what about the people in this town? The small business owners? The folks who grew up here and stayed because they loved the old-fashioned lifestyle? Her entire body was angled toward me. I had her undivided attention, and suddenly I felt like someone had poured lava down the pit of my stomach. You're not smitten, you're horny, which is a form of excitement that can be dealt with using your right hand and some shower gel. The local morons couldn't spot a good idea if it hit them in the face with a sub-zero fridge, I drawled. Building a 5-star hotel is exactly what this place needs. Employment is non-existent. Opportunities are scarce. And once Descartes shuts down, people won't even make this a pit stop to get gas and take a piss. Whatever family businesses are still open here are struggling and would only benefit from the rush of tourism. Even if what you're saying is true, the station is the crown jewel of this town. It is the second oldest train station in America. It's historical. It's a holiday draw. It's dead. I cut her off through gritted teeth. I didn't usually give a crap about criticism, especially not regarding this subject matter. But being seen as the villain in Cal's eyes didn't sit right with me. You haven't been here in 5 years. Business is at a standstill. The population is in decline. The median salary is 30% lower than the national average. It's mostly elderly people and poor folks forced to stick around who are left. If building a hotel and a mall means cannibalizing one draw card, I'll take my chances. It's not for you to decide, though, is it? She tilted her chin up courageously. Let them vote. It's a democracy. The country is, my wallet isn't, I corrected her. I'm selling. They'll never forgive you if you go ahead with it. I took a right turn and entered her street with its manicured trees, white picket fences, and ice cream-colored houses. Good thing I don't give two shits about what people say, huh? You think you're cool because your hackles are so far up you can't see past them. She shook her head. Don't patronize me, Dot. What the fuck? What are you saying? I'm a self-made millionaire, not even 27. The shit I've achieved, you haven't learned how to spell yet. I needed to shut the fuck up and do it as soon as possible. I didn't like myself around her. The gap between Roe and McMonster was insane. Cal stared at me speechlessly. Bite me. Thought you'd never ask, just say where. She looked pissed, but she didn't look scared. And I didn't know why, but it made me very fucking pleased that my sexual innuendos didn't scare her. I parked in front of her house and unbuckled. I'll walk you to the door. She undid her seatbelt. No thanks. It's literally less than 10 steps. It was a statement, not an offer. She massaged her temples, drawing an exasperated breath. You're the only man I know who manages to be chivalrous and a complete jackass in the same breath. It's a talent. One of many. The rest of the sentence died in my throat when I spotted Kieran fucking Carmichael loitering outside her door at 2 in the goddamn morning. What was he doing here? Was dying this week on his bucket list or something? I didn't want her to feel targeted by some huge jock. He was obviously going to be a threat to her, which meant I had a great excuse to finally beat him to a pulp. I tossed my door open, advancing toward him. With each step, the anger inside me simmered hotter. His stupid face was illuminated by the blue light shining from his smartphone, probably rereading his favorite book, How to Be a Dick Face, the full guide. What's even the point of walking me to my door when you run ahead of me? Cal moaned behind my back. Kieran's head snapped up from his screen, and his languid expression melted into wariness. Casablancas, what are you doing here? Was about to ask the same question, channeling your inner Richard Ramirez. Heard Cal's in town. Kieran leveled his gaze with mine. Came to say hi. In the middle of the night? I got into his face, my toes brushing his. He wore a popped collar polo and futuristic sneakers. All he had left was to tattoo the word douche across his forehead. Cal appeared at my side, wheezing from running after me. She slid between us, blocking me. Thanks for the ride and the truly riveting conversation, especially the part where you made me feel like shit. I'll take it from here. I'm not leaving before he does. I pointed at that asshole. I wasn't being protective, I was being responsible. I didn't want something happening to an employee of mine on my watch. Yes, I'll go with that. Cal pushed me away with a huff. Kieran is here because I invited him. She'd invited him? I had no idea these two even knew each other. Kieran had graduated from high school the same year as me. They had no friends or hobbies in common. You know nothing about her new life, shitface. They might be besties, with matching friendship bracelets and half-heart necklaces. For some reason, the last thought made me want to dip Kieran's head in a bleached toilet full of piranhas. I had been so comfortable in the knowledge she didn't have a boyfriend, didn't have sex with other people, didn't date, that I forgot to factor in Cal was a liar. She could have lied to me as obituary. But no, that didn't seem right. She was truthful with McMonster. That was what made it so fucking hard to stop talking with her. The idea that I was somehow saving her, becoming her lifeline. What if she'd invited Kieran over for a hookup because McMonster had helped her overcome her fear of men? I was going to kill Kieran 50 times over. How do you know him? I demanded, as if I had the right. Not that it's any of your business, but he tutored me for English through middle school and high school. But as she said this, she folded her arms, shivering as she looked at him, and not from the cold. Was she uncomfortable? Had he done anything to her? Got extra credit for it, Karen added with a smirk. This tracked. Even though he was a smug piece of work, Karen wasn't stupid, and he'd done a shit ton of extracurricular stuff at school to pad his CV. You don't need another asshole, Cal. You already have one, I pointed out. Karen, leave. Did you just comment on her rectum? Really? There was no rock bottom when it came to my attitude with Cal. Rye was right. Maybe we did need to move her to do some filing in the back office. Still a charmer, Ro. Kieran's lips twisted in a smirk. The People's Prince. You know, Cal, he kicked me out of his restaurant last week. His ego couldn't handle a better-looking man sitting there, Cal guessed, stopping a good 10 feet away from him. Yeah, she was definitely wary of him, even if she tried to hide it. Are you saying I'm handsome? Kieran smirked. I'm saying Ro isn't. She quipped back, burrowing deeper into her jacket and taking another step back from him. Seriously, what had I done in a previous life to deserve this kind of karma? Decapitated puppies and kittens in the town square? What's he doing here? I repeated, my tone cold. You're an employee and I'm not leaving until I know you're not in some kind of danger. Cal's expression turned timid. I've been having difficulties falling asleep since Dad passed away. She clutched at her arms, hugging herself. The wind swept those cherry blossom hair strands over her face, and her cheeks turned a similar shade. That sobered me up. She had just lost her father. I need company. Someone to talk to keep me away from my own thoughts. Could have taken you to Dylan's. I felt my nostrils flare. Dylan needs to rest. Could have talked to me. Seriously, no. Rock, bottom, none. Sometimes I want to talk to someone who doesn't scowl or berate me. Specify next time, then. I'm not a fucking mind reader. You aren't? Well, then I won't keep you guessing. I want you to go away. Now. The tips of her small red mouth curved upward, and she brushed invisible lint from my shoulder. The touch was short-lived, but it was enough to make me swallow a hiss of depraved desire. She touched me. Willingly. She never touched men. It had taken me a while to figure it out growing up. She'd hidden it with her half-assed lies about hooking up with randoms. I'm okay, I swear. Karen won't hurt me. She dipped her chin, holding my gaze seriously, but her eyes told me another story. Her eyes told me to stay, to fight, that she wasn't feeling very safe at all. Her eyes or your delusions? Rye's voice inquired in my head. I can stick around. Ro, go. I didn't want to leave her with Karen. Didn't want to give them the opportunity to reconnect, laugh, talk. But it wasn't like I had a choice. And there was something else that pissed me off. The idiotic hope Karen would make her feel better somehow. Inhaling sharply, I turned around, descending her porch without a goodbye. Will you pick me up tomorrow? Cal piped up behind my back. I kept on moving toward my truck, not looking back. If you're at Dylan's, Mom's house is on my way. It wasn't, but I clung to the last shreds of my self-respect like it was the edge of a cliff on Everest. She'd been here less than a week, and already I had hired her and driven her around like a chauffeur. Way to maintain fucking distance. I swung the driver's door open and started the engine, flicking the wipers on to get rid of a thin, icy crust on the windshield. Hey, Casablancas! Kieran put his fingers in his mouth, whistling loudly before waving his hand. Safe trip, buddy. I flipped him off as I drove past her house and into the night. I rounded the curb, then parked in front of an unfamiliar house, choking the steering wheel with my fingers and grunting in frustration as I glued my forehead to the horn, letting loose a long, continuous blare. I then took out my cigarette pack and smoked 4 cigarettes in a row until I became dizzy. Cal was back, and so was my fascination with her. I was officially, royally, and completely fucked. Chapter 19. Row. McMonster. You said you work as a server. Obituary. Yep. McMonster. How do you handle working with men? Obituary. I'm mostly scared of men in private settings, like when I'm alone with a man in an elevator, which is never, I always leave, or when I'm alone on the street. When it's in a room full of people, I'm pretty certain no one is going to pounce on me. That's why I said we should meet for coffee. If we meet at a Starbucks, I am less likely to run away. McMonster. Less likely? Meaning it could still happen? Obituary. Hey, everything's on the table until you prove to be sane and not a cartel lord. McMonster. Gotta love a woman with high standards. McMonster. Are you an extrovert? Obituary. I think a lot of people would assume I am because I'm happy and upbeat, but I'm just a people pleaser. There's a difference. McMonster. What's the difference? Obituary. I act perky and happy because I want to make others feel better, not necessarily because I feel good. I just give them the obituary they want. McMonster. A smart person would want the obituary you really are. There's no better version of you than your real self. Obituary. Uh-huh. Did you get that from a fortune cookie? McMonster. Brat. McMonster. So, obituary. So? McMonster. There's something I need to tell you. Obituary. Oh? Obituary. Are you a serial killer? Because that's going to be amazing for my podcast and disastrous for our friendship. Plus, you can forget about that coffee meeting I have planned for us when I come back to New York. McMonster. I'm not a serial killer. Obituary. Is it going to make me like you less? Whatever it is you're going to tell me? McMonster. 100%. Obituary. Then don't. McMonster. Question mark? Obituary. Seriously, don't. I like you. I don't like men. I want to continue liking you. Please don't burst my bubble. I feel like you're helping me make progress. I don't want to lose it. McMonster. I'm not a liar. Obituary. You're not lying to me. You're omitting information I am disinterested in. There's a difference. McMonster. No, there isn't. Obituary. Well, I'm a liar. So, meet me in the middle. Jeez.
Chapter 20. Cal. McMonster. Good night. Obituary. I don't recall you ever contacting me in the middle of the night before. Has it been a good night for you? McMonster. It's actually been an epic shit show. Obituary. Anything I can do to help? McMonster. Yes. Let me tell you what I need to tell you. Obituary. Other than that, I really want to stay friends. I don't have many, and I'm still on probation with my childhood BFF. McMonster. My, you could be selfish when you want. Obituary. Only with you. McMonster. That's all right. Obituary. Why? McMonster. Because you're the only person I'm selfless with, too. Chapter 21. Cal. Alive. Pearl Jam. My alarm clock notified me that it was 6 a.m. by blaring into my ear in decibels that shook the purple walls of my bedroom. I smacked it off and rolled onto my stomach, moaning into my pillow. Even after a trillion-hour shift at Descartes and crying to Kieran for 40 minutes straight about Dad, I still couldn't fall asleep last night. My mind was on overdrive, replaying my interactions with a certain sulky, tattooed chef the size of a prehistoric animal all night. Ro was right. Yesterday, Kieran's presence had caught me by surprise. I had texted him that I was feeling too sad and anxious to sleep, but I'd never expected him to show up at my house. Then again, I'd never expected Ro to refuse to evacuate my premises. How did he know I felt uncomfortable around Kieran? How did he know I was scared? Well, I wasn't scared, per se, but I had sat on the other side of the wraparound porch of my house across from Kieran like a freak, clutching my phone, 911 already saved on the screen just in case, as we'd talked into the night. Now I needed to both keep my promise to Dad to pick up running again and somehow appear to be a functioning human for work today. My spidey senses told me there was a lot of caffeine in my near future. Dragging myself to my closet, I stuffed my legs into neon green leggings, slipped on a pink dry-fit shirt with a matching headband, and grabbed a fanny pack for my keys and scrunchie. I also put on 2 yellow wristbands for the cuteness factor. I wasn't hoping to bump into Prince Charming. With my luck, I was more likely to bump into Ted Bundy. But Dad had loved this outfit. He'd said it screamed Cal, and it was an homage to him. Mom was still asleep when I tiptoed my way out of the house. Cool, briny breeze assaulted my nostrils. I did a few torso twists and leg stretches on my front porch as I scanned my surroundings, dread, drip, drip, dripping down my belly. You can do this. There is nothing to be afraid of. Only there was, which was why I hadn't run in so many years. My worst memory was attached to running, but I couldn't let my father down. He hadn't known what made me stop running, but he had known that running was important to me. I needed to at least try. There will be no evil men, no lonely woods, no bad people, just you and the music. And your maddening urge to pee every time you run, probably. Squaring my shoulders, I squinted beyond the mountains stretching along the coastline. I decided to take a 2-mile route downtown, make a U-turn at the harbor, then jog back home. It was a familiar route, one I'd run with my dad often before my injury, and I knew there would be at least a handful of pedestrians around. After watching a 10-minute TED Talk about motivation on YouTube, I began power walking down the street. At first, I strode fast. This was no issue. I was used to walking. I was a New Yorker now, after all. Then gradually I picked up speed. See, it's just like riding a bike, minus the crotch pain and freezing fingers. Soon the soles of my shoes pounded the pavement. The first few minutes felt fine, good even. Physically, I broke the barrier. I was running again, fast too. Then I realized I was running. Just like that time when my life had turned upside down. A shock wave of anxiety zipped up my spine, and my whole body turned to ice. Do it for Dad. Don't quit now. Fear clogged my throat, cutting my oxygen supply. My heart pulsated violently in my chest, and my hands felt like 2 pillars of salt, heavy and foreign to the rest of my body. A persistent, dull pain throbbed in my right shin, reminding me of that day all those years ago. I was reliving that moment all over again. The memory crisp, vivid, and in full color. The woods, the blood, the laughter. Leave the weirdo to die. It's not like anyone's gonna miss her. Air. I needed air. I sucked in a breath, but my windpipe was crammed with lint. My vision swam. My eyesight became milky, fogged with terror. My mind screamed at my feet to stop moving, but they continued running of their own accord, going harder, faster. I looked around frantically. I wasn't on Main Street anymore. At some point, I had veered off course. There wasn't a soul on this residential tree-lined street. No one to help me. Calm down. Everything is okay. You just need to figure out how to stop moving. But my brakeless feet wouldn't slow. My body was a broken vehicle, and all I could do was swerve it off the pathway to try to soften the blow. She dead yet? Smells dead to me. I think it's the cabbage. Dirty Russian whore and her stinky food. Quick, let's go before her nerdiac friend finds out and gets us in trouble. Tears needled my eyes, and I choked on the little air that still swirled in my lungs. Why had Dad asked me to do this? How careless could he have been? How cruel. This was a mistake. I'd have to... thwack. Dirt filled my mouth, cold and crunchy. My face was pancaked over loose construction sand. I spat grit, slowly digesting that I had fallen down, tripped over a stone and dived right onto my face. My right leg was scorching with pain. I needed to move, stand up, call for help, but found that I was too paralyzed to do anything at all. The floodgate of memories had been broken, and the trauma I kept at bay was rushing like a river, drowning every positive thought in my head. Look at her leg. Ugh, gross. She's never gonna run again. Dot? The last voice belonged to the present. It also belonged to someone who absolutely despised me. What was Ro doing awake anyway? Did he ever sleep? Was he a vampire? I mean, he was painfully beautiful and permanently sulky, though he did cook with garlic and wasn't destroyed by fire. Are you hurt? His low, husky baritone rumbled over my head. My face was still stuck in the mud, which was currently my preferred location. Now was not a good time to face your former crush-turned-boss from hell. I shook my head without lifting it up, feeling so thoroughly mortified I prayed for a deadly heart attack to spare me the conversation. Can you move? He gruffed. Are you asking because I'm blocking your path or because you're worried about me? I moaned. Can't afford to be one server short. And they say romance is dead. My lips moved around the clay-like mud. Plus, you're on my property, and I can smell an insurance claim from miles away. Normally, I was the first to appreciate a good sarcastic quip, but I was currently spiraling worse than a slinky over my pathetic attempt to run 2 miles, so all I managed was whimpering into the mud. I felt like an injured animal, cornered by a big bad wolf. Is it okay if I touch you? His voice hovered above my head. He sounded like he was standing on a treetop. How tall was this man? Just want to make sure nothing is broken. I am broken, Ro, permanently so, even if my body is all healed. Gently, I croaked, feeling so pathetic I wanted to cry. Of course. Ro placed his palm between my shoulder blades. It was warm, heavy, and reassuring. A hint of a tremble danced through his fingertips. It wasn't too cold out, so it gave me pause. Maybe he was an alcoholic. That could also explain his mood swings. You gonna stay there for long? He inquired. Maybe enough for a quick power nap, I mumbled into the dirt. I thought you were going to check my leg isn't broken. It's not your leg I'm worried about. I hated that he always did that, seemed to know so much more about me than anyone else. It was ridiculous, but sometimes I felt like he knew me better than Mom. He always knew when I lied, and when I needed something I was too chicken to ask for. Like right now, I really needed that big, warm, reassuring palm on me. How did it happen? He asked quietly, his hand still on my back. I wanted him to keep it there forever. I also wanted him to go away and never come back. I was jogging. My legs kept running when I told them to stop. And then I kind of lost my vision for a moment and my breathing got all weird. I think maybe I'm broken. My voice cracked a little, and I felt like the tiniest, stupidest creature on planet Earth. Best if you leave me to die here. Your broken is still the most whole thing I've seen. Maybe I was hallucinating, but I could swear I heard McMonster. But of course I hadn't. McMonster was down in New York, and I'd never even heard his voice, known his name. This was Ro. Infuriating, sexy, my best friend's brother, Ro. What? I raised my face from the dirt, peeking at him.
Didn't say anything. Ro clasped my shoulders very gently, lifting me up to collapse over his broad chest. He was on his knees in the dirt, right there with me, and I wanted to throw a tantrum like a toddler because now I couldn't even hate him all the way. Underneath his relentlessly cold exterior was a compassionate creature who built the women in his life their dream house and literally pulled people from the mud. God, please don't let me crush on him again. My heart couldn't survive season 6 of This Is Us. What makes you think I can withstand him? I wanted love. I wanted sex. I wanted all the things other people had, and I didn't. But I wanted them with someone I could trust. And that someone was McMonster, not Ro. Just leave, I moaned into his neck. He smelled like himself again, not the cologne I'd smelled yesterday when he'd come to pick me up. Of winter and leather, warm spices, and Ambrose Casablancas. My skin hummed with pleasure. Dot, I'd never leave you like this. There was a 2-second pause. You're a construction hazard. Someone could trip all over you. That made me snort out a laugh, which resulted in snot shooting out of my nostrils. In the absence of a tissue, I balled my shirt over my fist and quickly wiped my nose with my sleeve. You didn't see that, I mumbled. See what? He tugged me up to my feet, tucked me under his arm, then ushered me in the direction of the construction site I'd decided to fall in. I guessed it was Dylan's gift house. The place looked almost ready to move into. My wiping my nose... Oh, I see what you did there. I sniffled, burying my face into his pecs to avoid eye contact. Sorry about the, nervous breakdown. That's all right. No one wears nervous breakdowns better than you. He gave my shoulder a squeeze. Being in his arms felt good. No, not just good. Divine. I could see myself getting addicted after that first hit. I felt like nothing could hurt me as long as he had his arm wrapped around me. Which was dumb because Ro was the very thing that could rip me into shreds. He shoved one fist into his front pocket. So what do you think? He jerked his chin to the property in front of us. Tell me while I take you inside and break in that first aid kit. I blinked the dirt out of my eyes. Oh, wow. This pretty much summed up my feelings toward the mansion. It was huge, one of those modern avant-garde architecture thingies that looked like an origami piece. A low, wide, white block of concrete, a wraparound pool engulfed the property, and bare cement steps led to the heavy front doors, which we ascended together. It looked futuristic and clinical, one of those homes you saw in reality TV shows and wondered how people actually lived in them. Come on, Dot. You used more words than that to describe a tissue yesterday. He pushed the doors open. Hey, that was a super soft tissue. My nose was very grateful. Was it the Costco brand? Answer the question. He chided softly, and I knew what he was doing, taking my mind off my obvious panic attack, keeping me engaged. Am I interrupting anything? I looked around. My echo bounced across the walls and ceiling. No, I made a pit stop here before heading to the restaurant for an inventory count. You visit the restaurant before you pick me up? Yeah, I get there at around 10, help with prep and inventory, staff meeting, marketing, then go back home for a quick shower before picking you up. Then he stayed until we closed shop at around midnight. Do you have a life? I blurted out. A what? He feigned confusion, walking over to a beige luxury kitchen and popping open an exotic quartzite drawer. He produced a first aid kit. You hate the house, don't you?
Hate is such a strong word. I only hate political grifters and frosted tips as a hair trend. Even David Beckham couldn't pull it off. Are you going to tell me what you think about this house any time in the next century? He grabbed me by the waist and hoisted me onto one of the 2 kitchen islands facing each other. Like a lightning strike, every hair on my body stood on end. To make matters worse, he didn't let go of my waist while he pulled a wad of antiseptic wipes from a container. I wondered if he felt it too, like he was brought to life by a simple touch. Calm down, girlie. He doesn't like you, just wants to make sure you don't die on his property. Should I check you for a concussion? He scowled. You haven't said anything in over a minute. I'm starting to get worried here. The house is modern. I cleared my throat. And you don't like modern? He propped my right leg up, straightening and holding it by the back of my ankle. Pulling my legging up, he exposed a nasty-looking scrape. It looked worse than it felt, oozing blood and dirt. Gonna sting a bit. Pinch me if it gets to be too much. He slung one of my hands over his rock-hard shoulder. Swoon. Modern is great. I swung my gaze upward toward the ceiling, refusing to be turned on by this innocent, tender moment. Liar. You think it has all the charm of a Walmart warehouse. It's not what I'd choose for myself, I admitted. He wiped my scraped shin with the antiseptic wipe, and I dug my fingernails into his shoulder with a wince. It burned worse than acetone on a paper cut. Right, you'd go for something Victorian. Lots of arches, iron railings, church-like steeply pitched rooftop. That was freakishly accurate. Are you able to read people's minds? Like that Mel Gibson rom-com? Is that like a medical condition? Absolutely not. He patted my shin clean of blood and dirt with the tenderness of a loving parent, and I dug my nails deeper into those jacked-up deltoids, this time not because it hurt, but because I hadn't touched a man in years and was extremely deprived. I make it a point not to read anything. Reading might lead to opening my horizons. I like 'em narrow and flat. You're not as bad as people think you are, I admitted begrudgingly. More than anything, I think you're misunderstood. You sound like every woman who's ever tried to fix me. Don't worry, I won't try to do that. I don't have superpowers. I decided to change the subject. So where do you live? The half-mile inn, up on Main Street. He dumped the used antiseptic wipes into a nearby trash can and ripped open a gauze wrapper with his teeth, pressing it against my wound. You live in an inn? My eyes bulged out. Yup. He draped a bandage around the gauze, securing it to my shin, still laser-focused on his task. Have been since I moved back here. Why? He shrugged. Don't want to get comfortable somewhere I don't plan on staying. I purchased an apartment in Chelsea, though. I plan to stick around in London for at least 8 years. My heart deflated like a balloon, floating aimlessly before crashing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't tell if it was because it meant the next goodbye would be morbidly final, or because I was jealous he was in a position to buy a whole-ass apartment when I couldn't even afford to rent a bike in New York. Either way, the pang of sadness unsettled me. That's awesome. I hopped off the marbled counter, all bandaged and good as new. Thanks for wrapping me up, and for the distraction. You're welcome. He leaned against the opposite island, arms idly crossed across his chest, making his biceps bulge. More staring, 0 words. I didn't move, and neither did he. In fact, we were both frozen in place, waiting for something, anything, to happen. It was just that it was the first time since he'd taken my virginity that we weren't enemies. And I liked it. I missed it. Too bad he has better things to do with his time than engage in a stare-off with you. I should leave, I blurted out again at the same time he said, "Want to see the rest of the house?" "Yes!" I shrieked. I didn't want to go. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts. He shook his head and chuckled, the international, "you're cute but ridiculous" male gesture, and it felt like my face had been licked by a group of squishy puppies. "Start with the living rooms." He cleared his throat, tilting his head sideways. I followed his back, inwardly patting myself on the shoulder for my cunningness. Now I could ogle his butt and triceps to my heart's content, make impressed sounds, and he'd think it was the house I was admiring. Roe weaved through the 2 living rooms, giant pantry, dining room, kitchen, 2 downstairs bathrooms, and the adjoined cabana that spilled onto the backyard portion of the pool. There was a lot of house. I sincerely hoped Tucker's sense of direction was better than his grades in high school, otherwise the man was bound to get lost here frequently. "Why'd you decide to take up running again?" Roe asked when we were going up the stairs to the 2nd floor. His butt was 12 out of 10, by the way. "My dad bullied me into it, made it his last wish. Can you believe it?" I grumbled. "Guilt-tripping me beyond the grave. That's some next-level helicopter parent shit." Roe made a sound. He didn't know what had happened to me that day. Even Dylan wasn't privy to the entire story. "What's so terrible about running?" "I kind of have PTSD. We ambled along the colossal hallway of the 2nd floor where he showed me the nursery, the guest room, and the laundry room. "From doing something healthy?" he taunted. "From running." "Why?" "It reminds me of a very nasty injury, and a situation I never want to be in again." "You won't be," he said decisively, stopping by the double doors of the master bedroom. "Know what you are?" "What am I?" I had a feeling whatever he was going to say was going to change my life, so I had to listen carefully. "Beef Wellington." Okay, maybe not. I'm not following. I batted my eyelashes. What business did I have batting my lashes anyway? Why was I flirting with this man whom I found out yesterday wanted to destroy my childhood town, the place my beloved mom still lived in? Literally erase its identity and replace it with plastic, mass-market, easily digestible junk. You're a beef Wellington, Dot. All soft puff pastry on the outside, but once you take a bite, you realize the inside is almost always too raw. I'm not raw. You do the happy-go-lucky shtick, and that's why you're stuck. Because you don't dare. Your father's right. Running again should be a priority for you. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in the same place forever. Thanks for the quick psychoanalysis. I picked up my pace, which he matched easily. I was irrationally annoyed now. But you know nothing about my life. I know enough. Yesterday you said you want to start a podcast. What's stopping you? His expression was calm, his tone deadly. Life? I work a full-time job at a restaurant. I tossed my hands in the air. 5 days a week? He nodded his arms over his chest. 2 spare days to do whatever the fuck you want. Actually, I pulled some doubles in the last few months. To help pay Dad's hospital bills, but he didn't have to know that. Anyway, I need money to rent recording the top-notch stuff, yeah. But some people start their podcasts recording themselves on their phones, he said, cutting me off. What's your next excuse? I clamped my mouth shut, then opened it again. I need to think very carefully about my first episode. If it's not good enough, then you make another badass episode. Record it from scratch, send all the demos to your friends, and get better after they give you feedback. I burned my first 3 omelets. The second one I almost set fire to my entire house with. Didn't make me quit. Your medal's on the way. He suppressed a smile, folding his arms and making me turn cherry red. Next. Stop. Just stop. I poked his chest, partly because he was pissing me off, but mostly because I wanted to see if it was as hard as it looked. Suspicion confirmed. Nobody asked you for a pep talk? Well, I'm giving you one on the house. He stepped out of my way so I'd stop jabbing his chest. You need to start running or you're never going to get anywhere worth visiting. You saw my panic attack out there? I pointed at the door. I can't. Of course you can. It will be hard, uncomfortable, but worth it. He leaned forward, popping the doors to the master bedroom open. And if running alone scares you so much, ask your mom to run with you. That made me snort out loud. Mamushka's only cardio involves unscrewing the ice cream tub's lid every evening after dinner. And Dylan is pregnant with an entire daycare. My shoulders slumped with a sigh. Maybe I'll take Kieran. He paused, his back to me, before pushing the doors open. Good idea, if you need some dead weight. Fox Sports said his leg is busted. Yesterday, Kieran had mentioned that he and Ro weren't each other's greatest fans. He hadn't gotten into what had caused the rift, but alluded to it being his fault, that he had been a dumb, power-drunk teenager, and that he regretted the way he'd treated Ro. This made me feel guilty about mentioning Kieran at all, especially because Ro's instincts last night had been right. I hadn't wanted to stay alone with Kieran. He had sort of ambushed me, and I'd felt like a caged animal throughout the entire duration of his visit. Ro continued, and this is the master... A blood-chilling shriek left my mouth, drowning out his last word. Shit. Ro backed out of the room, plastering his palm over my eyes to shield me from the image in front of us. Too late, it was already permanently seared into my brain. Is it dead? I slapped his hand away, peering behind his massive shoulder. Violent nausea slammed into the back of my throat. There was a coyote lying right in the middle of the empty room. It looked like roadkill, its eyes open, dead and empty, its guts spilled onto the floor. My eyes watered at the smell, and I palmed my mouth to keep myself from heaving. Unless the tire marks on its body are a fashion statement, I'm pretty sure it's dead. Ro tugged me by the arm out of the room, turning me in the other direction and forcing me to march out into the hallway. This is sick. Agreed. But Ro seemed more pissed off than surprised, which begged the question, had he been the target of something similar before? Who could have done this? I glanced over my shoulder at his face. Ro advanced toward the hallway window in a daze, his scowl deepening, trying to see if someone was lurking nearby. Any one of the 928 people living in this town. Every single one of them is a suspect, seeing as they all hate my guts. This happened before? I've had people pranking me, but this is some next-level shit. Vandalizing my property is a step too far. He squared his shoulders. I'm going to break some skulls. Well, this was terrible news to me, because just as he said that, I keeled over, emptying my stomach onto his brand-new lush carpets.
Chapter 22. Ro. Ro, you okay? Cal. I was a second ago. Now a stranger is texting me and I'm a little freaked out. Who is this? Ro. Cal. Oh, hi, boss. What do you want? Ro. To see if you're okay, hence my above question. Program me in. Cal. Casablancas. Are we having a moment? Ro. Of regret. You're my employee. I wanted to know whether you were good for service tonight. Get over yourself. Cal. Boo. Ro. Are you okay or are you not okay? How hard is it to answer a yes or no question? Cal. I'm okay. Ro. Good. Cal. Are you okay? Ro. Now that I'm about to finish this conversation, very. Chapter 23. Ro. There were countless things I disliked in this world, a never-ending list of shit that ground my gears. To name a few, overcooked seafood, foreign films that won Oscars, any music made after 2015, the vast majority of humans, and porn that had more than 3 minutes of plot. But the thing I loathed more than anything else, hands down, was getting visitors while I was working. Especially when I had to leave early for some bullshit town hall meeting, which was why I was currently every shade of pissed off under the sun. No visitors, I maintained to Rye, charring an octopus at my sous chef's station. Had I or had I not said I hated overcooked seafood? Rye wedged his shoulder between the metal shelves, which were laden with containers full of produce. The kitchen was approximately the temperature of the sun. Listen, man, I get the frustration, but you gotta hear her out. No, I don't. I slid the perfectly browned octopus onto a plate with a poached egg, blackberry jam, and a mandarin salad. Being accommodating is your trait. Being an asshole is mine. She's your ex-girlfriend. He puffed out his cheeks. Ex is the operative word here, but she had never been a girlfriend either. Allison Murray and I had seen each other a handful of times when I'd first moved back. It had lasted barely a couple weeks. She was like a Range Rover, pure status symbol and unreasonably high maintenance. Her entire allure was that Cal seemed to hate her, and Cal didn't hate anyone. Right. Rye blew out an irritated exhale. How about you need to see her because she's the mayor of the town you live in? I tossed another octopus into a buttered pan, sprinkling it with herbs. Not for long. It's probably about GS properties. Rye unscrewed a bottle of S. Pellegrino, taking a long sip. She might have info she doesn't want you to be ambushed with later today. That got my attention. I grabbed a dishcloth from my station and wiped my hands, dumping it onto the butcher block. Give me 5. I'll meet her in the upstairs office. I made a Rose Kennedy double the vodka, her favorite, before trudging my way upstairs. Allison and I had never meshed well. She was the wrong type of go-getter, the kind that ran people over on her way places. She had tried too hard to impress me, to keep me, to seduce me, which resulted in me breaking things off before I'd even had a chance to take her for a spin. When I pushed open the door to my office, Allison was already there, perched on the edge of my L-shaped desk, legs crossed in a tight gray pencil skirt and a white blouse, the first 3 buttons undone. She had scarlet hair and matching lipstick and red-soled heels higher than Willie Nelson. At 26, she was the youngest mayor in the United States. Impressive, even if Staindrop had fewer citizens than some sheds. Amby. She looked up from her phone, setting it down and uncrossing her legs, a la Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. I see you brought me my favorite. Her ruby lips parted, alluringly. Pardon my shitty manners. I placed the cocktail on the desk and stepped back, resting a shoulder against the wall. But what brings you in, Al? I gotta wrap things up before the town hall meeting tonight. Actually, the meeting is the reason I stopped by. She took a demure sip of her cocktail through the tiny black straws, blinking at me through synthetic lashes. Allison always checked the pulse to see if I might be interested in taking her out for dinner and having her as my dessert. It always flatlined. Monogamy wasn't my thing. I didn't want a family, didn't want kids, didn't want any dependents. The less responsibility I had, the fewer chances I had to fuck something up. Artem's voice chuckled in my head. Simple math never lies. What's more, I had no idea why she was interested in me. She had seemed just as bored as I was the couple times we had gone on dates. Anything I need to know ahead of the meeting? I pulled a cigarette from behind my ear, lighting it up. No Cal around to chide me for killing myself, thank God. Yes, there is. She glided from the desk, smoothing her hand over her skirt and trotting her way toward me. She slid one hand up my chest, her fingernails toying with the collar of my shirt, scraping the skin beneath it. The nails were red, like the rest of her. Anger flared through me. Yesterday, I'd been hoping the hot, desire-soaked need to plow into Cal and fuck her until she was boneless was the result of being abstinent for too long. But no. Carrying a muddy, disheveled, panicked Cal to safety apparently made me harder than having a willing woman in a full, sexy librarian outfit try to undress me in my back office. Clearly, there weren't enough years in my life for the amount of therapy I needed. Spit it out. I clasped her wrist, removing her hand from my chest. And don't start with the regulatory bullshit. I spoke to the developers. They said the zoning falls just outside of the historical landmark's limit. It is? Well, technically, I guess. Her manicured fingernail trailed down the seam of my chef jacket again. Still, I would feel so much more comfortable if you withdrew from the deal altogether. I'm not compression socks. My jaw clenched. I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. Ambi, be realistic here. She balled her fists, pounding them on my chest before letting out a brattish snarl. This town has been historically maintained for the 110 years of its existence. I cannot have it all go down the drain on my shift. You know how much money Daddy spent to make this happen? She motioned toward herself. I didn't come this far only to come this far. The famous Tom Brady quote. Only Allison and Tom both had it wrong. Sometimes you needed to know when to quit. It was no secret Mr. Murray had dropped serious bucks to make his little darling the most important person in this zip code. He wanted Allison in Congress and had the means to make it happen. I knew Staindrop was just a pit stop on her way to D.C. I slanted my head sideways. I think what you mean to say is this place has been at a standstill for decades longer than it should have been. People are fleeing it by the dozens. Your population's been shrinking for 9 years straight. Those who stay here like it the way it is. She curled her fingers with a pout, checking her pointy fingernails. They're going to blame me for letting it happen. What did they expect you to do? Murder me? I arched an eyebrow. If that's what it takes. She screwed her lips into a scowl. I contemplated this, but the odds weren't in my favor. With your size, I'd be lucky to give you a paper cut. Anyway, people are blaming me for what you're doing, and that's disastrous for my career trajectory. It's not ideal, I agreed. See? She perked up. Totally not ideal. It's not too late to, but it is also not my fucking problem. Ugh, come on. She threw herself at me, and now we were chest to chest, face to face, groin to groin, and my anger morphed into fury. This woman was all over me, and my dick was softer than a bath sponge. Yesterday, up to... fine and including the time I'd found a dead fucking coyote on my property, my erection could have been detected from Mars. In fact, that Cal hadn't noticed I was sporting a stiffy the size of the Empire State Building while showing her around, attested to how out of it she had been. I wasn't horny. I was just horny for Cal. Problem was, if I scratched that itch, I'd shed my flesh until I hit bone. I also didn't want her to do McMonster dirty, which was fucking deranged, because I was McMonster. Do you really want to go down in the history books as the person who let the powerful boot of capitalism crush the romantic town of Staindrop? Allison penetrated my thoughts. I looked around the room, scratching my neck. Don't flatter this shithole. No one is going to write a book about it. Ambi, I'm serious. Me too. Not even a leaflet. I doubt we're even on the map. If it's money that you need... Respectfully, Al, fuck off. I was no charity case. If there was one thing I hated, it was people waving money in my face like I was a problem in need of fixing. You can't sell the land. It's historic. It's special. It's haunted. She threw her arms out desperately. That's a well-known fact. I advanced toward the door. Look, I appreciate the last-ditch effort to try to save your career, this town, or whatever it is you're fighting for, but it ain't happening. It's a good deal, and I'm taking it. I just built a house for Dylan and my mother and bought my own apartment in London. The cash flow will help, and I actually think the plan's good. I did. Not that it mattered to anyone. People couldn't see past their anger once you moved their cheese. You bought an apartment there? Her throat bobbed, and she had that look in her eyes of a kitten that had been kicked to the curb. I strangled the doorframe on a sigh. Told you, I'm leaving for good. I thought... She rubbed at her temple, frowning. I thought you meant in a few more years, not like now. 7 weeks, and not a moment too soon. So you're basically killing this town, then bailing on it? Her expression hardened, and she was pretty, but she wasn't Cal pretty. Her skin glowed, but wasn't punctuated by freckles. Her eyes were blue, but they didn't sparkle. And when she smiled, the world didn't stop spinning. Sadly, I'm bailing before. I bowed my head sarcastically. The developer said they aren't going to break ground until next year. Blueprints are ready, though. And what is it that I'm hearing that Calla Litvin is working for you now? Allison changed the subject sharply, her eyes roaming my face wildly. She's the poster child for useless. Are you doing your sister a favor? I thought Dylan finally ditched her all those years ago. Are we done here? I folded my arms over my chest. Allison shook her head. She's a weirdo. Yeah? My hand grabbed the doorknob. Well, normal people are boring and ordinary and average are fucking synonyms. Who wants to be that? Wait, Amby, come back here. We're not done talking. She started chasing after me. My answer came in the form of the door being slammed in her face. Chapter 24, Row. Obituary. Can you send me a picture of your ear? Obituary. Any ear would be fine, but left is best. McMonster. Have you been day drinking? McMonster. Why? Obituary. I find ears attractive. Like, when I look at a man, in pictures I'm mostly too horrified to check them out in real life, I always look at the ears. I'm trying to see if we could be a good match. McMonster. I thought you only wanted to be friends. Obituary. You are a master negotiator. Trade-off? McMonster. I don't mean to sound rude, but I really couldn't give two craps about your ears, bitchy. Obituary. Well, Mac, I was thinking more like a picture of my lips. McMonster. Which pair? Obituary. Sheesh. Obituary sent an attachment. McMonster. Very kissable. McMonster sent an attachment. McMonster. Verdict? Obituary. Also very kissable. McMonster. You're weird. Obituary. But you love it. McMonster. But I love it. Chapter 25. Row. Staindrop's library was a 2-story red brick colonial building with bottle green shutters and a sage roof to match. Both the American and Maine flags danced in the wind on either side of the arched white entryway. By the number of cars parked along Main Street, I gathered every single asshole in the town was in attendance. I slammed the Silverado's door and trudged my way in, muttering profanity all throughout. I went past security, guessing such a measure had been taken precisely to prevent someone from putting a hole through my head. Thank you, Allison. An unfamiliar guard patted me down with inappropriate gusto, swore he kept a feel when he reached my nether region. It was nice to see an unfamiliar face, though. Then he started talking and ruined everything. Where are you working out? You're buff. Nice definition. He tried to make small talk while running his fingers over my biceps and maintaining eye contact. Just moved up here with the wife from Alabama and looking for a good gym. Not into the CrossFit nonsense and all that jazz. Just need an old school place. I work out at running a kitchen for 16 hours a day. I provided dryly. He laughed. I didn't. His smile vanished. I see what it's like. Good day, sir. That ship sailed. I shouldered past him, going through the double doors of the conference room, which could easily moonlight as a high school theater. It was stuffy and windowless, with old creaking floorboards and a stage that had seen better days. probably during World War II. Allison was already sitting on stage behind 2 classroom desks pushed together, her lips pressed against a microphone, wearing a sensible blazer and too much makeup. She looked flustered. Contrary to general belief, I didn't enjoy seeing people suffer. I just didn't care much unless they were blood-related. Next to her were her assistant, Lucinda, the council member's spokesperson, Melinda Finch, and a clerk recording the meeting, old Robbie Smith. The room was crammed with wooden library chairs, which were occupied by townsfolk who stared at me like I'd just stirred their soup with my dick. Allison acknowledged my presence by letting out a prissy huff and giving Lucinda a pointed look, jerking her head in my direction.
10 minutes late, but at least he made it, ladies and gents.
A sugary grin stretched across the mayor's face. Wouldn't miss it for the world. I proceeded inside. If I was going down, might as well do it in a fashion. People booed from the crowd. I ambled nonchalantly past them.
Mr. Casablancas, please join us on the podium to answer questions regarding the impending deal with GS Properties.
I'm still not sure where the recording button is. Robbie, beside her, stabbed his laptop keyboard, recoiling quickly as if it were going to bite him. He had cotton candy white hair floating over his head like a halo, suspenders, and thick-framed glasses.
Go, Rowie, we love you!
My sister pumped her fist in the air from the ocean of wooden chairs, letting loose a loud whistle.
Woot woot!
I kept my pace even, my posture straight as I shot her a glare. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on bed rest. Her beaming face nestled among 100 scowls in the crowd.
You're my beloved big bro. If you're to be publicly crucified, you know I'll always be there. To support him?
Mom smiled.
To live stream the entire thing.
My mother began huffing and making dissatisfied faces while Dylan waved me off.
But seriously, don't worry about me. Mom is here to keep me safe. Dot 2. She's my bitch now.
Sure enough, I spotted Cal, with her black overalls and white turtleneck, and that face that was equally fascinating and painful to look at. My own personal sun, shining too bright and too hot. She gave me an awkward wave, and I almost tripped. It threw me off so badly. Then I noticed Kieran. He was sitting next to Cal, wearing a designer pea coat with the collar popped straight like a Succession character. Was he vying for the douchebag world championship? If so, he could count on my vote. Also, why wasn't Cal at work? Guess it was her day off. I made a point of not checking the schedule to prove to myself I didn't care. Great job, ass-face. Very convincing. I took my place on stage between Robbie and Allison. The old man was still wrestling with his laptop, physically grabbing and shaking it into submission. He whipped his head in my direction. Got any idea how to record on this thing? Scooting my chair closer to his, I peered at the screen and double-clicked the recording software. Is it connected to the camera on that tripod? Should it be? The man's bushy white eyebrows flew to his forehead. I'm filling in for Helene. Don't have the greenest clue how to operate this thing. It took me 8 more minutes to connect the camera to the computer so that my public crucifixion could be documented in full-color HD. When I retook my seat, Allison announced that she would moderate the town hall meeting, in which the topic at hand would be me signing the GS deal and what it meant for the future of Staindrop.
Also, just to address the elephant in the room, even though Mr. Casablancas and I used to be partners, I assure you I will be treating this with the utmost professionalism this town deserves.
We had never been partners. This shit had gone too far. I turned to look at Cal despite my better judgment. Her face was blank, caged up. What did I expect? To see her bawling into her ridiculous Lego-shaped purse? She'd never wanted me. Even when I had been balls deep inside her, she'd been doing it so she could fuck off to college hymen-free. Thank you, Miss Murray, for being less discreet than a 10-foot dildo, I drawled, perching back lazily in my seat. People gasped.
Excuse his unpalatable sense of humor.
Allison sent me a flirtatious smile from across the panel, even though I knew she wanted to kill me for that last comment.
Now, please raise your hand if you have any specific questions regarding the contract with GS or what it might entail.
A group of elderly women shot up from their seats in the front row. The righteous gang. I knew them well. They were town hall staples, there to yell when the first Starbucks had opened in town, then closed 3 months later, when I'd transformed the old train station into Descartes, or when a kid had ridden their bike on the street between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. Everything from the width of the crosswalks to the fucking weather offended them.
We made a song of protest.
Agnes, the one with the orange-green sweater and hat made out of leaves, rose to her feet. Of course you did. I slouched back in my chair, folding my arms over my chest.
What's that supposed to mean?
Mildred, clad in a bandana and a peace sign necklace, thundered.
What happened to the lovely boy who used to mow my lawn?
She referred to me, but that didn't stop me from answering. He probably moved down south where the minimum wage is at least $5 an hour more. This is why you should want me to sell. You need more jobs in this shithole. A collective gasp filled the air. I ignored it. I spoke the truth and let everyone squirm and deal with the consequences.
Perhaps this isn't the best time for a song.
Allison's crisp, impatient smile reeked of fury.
Any questions, concerns, input?
I don't think this thing is recording. Robbie squinted at his screen.
We're singing our song.
Gertrude, the founding member of the righteous gang, declared solemnly, shaking her walking cane in our direction.
Our voices will be heard.
Would you mind? Allison glanced at me, uncertain. I want to get this thing going. Channeling my inner Simon Cowell, I nodded. Floor's yours, ladies. The three lifted their faces upward and belted out their song in a cadence they 100% had ripped off from Eminem's Stan.
Dear Ro, we wrote to you, but you didn't answer. We also left messages in your voicemail, texts, and whatnot. Are you even listening? This town ain't just yours, it's also mine. You know what ruining it would be? Yeah, you guessed it, a crime. Especially as you haven't even been around in so long. There's a word for how you treated all of them people on TV. It's called wrong. Anyway, hey, you know, the thing about Maiden Cliff's old train station? It's been there since before your parents were born. It's one of the founding railways of our nation. We used to be your biggest fans. That's the saddest part. We even screened your Thanksgiving cooking special in the Museum of Art. Now you're nothing to be proud of, just a villain in Staindrop's story. Mark our words, you'll be the last one to say you're sorry.
Gertie dropped an invisible mic to the floor, folding her arms over her chest and doing a peace sign with her fingers. Mildred slipped on her shades casually. The entire room stood up and clapped, cheering and whistling. I had to hand it to him. That was pretty neat. I'd have given them my Grammy if I didn't think they'd use it to maim me.
Well, Agnes probed. What do you say, Mr. Casablancas?
Well, I enjoyed your little stunt. Wasted talent, by the way. I like the sound of getting $8 million richer next month even better. That's when I'll be signing the contract, by the way. That caused a little more commotion. And when I say a little, I mean a fuck ton. There was screaming involved. Bad apple, patronizing prick, and Satan's spawn were all hurled my way, as well as some personal items and one orthopedic shoe. Randy, forever the overachiever, threw a chair toward the stage, but missed by at least 3 feet. Chaos erupted, with everyone's wrath focused on me. I just sat there, cool as a cucumber, wondering what to make myself for dinner. Allison shot up from her seat.
Everybody needs to calm down. There is no need to get physical. This is not the Staindrop way to settle things.
Ah, zip it. If it wasn't for Daddy buying you this job, you'd be glazing donuts at Dahlia's diner down the street. Lyle rumbled into his thermos from my right side.
I would never have her,
Dahlia proclaimed from the depths of the auditorium.
She'd probably lick them a la Ariana Grande. This is going to change the entire makeup of the town. Business owners are going to go hungry.
Another woman piped up. Who's going to pay my kids' college fees? My utility bills once money stops rolling in. Randy barked from the end of the room, ripping his baseball cap from his head and dumping it on the floor. I run a goddamn food mart. They're bringing in a Hannaford.
What about my inn?
Gertie patted her nose with a crumpled tissue.
The one you're staying in, young man. A mall would stand out here like a sore thumb.
Melinda Fitch sniffed from the other side of the table we were occupying. I would hate for big modern eyesores to stain our unique landscape. People come here from all over to admire the quaint view. Too bad they don't stick around to buy a cup of coffee, pump their gas, and get a souvenir, I shot back. You're running this place into the ground, and just because you don't like change doesn't mean you don't need it. If you'd see the blueprints, absolutely not. Allison shook her head vehemently. They'll be overwhelmed and even more upset if you show them what kind of monster you want to build here. It wasn't that I didn't understand where the townsfolk were coming from. It was that I, A, thought the pros outweighed the cons in opening up the town, and B, didn't give a shit either way. I had come here for vengeance and gotten it. It was time to move on. Letting out a provocative yawn, I explained. Folks, I do apologize, but I don't have time for songs and dances. If you've got a specific question, I'll answer it. I've read the plan, studied the blueprints, and know the vision for the hotel and mall they're planning here. Otherwise, let me go back to the only business in Staindrop that's currently not losing money. I spun the ring on my pinky finger. And while I've got your attention, I would refrain from pranking my ass with roadkill and hate mail. In case you haven't noticed, I don't play so well with others, and when I hit back, it's much, much harder. Randy snorted from the end of the room. Not as hard as the punch I've got saved for you, boy. My eyes slowly lifted to his. I smell a fucking challenge, Randy. Let's go outside and test it out. No! Allison yelped. Stop this nonsense. No one is punching anyone. I don't need this headline attached to my name. The town hall meeting lasted for another 40 minutes, during which I got grilled about the details in my as-yet unsigned contract with GS Properties. I answered questions honestly and to the point, reminding people every now and then that I was volunteering information they had no business asking me for. By the time the meeting was over, so was my will to live. I had a migraine that threatened to split my head in half and was in no mood to return to Descartes. I waited for the room to empty and helped Robbie with his laptop while people filed out. Mom, Dylan, Cal, and Fuckface loitered near the stage, with the latter helping stack chairs into a tall pile, one on top of the other. Man, that was brutal. Captain Obvious, a.k.a. Kieran, wiped invisible sweat from his forehead after pushing a stack of chairs to the far corner of the room. You okay, bro? Not your bro. I hopped off the stage. And not your business. Dylan, I spun on my heel facing my sister. You shouldn't be on your feet. Let's go. Is it just me, or does Allison have more plastic on her face than the Container Store? Dylan chatted happily, ignoring the tension hanging thickly in the air as she rubbed the small of her back. Did she have a mini facelift? And why? She's younger than some of the cans Mom has in the pantry. Honey, you handled it so well. Mom laced her arm through mine, smiling sympathetically. I peered at Cal, but she seemed busy reading something on her phone, determined not to give me the time of day. Was she pissed about Allison? If so, good. He held back on the snark, Kieran agreed. Why was Fuckface being so nice to me? He had nothing to gain from this. Maybe he wasn't a world-class prick anymore, though I highly doubted it. But there was still no need to suck up to me, unless he wanted to show Cal he was a good guy. The thought made me want to kill him violently, creatively, and slowly. He only offended 80% of the people in the room, if that. Honestly, who cares about that train station? Dylan puffed, rubbing at her belly as she wobbled toward the exit. Before Ro bought it and made it a restaurant, it was straight up deserted. It smelled of piss, weed, and garbage. People are afraid of change, Signorina, Mom said quietly, a shudder only I noticed moving through her. That's why we keep making the same mistakes. Only Cal remained curiously silent. Ironically, it was her words I craved more than anyone else's. I nudged her with my elbow. Earth to Dot. Now's your turn to lay into me. Your 5 minutes start now. Pass. She took a sip of her coffee. Probably some offensive pumpkin latte bullshit. What they did to you was brutal, and I believe everyone deserves a bit of grace. Even and especially those who don't give it to others. I will, however, give you a generous piece of my mind tomorrow when you pick me up for work. She tried to smile, but I didn't see any teeth. That gives me a full 12 minutes, not 5. Are you timing our rides together? She hitched one dainty shoulder up. The Arctic gusts of wind from your scowls give me chills. Pumpkin spice latte? She aimed the coffee at me. Thanks, I'd rather use Tabasco as eye drops. I'm enjoying that mental image. She wiped a thin foam mustache off her upper lip, and I wanted to trail the same path with the tip of my tongue before sealing her mouth with mine. Anyway, I tallied every time you used profanity on my phone. She raised her ancient iPhone in the air between us. You should donate $1 to the local elementary school's baseball team for every cuss word you used. I'll go bankrupt. A fitting punishment for your sins. She smiled happily. Want to know how many times you cursed? Not really. 44. That's an average of more than 1 a minute. That's bullshit. She flipped an invisible notepad open and pretended to cross something off with an imaginary pencil. Make that 45. I see you're eager to buy Staindrop Elementary another field. Someone is being mouthy these days. Not that I had any complaints. I'd come for seconds and thirds of that attitude. Oh, did you mistake my anxiety for weakness? Her eyes flared. Rookie mistake. My tongue is more lethal than any man's fist. I bet so, sweetheart. I was waiting for her to give me shit about Allison, but she didn't. Instead, Cal swung her gaze to the ceiling and chewed on her lip, looking thoughtful. I may or may not have also recorded the protest song on my phone and put Stan in the background. Liar. I pursed my lips. Dylan, Mom, and Fuckface trailed behind us, though really, they might as well have been on another planet. Their beat was something fierce. She stopped dead in her tracks and swiped her phone screen. The Righteous Gang's version of Stan filled the air. I couldn't help it. I let out a chuckle and shook my head. You're a nut. When I checked the BPM, I realized Gertie is a straight-up musical genius. She rose on her tiptoes and plastered the phone closer to my ear. My favorite part is when they call you a villain. I could listen to it until my ears fall off. I was smiling. Why was I smiling? This was ridiculous. She was ridiculous. Besides, I never smiled. Smiling was reserved for other people who were capable of being happy. The height of positivity I could reach, emotionally, was being not pissed off. Dylan pushed between us, flinging an arm over each of us. Look at you two, not even trying to scoop each other's eyes out. It's good progress from the time Cal bought you cupcakes. Mom caught up with our pace, nodding in approval. Having everyone home is so much fun, Dylan sighed. Tucker isn't home, though. Cal frowned. I said what I said. Dylan rolled her eyes. Fuckface turned to me, changing the subject. Hey, didn't know that you and Allison used to knock boots. I took her to prom, you know. Had no idea she was contaminated. I'll scrub extra hard today in the shower, I drawled. Be sure to use bleach, too. We were drunk that night and some funky things went down. Kieran tipped an imaginary hat, making my mom choke on her takeout coffee. Thing is, she doesn't seem like your type. What's my type? I humored him. Kieran stroked his chin. Someone who isn't completely dead inside? Someone cheerful to level out your darkness? You need a yin to your yang. He gave me a once-over. Your yang is kind of terrible. Glancing quickly at Cal, I noticed not only did she not have any opinion about my short affair with Allison, but she didn't look too bothered by the revelation either. Why did it drive me up the fucking wall that she wasn't jealous? Because you still care, and she is still not interested. I wanted to yell at her. I'm McMonster. I'm your fucking fantasy. Me. The same guy who has always been there, in your periphery, waiting to save the goddamn day and not take any credit for it. I taught you how to drive. I made your birthday cakes up until your sophomore year. I fucking took your virginity because you asked not so nicely, even though I knew it was going to undo me. I pushed the exit door open and held it for everyone other than Fuckface. He could hold his own damn door. When I stepped outside into the frosty winter evening, I bumped into my mother's back. She was standing frozen to the sidewalk, staring at the street. So were Dylan and Cal. Mom? I peered down at her face to find it was pale as a sheet. Honey. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. I followed her line of sight. My Silverado, which was parked across the street, had all 4 tires slashed to ribbons. They were so badly ripped the barrel was completely naked from the tire. A rush of heat climbed up my neck. Motherfucker. I stomped my way to the truck, bending down to take a better look at the prankster's handiwork. My blood simmered to a dangerous temperature. The dead coyote had been uncalled for. I had let it slide, filing it as a last-ditch effort by some punk before the town hall meeting. There was the mysterious hate mail too, but getting trashed was no news to me. I was used to it from being A, a celebrity, and B, a major asshole. Now this was personal, not to mention inconvenient. I couldn't go anywhere without my truck. Someone was following me around and making my life hell, and I was going to get to the bottom of it. I looked around the street for cameras, tugging hard at my overgrown hair. "Don't even bother." Dylan appeared by my side, clutching her lower back with a pout. "None of the cameras work. I tried getting the city to pull out some footage last week because this dumbass gave me a parking ticket for taking a quick nap by the fire hydrant in my car." "You're shitting me." I gritted my teeth. What kind of main street didn't have one working camera? "I know, right?" Dylan bristled. "Taking a cat nap is a basic human right when you're in your third trimester. We should normalize that everywhere." Fuckface popped into my periphery, staring at the wheels and scratching the side of his neck. "Shit, man. Those tires are done. Do you ever say things that aren't fucking obvious?" I ground out. Kieran shrugged, unmoved by my attitude toward him. "Not usually. I'm fuck hot and on the brink of becoming a billionaire. I could be as dumb as a rock and people will still be interested." "That's not true. You're very bright. I'm sure you can tell him something he doesn't know," Dylan encouraged with a dreamy grin. "Try it." "Before Alex Ferguson took over Man United, Aston Villa was the more successful club. Bet you didn't know that." "I didn't," Dylan chirped. "Did you, Cal?" "Nope." Cal perked up. "Did you know there was another pilot with Amelia Earhart when she disappeared? His name was Fred Noonan." "I knew that." Dylan snapped her fingers. "He was hot." This vandalism bullshit didn't fly with me, no matter how angry people were. Who could have done this? Randy. Randy could and would. He was my most outspoken adversary in town, with plenty to lose if the deal went through. "You keep talking about boring shit." I turned around and marched straight down Main Street. "Be right back." "Hey, where are you going?" Dylan called out. "I have a sucker punch with Randy's name on it." He'd be at Dahlia's diner eating his sad discount senior meal. Randy and Lyle had a Thursday routine. "Ro, no!" Dylan yelped. "What are you doing? He's like 1,000 years old. You don't even know that it's him," my mother pointed out, her voice becoming fainter as I put some distance between us. I didn't care at this point. Someone was targeting me, and I needed my pound of flesh. Once upon a very long time ago, I had been someone's punching bag. Never again. Lesson learned. These days, I always hit back and twice as hard. They hollered my name as I zipped down the street, past the food mart Randy owned, the auto shop, and the gift shop not one soul had stepped into since 1998. Dahlia's diner appeared before me in all its modesty, neon red roof, glass bricks, and red door with an open sign nailed into it. Christmas lights adorned its roof, flicking on and off. I spotted Randy through the window, sitting in the corner, digging into his biscuits and gravy. I was about to slap the door open and rearrange the organs in his face when I heard a voice behind me. "Don't you dare open that door, Ambrose Casablancas." Cal. My steps faltered, my hand already on the handle. I didn't turn around to face her. "Go back to your date," I hissed out, remembering that she was here with Fuckface. "You don't know that it's Randy. Even if it is him, he's an elderly gentleman who is dead afraid of losing his family's only source of income. Have you no conscience?" I didn't grace the question with an answer. She sighed. "All right. What about a beating heart? Got one of those?" "Yes, and you need to stay the hell away from it." Her words washed through me, going in one ear and out the other, but the touch of her fingertips as they fluttered between my shoulder blades did not go unnoticed. There was a jacket and a Henley between us, and still, where we touched, my skin tingled, coming alive. It was a weird sensation, like being awakened from a long bout of sleep. I inhaled sharply, clinging desperately to my anger. She thawed me where I wanted to stay iced. The last thing I needed was another complication in my life, and Cal made me feel. She made me feel. That was the main problem. I won't be bullied again. I ground out the words. I had always pretended to be untouchable. Athletic, popular, successful, talented. I had been a great student, on the rowing team, Letterman jacket, a sports car, and a harem of fangirls. I never showed weakness, and didn't plan on starting now. Again, she tilted her head to the side. Nice going, asshole. One touch and you start spilling secrets. The coyote, I mumbled, then scowled, twisting my head to glance at her. And why do you smell like the apocalypse? She didn't smell like her usual green apples and white musk. Seamus has been peeing in my shoes to make a point ever since I got back. She sighed, not even a little self-conscious. Seamus is your cat? I clarified. Please let it be the fucking cat. If it's a stalker, I'll get a life sentence. If he were a human, would I be so calm about it? She pinned me with a look. I stifled a smile, just barely. She made not smiling impossible. Anyway, can you give me 2 minutes to talk you out of making a ginormous mistake? No. Then I quit, and I'm taking my expertise and 10-ton bucket of charm with me. She was blinking hard, a tick that told me she was nervous. I didn't have the fucking heart to deny her. I groaned. You're going to be the death of me. Here's hoping. She crossed her fingers. How would you like me to kill you? A chain of 300 orgasms while buried inside you. Let me smoke however much I want and shut up about it. No can do. You mean the world to Dylan and she means the world to me, so can I have 2 minutes? You can have 1. Make it quick. We were both looking at an oblivious Randy and Lyle through the diner window. Cal's profile was a vision. Cute, pert nose, bee-stung lips, a dusting of freckles on her nose and cheeks. Even the curve of her eyebrow held grace. Look, I get it. They don't understand you. Her shoulder brushed mine, and for 1 second I forgot how to fucking breathe. You're a mythical creature, Casablancas. Too big for this world. I spent my entire childhood watching you, and I still don't think I figured you out. Her voice sounded like it came from the bottom of her soul. It's aggravating, seeing someone treat this world like it's their personal oyster, and it's frightening when that someone takes something you know so well and decides to turn it into something else entirely. Give them time to adjust. They're not bad people. Are you fucking fuckface? I blurted out. Jesus, had I caught her verbal diarrhea virus? I knew the answer to that question, but I still needed the reassurance. She whipped her head toward me. Excuse me? You heard me. It's a yes or no question. He's my friend. So, I'd had plenty of friends who could recognize my dick in a 30-cock lineup. That wasn't what I was asking. Well, that's the answer you're getting, so deal with it. I don't want you anywhere near him. He's a bad influence. I recognized that was rich coming from me, a man whose entire existence was deplorable. And Allison? Her eyebrows shot up. What kind of influence is she? It was pathetic how pleased I was she had fallen into the trap I'd set up for her. You knew I disliked her. Cal's throat rolled with a swallow. Yet you still went and dated her. That was a feature, not a bug, I admitted, my voice coming out harsh and hot. I had wanted to hurt Cal, dig under her skin, team up with her enemy. So long as she hadn't known it, as long as it was all in my messed up head, it had felt good. But now that she did know, I couldn't bear being the one to make her feel bad. I turned around and walked back to my truck. She trailed behind me. Holy shit, did I just manage to talk you out of beating an elderly person? She giggled, a bounce in her step as she chased me. Does it mean that I earned my place in heaven? Hope so for your sake. If we're neighbors in hell, I'm stealing your trash can. I'll egg your house, she retorted, catching up with my step. I'll butter your floor. I'll send embarrassing deliveries to your doorstep. You'll be a social pariah. She evil laughed before her smile dropped. Fine, maybe not. You'd probably like that. How come you're so comfortable around me? I asked. I always found her no-filter prattling adorable. You barely have tics, and you don't mind us standing close together. It's less prominent when I'm around someone I know, Cal explained. When I'm around someone... She trailed off. I, trust. You trust me? I asked. My heart picked up speed. Probably a minor heart attack. Nothing to worry about.
Not to kill me, I guess.
We were headed toward Mom, Dylan, and Kieran, who were still loitering by the Silverado, pointing at faulty street cameras and making some calls. Bystanders were bracketing them, gasping and taking pictures. Great. More humans. Wasn't I lucky? Have you started running again? I asked.
Next question.
I pierced her with a look. She reddened, picking up an orange leaf from the street and twisting it between her fingers by the stem.
It's hard, okay?
Anything worth doing is. I stopped by my truck, fighting the urge to kick it in frustration. I also wanted a cigarette, but I didn't want another lecture. Cal shoved the leaf into her hair like it was a feather in a cap. So, Kieran clucked his tongue, looking between us. What was he going to do next? Tell us that the night was dark, winter was cold, cats were superior to dogs? My car's parked right here in case you need a ride. He motioned toward a gunmetal Maybach.
My feet thank you, good sir.
Dylan patted his back, already strutting toward his car. Mom followed her, and Kieran unlocked the car so they could slide in and wait in the warmth.
Thank you, Kieran. How lovely of you to offer.
Mom rearranged the thick, silky scarf on her neck as she slid in. Cal looked between me and him, and for a moment I had the idiotic hope she was going to choose to stay here with me and figure out my truck shit.
Ro, are you coming?
Cal asked. No, I said stiffly. You go. She tilted her chin up, squinting at the sky.
Gonna rain soon.
I ain't made out of sugar.
Don't I know it?
A tired smile twisted her pink lips.
Cyanide, maybe. Don't be so stubborn. Come.
I'm good. She shook her head, throwing me a frustrated look.
I swear, your ego is the most giant thing I've seen.
That's not true, and we both know it. That made her blush down to her toes. Her face was so pink she looked sunburned.
See you at work tomorrow?
She bit at the side of her thumb. Unfortunately, fuck, no more rides together. I should not feel as disappointed as I did. I hated our rides together, spent the majority of them lecturing her.
Okay, so, bye?
She squeaked. Bye. I kept my back to Kieran's Maybach as I called my insurance. Maybe the bastard was reformed after all, but it didn't matter either way. Nice guys didn't always finish last, but if this specific one wasn't careful, he'd end up in my trunk. Chapter 26. Row. Obituary.
Okay, I have a confession to make.
McMonster. If it can end up with a criminal charge, I'd rather not know. Obituary.
I'm starting to have feelings.
McMonster. What kind of feelings? Obituary.
Horny ones?
McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. Obituary.
Are you okay?
Obituary.
It's been 20 minutes and I can see that you're online.
McMonster. Sorry, had to go scream into a pillow. McMonster. Anyone specific that makes you horny, or is it just general horniness? Obituary.
My not-so-nice dick of a boss?
Obituary.
Who also happens to have a very nice dick?
McMonster. The plot thickens. Obituary.
Not just the plot.
Obituary.
Sorry, I'll stop. No straight guy wants to hear about some other dude's penis.
McMonster. So what are you planning to do about it?
Obituary. Nothing. He's my best friend's brother and pretty horrific most of the time.
Obituary.
Plus, I really like you.
McMonster. I really like you too. McMonster. I should really tell you that's something.
Obituary. Tomorrow, okay? Promise. I'm pooped. Good night, Mac.
McMonster. Good night, bitchy. Chapter 27. Row.
Ugh, this is so good my mouth just orgasmed.
Dylan threw her head back, closing her eyes.
What did you put in this?
Peas, salmon, risotto, my entire fucking soul. I sat across from her in my mother's kitchen, sorting out a Rubik's Cube.
Your soul?
I can't eat anything raw, dude. What the fuck? Her plate of asparagus risotto and pea sauce and honey-glazed salmon was balanced over her huge stomach, which served as a table. She was mid-bite, the green sauce dripping down her chin. Your soul is perpetually bleeding. I can't have that. I didn't look up from the cube, an unlit cigarette tucked in the corner of my mouth. You're extremely funny. Pissing my pants here. Mom! Dylan cupped her mouth. Ro said a bad word. Ro, give your sister $50. Mom called from her bedroom. I pinned Dylan with a glare. It used to be $1. Dylan shrugged. Inflation, baby. Besides, you can afford it. How's Tuck doing? I changed the subject. Dylan didn't want to accept my gift in the form of a house I'd built for her. She thought it was too much and didn't want to be a charity case. Truth was, she wasn't. It was a way to calm my raging guilt for leaving her and Mom behind. Not sure. He stopped calling since I never pick up. She dragged her finger along the sauce on the plate, sucking it. And I never pick up because he's a jerk. Why the shit are you marrying the man then? I tossed the sordid cube on the table. It never took me more than a minute to solve. She stood up, carrying her plate to the sink to wash it. I made a move to help her, but she shook her head. Absolutely not. If you don't let me do something around here, I'll go mad. I think I'm halfway there already. She squirted enough soap to bathe a baby whale and began washing the plate. You and I both know why I'm marrying him. Mom. I'm already a huge disappointment. No, don't give me that look. I know I am. No college, no prospects, a baby out of wedlock. The least I can do for my child is marry her father. The least you can do for your child is do what's right for you and give her an example of an independent, fearless woman choosing her own path in life, I countered. You hate Tuck, and I don't blame you. I still had no idea what had inspired her to waste so many years with that tool bag. What kind of... Look. She raised a wet palm up to stop me, grabbing a rag from the counter and wiping her hands with it. I don't want to talk about Tuck. How are you feeling about Cal being here? Indifferent? I raised an eyebrow. She rolled her eyes, walking my way and patting my knee. Oh, Roey. It was a childhood crush. My cheekbones stung. I don't have any feelings for her anymore. Well, just so you know, if you want to jam the clam, I no longer care. She dropped onto the seat next to me. Why would I want to jam a clam? I stared at her, vaguely disturbed. Is this a fucking TikTok challenge or something? You know. Her eyes flared for emphasis. If you want to sour the kraut, so to speak. I glowered, still not getting it. Kraut is not soured, it is fermented. It's actually easy. All you have to do is salt the... Oh my God, what I mean is you guys can screw each other for all I care. I won't stand in your way or throw a big fit. Dylan tossed her hands in the air. This caught me by surprise considering her epic meltdown 5 years ago. I squinted at her. Why the change of heart? She flipped her dark hair to one shoulder, looking for fuzzy individual hairs she wanted to pluck with a careless shrug. I didn't want you two to hook up because I was afraid your feelings were going to get hurt. I love Dot to death, but she's never been in a serious relationship with a guy. I mean, she claimed to have hooked up with a bunch of people, but I mostly saw her actively running away from them when we were growing up, especially after freshman year of high school. It's like something in her switched, and she became this distrustful person. I was the only human, outside of her parents, she could open up to. Dylan wet her lips. I guess, deep down, I was always afraid Cal wasn't capable of love. Or at least not the kind of love you deserve. I guarded your feelings. But since you obviously loathe her right now, I no longer care. You are both adults. You can do whatever you want. Not that I'm actually considering this. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Greatest fucking lie to ever be recorded on Earth, by the way. But are you saying that if Cal and I hooked up tomorrow, you wouldn't care? Not in the least. Because I don't have feelings for her? My eyes narrowed. Because you hate her and will never fall in love with her again, she corrected. I studied her intently. Why did I want to call bullshit on her? Maybe because Dylan knew me like the back of her hand and knew I hated Cal like Hemingway hated a good drink. She was planning something. I'd ask her what it was, but I had just gotten a free ticket to do what I wanted, my baby sister's best friend, and the less I read into that, the better. As I said, I have no interest in Cal. I sat back, toying with the cigarette between my fingers. Of course you don't, you sweet summer child. There was a pregnant pause in which she dragged her teeth against her lip. Can I have a treat now? She knew she wasn't supposed to have sugar. 1 cookie, I allowed. Yay! She pumped her fist in the air. It's sugar and gluten-free, by the way. Nay! Her 2 thumbs dove to the floor with a pout. But I personally made it, so it doesn't taste funny. Thanks. I promise I won't tell Mom.
Chapter 28. Cal. Obituary. What was it that you wanted to tell me yesterday? Obituary. Mac? Hello? Obituary. Super ready for your big secret over here. Obituary. Rude. I hate it when men with perfect ears think they're too good for this world just because they have superior lug holes. Obituary. Yes, I just used the word lug holes. Obituary. Mac? Obituary. Sad face. Chapter 29. Cal. Gonna make you sweat. Everybody dance now. CNC Music Factory. Everybody dance now. The unreasonable demand blared directly into my eardrums, jarring me into action. It was way too early, and I was still in my bed, blinking at the ceiling after another sleepless night. Was I hallucinating now? Hoped not. I really couldn't afford therapy. My head whipped to the alarm clock, 6:20 in the morning. The singer urged me to take a chance, to come and dance, for guys to grab a girl, not to wait, to make her twirl. The music shook my flimsy walls, but I had no idea where it was coming from. It was probably Seamus, my nemesis, who had decided to up his warfare from sneaker peeing and messed with the stereo. Was he the one who'd slashed Rose's tires? He certainly had the bravado. I checked my phone on my nightstand. The music app wasn't on. I scrambled to my feet in my oversized sweatshirt and dug for my Walkman in my backpack, but it was turned off. Ugh! If I didn't find the source of the song soon, it was going to wake Mom up. Everybody dance now. I raced to my window, flinging it open and slapping my hands over the sill, poking half my body out. What I saw underneath made my heart fall apart like alphabet letters on a fridge, scattering into pieces at the bottom of my stomach. It was Ro, clad in sweatpants with a teal jazz design, a yellow headband on his forehead, and a colorful windbreaker 3 sizes too small he must have borrowed from Dylan. His phone was hooked up to a speaker, jamming out one of my favorite 90s songs. I rubbed my eyes, blinking the cobwebs off. Nope, he was still there, looking like he had gotten tangled in every item in Nicki Minaj's closet. He appeared to be a list of things: hot, ridiculous, charming, adorable, and completely out of place. My eyes stung and I couldn't breathe. All the jealousy and soul-numbing pain I had bottled up last night when I'd found out he'd dated Allison Murray dissipated into mist, leaving my body. Well? Ro glared at me in his Richard Simmons gear, running in place as the song continued playing. He looked supremely unhappy about the situation, tossing a still-lit cigarette butt on the ground in a huff. I bit down a laugh. You gonna come down here and run or what, Dot? He had done this for me? He had come here at 6:20 in the morning to drag me out for a run? Ro, what are you doing? I balanced my ass on my windowsill, shaking my head in fascination. The smile on my face was so big and wide it threatened to split my cheeks. What does it look like I'm doing? His frown deepened. Being fucking delightful and helping you overcome your fear. Why? Got my reasons. Come down. Running had not been on my agenda today. Or, ever. after the horrific incident on his property the other day. Rain check. I clutched a hand to my heart, just to make sure it didn't beat out of my rib cage. Too anxious. Gonna be right here with you. Might get another panic attack. Brought an inhaler right here with me. He patted his pocket. I'm out of shape. False. Your shape is fucking delicious. It's the rest of you I have a problem with. Next. What if I fall again? I choked out. You won't, he barked out impatiently. How do you know? Because I'll always catch you. He threw his hands out, exasperated, as if the mere idea revolted him. When have I ever let you take the hit for something, Dot? Now that I thought about the question, never. Grumpiness aside, I could always count on Ro to give me a job, drive me around, fix my problems. Still, this wasn't a problem. This was straight-up PTSD. He couldn't get into my brain and rewire it. Ro, I covered my face, heaving and feeling like an idiot. I just can't. He turned off the music and set the speaker on the ground, shoving it sideways with the tip of his sneakers. Who told you that? Not only can you, but you do. You've done your own thing ever since you were 18. You're talented, smart, independent, and a badass. Most importantly, you're your father's daughter, and you know this was his last wish. That's the reason you can't fall asleep. He pointed at me with his long, thick finger. Because you're not keeping your promise to him, and it's killing you. So get your ass down here, and let's keep some promises. Arg! I hung my head between my shoulders, white-knuckling the windowsill. Stop making sense and go back to offending people. It's so much easier to shut you down that way. I fully intend to offend you throughout this whole ordeal. Also, he readjusted the headband on his forehead, slapping it against his skin. You know you want the entire town to see me running around looking like John Fonda. John Fonda? You know, the male Jane Fonda. Laughter fizzed in my chest, bubbling up my throat. Baby, you wish you had her thighs. She wishes she had my thighs, he countered. Our eyes met. He was smirking. That lopsided smile hit me like a rusty dagger straight into the heart. You've got 10 minutes to get ready. He pushed his sleeves up, lighting himself another French cigarette. Coffee's on you when we reach Main Street. I hate you. I bumped the back of my head against the window frame. Right back at ya. And, Dot. He tipped his head up to look at me, and for the first time since we'd both moved away, I felt like I saw him. Really him. No masks, no bravado, no quips. Just old Ro. What? He winked. You can do this. Chapter 30. Cal. Whatever, en vogue. I can't do this, I wailed barely 15 minutes later, slugging behind Ro as we jogged on a tree-lined street. My arms dangled by my side like 2 strings of overcooked pasta. I quit. Quitting is for quitters. Quitters are my people. I pounded my chest with my fist. I'm so much of a quitter, I didn't even start. Never recorded that podcast, remember? Ro slowed to match my pace, and I noticed the bastard didn't even break a sweat. Rain peppered our faces. It was a drizzle, the kind you barely noticed. Are you tired or triggered? The rain accented his delicious scent, and I had to remind myself it was creepy to lean into him. Then again, it wasn't my fault he was tall, dark, handsome, and so inked he looked like a desk at detention. I'm triggered, I bit out unnecessarily harshly. Do you really think I'm that out of shape?
Tell me why you're triggered. I keep remembering what made me stop running, having flashbacks of that day. The way they fisted dirt from the ground, dumped it on me, burying me alive. A tremor rolled down my backbone. I stuck my tongue out to catch some rain like I used to do when I was a kid. No dice. I normally needed my coffee to kick in before reality did, but this morning I'd had none. Ro knew better than to dig into whatever had triggered me. You need to focus on the now, he said decisively. Look around you. Tell me what you see. I see it's raining. Let's head back. Nice try. I want you to pay attention to your surroundings. He grabbed my shoulders, anchoring me in place. Try it. A paper boy leisurely rode his bike hands-free, tossing newspapers at doors. The steep road was decorated with green street lamps and clouds of orange-leafed sweet gums and maples. The roar of waves crashing against rocks nearby reminded my bladder I hadn't peed before I left the house. Noticing Ro's unusual outfit, the paper boy followed us with his gaze, bumping into a trash can with his bike and flying onto a soft pillow of leaves. I winced. You okay there, bud? Yup, great. Never better. He called out, sticking a hand out of the pile of leaves and waving it at us. Hi, Mr. Casablancas. Hi, nosy little shit. Name's Bert. Okay, nosy little shit. Hey, you're the one who chose to look like a Eurovision participant, so don't be testy. I poked an elbow into Ro's ribs, mainly to have an excuse to touch him. We slowly returned to jogging. Speaking of Eurovision, are we ever going to address the fact that Australia partakes in the competition? I mean, it's a Commonwealth country, but so are Singapore and Trinidad. Where do we draw the line? He listened to me talk about Eurovision for a few minutes. I was a big fan, but didn't have much to contribute to the conversation. Soon we fell into silence, still jogging, and my mind drifted back to that moment in the woods, washing away all other thoughts like a current. Smug faces framing the sky as they peered from above me, sneakers digging into my ribs, kicking me. I want to stop. My voice shattered inside my throat like broken glass, and my eyes burned. I appreciate you trying to help, but... Why green? He snapped, desperate to keep the conversation going, to keep me moving. Huh? I sniffled, frowning at him as we continued jogging down the road. Why did you change your hair tips to green? What does the color represent? Jealousy because you dated Allison? Peace, I heard myself say. I want peace, I want tranquility, I really want to get some damn sleep. So I colored it green to manifest that kind of energy in my life. Now tell me why you want me to run. We were at the bottom of the road and took a right toward Main Street, which was farther than I'd run last time. Dylan, he said, picking up speed, desperate to keep me jogging. I pushed myself to keep up. What about her? You asked why I was helping you. I'm doing it because of Dylan. She missed you. Bed rest has been brutal on her. You know she can't stay still. Used to pull doubles at Descartes, then go partying into the night in Portland before the pregnancy. Ever since you came back, she's been smiling more. It's like a part of her that died has been resurrected. I missed her a lot, too. I pressed my lips together. Is that the only reason you're helping me? Isn't it enough? It is. I'm just wondering if there's something else. No, he harumphed. Wait, yes. Now I remember. I also want to fuck you again. I tripped over my own feet, about to dive into the ground. He caught me by the hem of my shirt, jerking me upright. I'll always catch you. When have I ever let you take the hit for something, Dot? You did not just say that.
I slapped branches out of my way as I regained my balance. Did too. Fair warning. I want much more than fucking this time around. I want dates. I want laughs. I want you to be honest with me. All the stuff that freaks you out for some reason. No strings attached, no commitment, just fun. A perfect do-over. Why do you need a do-over? So my last memory of us won't be you almost vomiting because we had sex? I almost vomited because your sister caught us, I shrieked. Which is exactly why this won't happen again. You're high if you think I'm betraying her trust a second time around. Thought you'd say that. I have great news for you. What? She no longer gives a fuck. That's not true. It is. Ask her yourself. The confidence with which he'd said that made my heart twist like Play-Doh. What had changed between then and now? Why was she okay with us hooking up all of a sudden? Why wouldn't she care? I asked in a panic. Because it no longer matters. Come on, bitchy. Put two and two together. Bitchy. He'd called me bitchy. The rain intensified, knocking on our faces. I skidded to an abrupt stop. A wave of memories crashed into me all at once, nearly knocking me down on my ass. Everything became crystal clear in one swift moment. Ro defending me when Dylan caught us having sex. Ro teaching me how to slow dance in his room before my very first prom because I knew I would be too terrified to ever dance with anyone else and didn't want to miss out. Ro and I sitting on the hood of his car in front of an endless ocean, the moon and the stars. Me saying, "Isn't it beautiful?" and him answering, "Yes, you are." Ro being essentially in love with me. I couldn't even touch the other revelation right now. It was too much to process. Bitchy, bitchy, bitchy. McMonster, selfless, sweet McMonster, who seemed to know me inside out, who could read me like an open book. Could it be? But it couldn't be. No, it couldn't. Not him. Not the shiniest boy in Staindrop. No more running. I planted my feet on the pavement, clutching my knees, panting. Tears prickled the back of my eyeballs. Ro looked on high alert. Neither of us seemed ready to acknowledge the fact that he was McMonster and I was bitchy. For the first time since I'd known him, he looked like a boy. Not a heartthrob, not a world-famous chef, not a formidable boss. Just a boy. My head swam with so many questions. I had to comb through them, to wait before I launched on the elephant in the room. I'm going to go back to the bitchy confession in one moment. I just have to... I held my head with both hands like it was about to explode, pacing the small corner of the street. Why doesn't Dylan care about us anymore? I straightened. Give me the truth. Raindrops framed his face, his hair clinging in coal strands over his forehead. He stole my breath, and I had a feeling he was about to steal a few other things if I let my guard down. His chest fell and rose. His lips parted, condensation rolling out of them. She moved on. You're lying. My tears were falling freely now, mixing with the raindrops. I am, he admitted. She wasn't the one who moved on. I did. I moved on. That's why it doesn't matter anymore. I'm so stupid. So stuck inside my own head I didn't see the signs. All the little tidbits, the romantic moments, the sweet gestures, the compliments you never seemed to pay anyone else but me. Tell me I'm crazy, that I'm hallucinating, sleep-deprived. I grabbed the back of my head, folding over and letting out a yelp. But I think, once upon a time, you wanted me. As a girlfriend. You had feelings for me. You... Say it, don't be scared. He is safe. You know he'd never hurt you. You liked me! My epiphany was sharp and painful, like a blade twisting into my stomach. There was not enough air in this world to keep my lungs from burning.
Let's not get carried away over here.
He walked backward, away from me. She was feral when she caught us, Ro, and Dylan is normally chill. I was chasing him now, on the verge of running. I tried to snatch the soaked sleeve of his windbreaker. She didn't want us to hook up because she thought I'd hurt you. He said nothing, just stared at me, looking slightly alarmed. I'm sorry it took me this long to figure it out. I jogged after him, picking up speed. He kept walking backward, staring at me like I had stripped him of his clothes at gunpoint. You had feelings for me. That whole time I had felt unworthy. The shiniest boy in the world had thought differently. That was why Dylan was so mad at me when she found us. That was why you stayed that night to give me a ride home, even though I was horrible to you and completely blew it with the way I handled everything.
That is enough.
His jaw was so tense, it looked like it was about to snap out of his skin. It's why you taught me how to dance in 10th grade. I ignored him, stumbling toward him blindly, happily, excitedly. Why you were never grumpy with me. I was in a trance, my tongue as loose and unhinged as my thoughts. And when we bumped into each other under the mistletoe when I was in 11th grade, you pressed a Hershey chocolate to my lips and smiled. You said, "Same place next year?"
Actually, that time I was turning you down politely.
He was swatting me off like I was a fly that had slipped into his shirt. You made me a paper ring. Jesus, how long had he had feelings for me? You had an O. Henry in your drawer for me to steal every time I came over, because I once told you they were my favorite. You always had one ready, every single time. I stopped running, wheezing. They don't even make them anymore. How the hell did you find them?
How did I find... Does it matter?
He shook his head, raindrops flying from his hair everywhere.
What mattered was that your skinny, anemic ass ate them. You were severely malnourished as a teen, lived off chicken nuggets and chips.
I stopped running. He came to a halt, too. Everything was drowned out. The world stopped moving. Ro flung his hands in the air, turning to me fully. Bitchy, I said simply. I'm bitchy, and you are...
Mac.
He completed the sentence, a mocking sneer finding his lips.
Feel cheated?
I shook my head. No, I didn't. I couldn't explain it without sounding deranged, but I had always known on some level I was talking to Ro all these years. How did you find me in this forum?
I didn't.
His jaw jumped again.
One night I searched androphobia because I was curious about something.
He rubbed his cheek with his knuckles.
I was in between shifts working for this asshole chef in Paris. I stumbled upon this forum. You had to sign up to be able to read the threads. You started talking to me.
I had. I'd liked his name. I'd liked that he'd liked all my comments without ever contributing to the conversation. It had made me feel like there was someone on my side. Ro looked everywhere but at me, avoiding eye contact. Wait, why did you search androphobia? I narrowed my eyes. You're not afraid of men?
I was afraid of a man.
His jawline turned stony.
Everyone is fighting their own demons, Dot.
So, we just happen to have the same problem? I scratched my head, confused. That seems highly unlikely.
Believe it or not, I had no idea that it was you until you came to Staindrop. I mean, I had my suspicions, but I never confirmed it. You lied about your life, I noted. He'd said he lived in New York and was a measly sous chef, that he was originally from Philadelphia, that he lived with roommates. What was my alternative? Telling you that I was a millionaire famous chef who made it to People's Hottest 30 Under 30? He arched an eyebrow. Touché. Well, you could have told me the second you found out. I tried. He wrenched a cigarette from his pocket, took one look at my face, and tossed it on the ground, stomping on it in annoyance. Repeatedly. You kept telling me not to. McMonster was Roe. Roe was McMonster. The man I'd thought I might fall in love with was the same man who hated me so much these days he couldn't even look at me. I didn't know what to do with this information. I couldn't even unpack it. Something occurred to me then. How did you know I'm, not comfortable with men? How did I... He squinted, like I was ant-sized, and he had to look carefully to see me. Maybe because I notice every fucking thing about you? I blinked. 1, 2, 500 times. He did? Roe tilted his head upward, letting the rain pound on his face, a dark, humorless chuckle escaping him. Fine. Want the truth? Here's the truth. No, I didn't have feelings for you. He air-quoted the words with a sneer. I was in love with you. Honest to fucking God. Full-blown, snatch my heart out and let you use it as a stress ball in love with you. He looked disgusted with himself for uttering each word. And you didn't give half a shit about me. That wasn't true. I had been busy weeding through my adolescent trauma and distracting myself with 90s memorabilia. Reimagining my life without Instagram and Snapchat and WhatsApp. I had been drowning while simultaneously pretending everything was going swimmingly. I had felt so broken, so unworthy, the prospect of precious Ambrose Casablancas hadn't even occurred to me. Roe had seemed as bright and far as a star, ethereal, out of this world. Whichever galaxy he belonged in, I wasn't welcome there. You fell in love with me? I stepped forward, my eye tick out of control. I didn't care. I never cared when Roe and Dylan were privy to them. I didn't fall. He emitted a sharp, irritated huff. You fucking tripped me. I thought you pitied me for being, I don't know, weird and eccentric and awkward, I whispered, torn between glee and grief. That you saw me as your little sister's annoying best friend. I did. Roe ran his hand over his wet hair, tipping his head back again and closing his eyes. Until I didn't. It was stupid. We would have never worked out. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed with a visible swallow. Which was why it fucking killed me. It killed me that all I had to settle for was a quick fuck on the hood of my car, and that all you had to say about it was that it was a mistake and meant nothing to you. So Dylan was doubly pissed off, both about your betrayal and about shitting all over my heart. Tears ran down my cheeks, warm in contrast with the rain. We were standing in the middle of the street, drawing curious glances from the few people who ran for shelter, holding their umbrellas and coats over their heads. I'm so sorry, Roe. I wiped my face with my sleeve. I thought I was an oddity to you, the ugly duckling who loitered outside your room hunting for scraps of attention. When I asked you to be my first, it was because I trusted you, and as you're well aware, I'm skittish around men. Humans scare me.
That's why I'm obsessed with true crime, so I figured... My throat constricted around my next confession. I figured you could never love me, could never want something more, and wouldn't hurt me. A good deal for everyone involved. I was getting rid of my virginity, and you got some no-strings-attached action. He scrubbed his face, ignoring the rain that kept on pouring.
Doesn't matter now. It's done. Over. I have no feelings for you anymore other than mild annoyance.
I know. I swallowed, but the lump in my throat only grew larger. I can see you. I can see you. Your pain, your struggle, your heartbreak. You're wrong. I cared. Before you were famous, before you were rich, before you got into People's Sexiest Men Alive list, which, by the way, should not have put George Clooney before you. I always cared. You were always so dear to me, not as a friend, not as a lover, as Ro, the most magnificent man to ever walk the earth.
Your lips are blue. Let's get inside.
Ro jerked his chin toward the Christmas-decorated door.
It's Friday. I need all hands on deck at Descartes today. Can't afford you getting sick.
Liar. I sniffled, finding glee in my avalanche of emotions. You just want that free coffee I owe you.
You read me like an open book, he sighed. In German.
We jogged inside. The place was full to the brim with locals who sent us judgmental looks behind the rims of their coffee cups. Ignoring them, Ro collapsed into the only red vinyl booth available. I slid into the seat opposite to him. We were both soaked to the bone.
Stop looking so happy. You're ruining my day and my appetite.
He craned his neck, trying to catch the attention of one of the servers floating between curved booths. Can't help myself. I squished my cheeks, grinning. This is not an ego stroke. This is an ego masturbation. You were kind of my brain boyfriend.
Brain boyfriend?
He tilted a thick eyebrow, instinctively wiping the table clean like it was his restaurant.
As opposed to ass boyfriend? Because that sounds like more my speed.
A brain boyfriend is the guy that you make movies about in your head. You play staged dates and vacations and romantic getaways, like daydreaming. Before I went to bed, I would play our meet cute in my head and fall asleep imagining what it would be like. It had been a very safe way for me to imagine what a relationship would be like without actually participating in one. I wasn't asexual. I liked dicks, with my entire heart and my whole vagina. I was just wary of the people attached to them.
Meet cute, he frowned. But we'd already met.
In my dreams, I was someone else, someone new.
Ah, the irony.
He sat back, folding his arms.
In my dreams, you were you. Did Dream Row at least get some NC-17 action?
There were a few notable moments. I coyly collected my wet hair into a high bun. One of them on a washing machine, even.
Were they as traumatic as the real thing?
I mean, in one of them I put a red shirt in a cycle full of whites. I flicked a balled-up straw wrapper his way. What do you think? His lips twitched, fighting a smile, but it broke loose anyway. Oh my, a smiling Ambrose Casablancas could light up the world better than the rising sun.
What other brainy dreams did you make up to avoid the real thing, Dot?
Oh, too many to count. I absent-mindedly flipped through the song list of the little jukebox. Dream job, ultimate kiss, apartment. I can pretty much imagine anything if I put my mind to it. I tapped my temple. This baby is all free, and inside it I'm living my best life.
It also doesn't require you to lift a finger, fail, get burned. You're missing out on all the real things.
Reality is never as good as the dream. I shrugged. Why try?
Reality is better, he argued. It's gritty and three-dimensional. What's your dream kiss scenario?
It keeps changing, but there are a few ingredients that stay the same. Moonlight, music, and a chin tilt. I paused. Shouldn't you be writing this down? I needed to stop flirting with him, but I was too excited about this new discovery, and I'd just found the perfect distraction to take my mind off the misery of losing Dad.
No need. My memory has never failed me.
He brushed his thumb over his lower lip, awarding me with an arousal-induced brain aneurysm. I laughed awkwardly. Well, I think we had our run. Hey, wait a minute. I straightened my back, my eyes widening. Ro, I ran.
You did.
His lips twitched again.
Bitched about it the entire time, but you did 4 miles and some change.
No, you don't understand. I ran. I stood up, pounding my hands on the table between us, making customers jolt with surprise. Ro folded his arms over his chest, leaning back in his booth smugly.
Told you you're pretty great.
I am, aren't I?
Now you can do it every morning.
Are you crazy? I fell back onto the vinyl, my smile collapsing with me. You distracted me with a love declaration. I can't do it without you.
Are you crazy?
He unzipped his windbreaker, revealing a tight, short-sleeved white Henley and muscle definition that would make Channing Tatum weep with envy.
I'm not running with you every morning. I just wanted to prove to you that you can.
But I want to run the 10K for kiddies, I cried out.
Sounds like a you problem, Dot.
We are all one according to Buddhism, so technically your problem too.
Grew up Catholic, so technically I can tell you to fuck off, then confess I was an ass and say my Hail Marys and still go to heaven. What's taking them so long to serve us?
He looked around. He was right. It had been 10 minutes and we still didn't even have menus. Maybe it's your B.O. I threw another balled-up straw wrapper at him.
Maybe it's your B.S.,
he retorted, tugging a napkin over, squishing it, and tossing it in my face.
Stay here. Gonna inform Dahlia her staff is slacking off.
Please don't be... I trailed off, wincing. Rude? Disgusting? Overbearing? He stared at me expectantly. You, I finished, gulping.
Gotcha. I'll try to be Kieran. If you see my tongue trapped in someone's rectum, send help.
He gave me a once-over.
Unless it's yours. That's intentional.
Oh my God. Rose slipped out of the booth before I had the chance to combust into a trillion pieces. He headed toward the red-checked Formica counter, where Dahlia was chewing gum in decibels more fit for a Taylor Swift concert and banging an order into the computer with her mile-long nails. I perched my chin on my knuckles and drummed my fingers on the table. My mind was still reeling from the revelation that Ro had once loved me, that he was McMonster. I couldn't wait to get home and reread our entire conversation thread starting 3 years ago. Calm your tits, Cal, and while you're at it, tell the rest of you to chill. It wasn't like we could ever be something now, and for plenty of reasons. 1, he was a famous multimillionaire with 1.7 million Instagram followers, a Netflix deal, and Michelin-starred restaurants, and I was so broke I couldn't afford to feed the rats that were squatting in my apartment. 2, he was moving to London and I was returning to New York. 3, regardless of what Ro had said, Dylan still might not be on board with us knocking boots, and I definitely wasn't pushing my luck a second time. 4, just because I wasn't scared of Ro physically didn't mean I wasn't scared of forming a relationship with him. Through the heavy fog of my overthinking, I heard "These Boots Are Made for Walkin'" by Nancy Sinatra jamming through a nearby jukebox. I whipped my head to see what was taking Ro so long and found him by the register, still talking to Dahlia, a bombshell of a woman in her 50s with a strong Louisiana accent, big bleached hair, a slim waist, and enough makeup to cover the state of Idaho. Dahlia was all about Elvis, Jesus, and horses. Her only fear was God. Even he, I suspected, couldn't comment on her business and get out of it in one piece. One of her faux-lashed eyes was twitching, a telltale sign she was angry, while Ro appeared completely blasé, save for the red tips of his ears. Ropes of dread tightened around my stomach. This didn't seem like a conversation as much as it did a standoff. Ro turned away from her, approaching me with his head held high. "Rain check on that coffee, Dot." "Why?" My voice trembled, but I stayed put in the booth. From behind Ro's back, Dahlia peered at me apologetically. "Let's just go," Ro grumbled. "Are they refusing to serve us?" I scanned the hostile looks daggered at our booth, blush creeping up my neck. "No." His nostrils flared. "They're refusing to serve me. Now can we fucking leave?" That was why they'd chosen this song on the jukebox. Unbelievable. My inner kindergarten teacher came out swinging, ready to put the whole town of Staindrop in some serious time out. Not before I give her a piece of my mind. I shot up to my feet, ambling over to Dahlia at the counter. She flinched when I stopped in front of her. Ro trailed behind me like a mortified teenager whose mother had decided to go full-blown Karen on kids from his school. Maybe it was because of his love declaration earlier. Hell, maybe it was because I knew Ro needed a break, even if he didn't show it. But I couldn't sit there and watch others treat him like dirt. "Cal, honey!" Dahlia popped her gum in greeting, snatching my hands and squeezing them over the bar. "You look beautiful. Heard about your old man. So sorry. What is this bullcrap about you not serving us?" I pulled my hands away, planting them on my waist. My eyes twitched nervously, but I pushed through the tick. Surprised by my directness, Dahlia choked on her bubblegum, slapping her coffin nails to her rib cage with a cough. "Honey, you're always welcome in this establishment. There's a uniform with your name on it if you ever need to make an extra buck, although you do look like you might need a size up." Her eyes quickly zipped over my body. "But see, Ambrose here's another story. The way he's been doing this town dirty. He saved this town." My palm landed on the counter with a smack, rattling the utensils and coffee cups on it. "Brought at least 30 jobs into Staindrop when he opened Descartes, and he is building the only new construction here in a decade. And... I looked around me, registering the agape mouths of every patron at the diner. The righteous gang was there too. Agnes, Mildred, and Gertie were huddled around their pioneer breakfast. "He talks about Staindrop in interviews all the time. He told The Atlantic that it has the best views in America and that everyone should come to see it at least once. To the New York Times, he said that Dahlia's Diner was the first place he'd ever tasted poached eggs. This man is a regional treasure. How can you treat him like an enemy?" Okay, so I might have Googled him 1,000 or 3,000 times since he'd re-entered my life. Sue me for being thorough. Serial killers came in every shape and form. You could never be too careful. Melinda and Pete were seated in the far corner of the room, murmuring intensely between themselves. A few other locals I recognized from the town hall meeting were following my unfolding public meltdown. "Sorry, honey." Dahlia scrunched her nose. "Ambrose Casablancas isn't our own anymore. Mayor Murray told us all about what he has in store for us. He's ruining this town, and in Stain Drop, we don't forget. Let me tell you something, doll. I pointed at her with a squint. If he's not welcome here, then neither am I. People are treating this man like he is subhuman, vandalizing his new construction, slashing his tires, sending him hate mail. All right, little Spitfire, time to leave. Ro's fingers curled around my bicep. Desire twirled around my limbs like ivy, sending shivers down my spine. Crap. Keeping him out of my corduroy flared jeans was going to be a struggle. I'd rather pass a kidney stone than sip the shitty coffee here anyway. Ro pinned Dahlia with a provocative look. Excuse me? Dahlia, whose face was now the color of a crime scene, straightened her back. She flung an accusing finger his way. You didn't seem to have any issues with my cup of joe while growing up. I have since developed this thing called taste, he answered, deadpan, eyes raking her. Judging by what you did with the place, I trust it doesn't ring a bell. He eyed the turquoise walls with distaste. It was going to be hard to make Grumpy McGrumpson here win people over. He didn't mean it. I smiled politely. Yes, I did. Rose stood his ground, his hand still on my bicep. The fog of desire made it hard for me to breathe. Take that back. Dahlia's nostrils flared. Nah. He flashed a half-moon smirk. And your skillet dish? Drier than fucking Lent month in Italy. That's it. She pointed at our booth. Sit your ass back down, and I'll serve you the best damn coffee your mouth's ever tasted. Dahlia, Melinda gasped, a fork full of maple-drenched pancake midway to her mouth. We had an arrangement. I hereby unarrange it. Dahlia's lips thinned into a snarl, and she seemed determined to prove Ro wrong. She rounded the counter, grabbing 2 menus and the lobe of his ear. He called my eggs dry and my coffee shitty. So is your customer service. Ro doubled down, head tilted to one side. Laughter bubbled in my chest. Ro remained Ro, even famous and rich. Your mother won't be happy to hear from me about your manners, young man. I'll be exchanging some words with her later today, Dahlia threatened. Words are fine as long as you don't exchange recipes. My sister won't survive your cooking. I touched his arm briefly, trailing behind him. Not helping our cause of winning hearts and minds, Casablancas. That's your dream, Cal, not mine. He wormed out of Dahlia's hold, throwing me a mischievous smirk. I'd rather be hated for who I am than loved for who I'm not. Of course he was a Kurt Cobain fan. He had the same grungy, don't-give-a-fuck air about him. Thanks, Dahlia, for serving us that coffee. I shoved Ro back into our booth. We'll take it with 2 eggs, sunny side up, hash browns, sausage, and a side of fruit. No cantaloupe. Don't want to stay where I'm not welcome, Ro grumbled. At this point, I was just pushing him as an excuse to touch him more. And I definitely don't want the heart attack that comes with whatever she calls breakfast. Well, we're staying here as a matter of principle. I don't like the way these people are treating you. We are not letting them win. We sat back down. Even if we lose? He scowled at me. Even if we lose. I nodded, aggressively unwrapping my utensils. We're going to eat every bite, drink every ounce of coffee, and by God, we are going to pretend to enjoy it.
Chapter 31. Ro. Obituary. Hello. McMonster. Hi. Obituary. So, obituary. I went back and read through our chats. I totally admitted to you that I'm attracted to my shitty boss, didn't I? McMonster. Yup. Obituary. Enjoying the ego stroke? McMonster. I'd enjoy it more if you aim south and, use your tongue. Obituary. I'm never going to be able to look you in the eye. McMonster. May I suggest other organs that will welcome your attention then? Obituary. I'm so terrified I'm going to yield to temptation. McMonster. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll fuck it up before we get to it. Obituary. Why are you even interested? You could have any woman in the world. McMonster. And you're that woman. Where's the mystery? Obituary. I'm completely normal. McMonster. Respectfully, Cal, you're not. Obituary. LOL. I meant average. McMonster. You're not that either. Obituary. What am I then? McMonster. If I have a say about it, mine. Chapter 32. Row. Space. I needed it. All of it. 3 oceans between me and Calla Litvin would be ideal, though I didn't rule out helping Elon Musk populate Mars and relocating altogether. Why the fuck not? People would have to eat there too, and I was no stranger to shitholes. I had grown up in Staindrop, for Christ's sake. What had I been thinking, showing up outside her window like a lovesick puppy in a goddamn 90s outfit? I hadn't been, of course. It was my dick that had come up with the plan. All puns intended. I remember vaguely feeding myself some bullshit excuse about doing this in honor of Artem. The man had helped me turn my love for physics and numbers into becoming a Michelin-starred chef by dragging me into the communal teacher's kitchen and cooking with me, and something about Dylan being happy. Point of the matter was, I had done something selfless for someone who wasn't an immediate family member, and that was unsettling. I'd done good deeds before, but I had never gone out of my way to make them happen. Giving a shit was dangerous. It led to all kinds of issues, and I had a history of giving Cal whatever she wanted without asking for anything in return. Then there was my retroactive love declaration. What the fuck was that all about? I wasn't in love with her anymore, but it was still embarrassing to admit. Maybe because the attraction was still there, despite everything. I mentally wrote it down on a blackboard 1,000 fucking times a la Bart Simpson. You don't like her. You don't like her. You don't like her. But I did. Both Cal and Bitchy. A lot. It was the middle of service, and Descartes was so packed you couldn't squeeze a needle inside. 99% of the patrons were out-of-towners, and the one person who wasn't had a birthday, and her family, from Massachusetts, didn't know this place was Satan's favorite section in hell, so they'd booked a table here. I didn't mind being the most loathed man in Staindrop. What I did mind was not having a goddamn truck. I had gone to get a rental from the next town over yesterday, and all they'd had left was a pink Jeep Wrangler. I had opted to stay carless until my Silverado returned from the shop, and now had to walk everywhere. Descartes was down the street from the half-mile inn, so this wasn't an issue, but I had to get a taxi to visit Mom and Dylan, and fuck knew who had given Cal a ride here today. Even if it's Kieran, you can't say shit about it. You're not her boyfriend, not even her friend. Chef, can I ask you a question? Taylor caught up to my steps, smoothing a hand over his jacket nervously. I was doing the rounds between stations, making sure everything was operating smoothly. Is it food-related? I grumbled. No? Same answer, then. The entire kitchen looked up. One of my sous chefs accidentally dropped a bowl. The dishwasher burst into tears. Taylor grimaced but soldiered on. You're extra prickly today? What happened? I'd made a conscious decision not to sneak a peek at the enchanting 2 left-footed professional oversharer during her shift tonight. That was what had happened, and of course I was pissed off about it. Not because I couldn't see her, obviously, but because I needed to check on my patrons and staff. Really, what a dumb decision to make. I should head over to the partition window right now and take a look. Nothing happened. What do you want? I made a pit stop at our chef patissiere station to let her know the raspberries looked older than an IHOP early bird customer. Taylor was glued to my side. What's going to happen to all of us when this place closes down? He demanded. Everyone stopped working and stared. My mother had once told me I was like a newborn. I only seemed to acknowledge a person's existence when they were right in front of me. I had never stopped to think of the lives I'd be leaving behind when I moved to London. My real answer? How the fuck should I know? I'm no fortune teller, was on the tip of my tongue. But Taylor didn't deserve my real answer, and neither did anyone else here. Some of the people working for me had to drive an hour each way to get here. They chose to work at this restaurant because it was important for them to get the experience, to nail this thing called upscale gourmet dining. I leaned a hip on Taylor's counter. GS Properties is planning to build a mall. Last I checked, the blueprint, the food court alone is going to contain 20 restaurants. Most will be high street, but chain companies offer insurance, 401k, all the frills of a steady job. I tied it into the deal that all my staff would get employed in the establishment of their choice once they start operating. They were also going to get a contract comparable to the one they currently had with Descartes. I don't want a steady job. I want to make art. Taylor's eyes zinged with determination. I moved through to the seafood station, snatching a head of garlic from the chef's hand. Garlic goes in the pan last. Pay attention or hang your apron. I crushed the garlic over a butcher block with the base of my palm, glancing at Taylor. Employers will be clamoring for you, considering your experience. Then there's the hotel's restaurant. The investors said they want it to be fine dining to the highest degree. Seasonally updated menu, 9 courses, European executive chef. I'm talking a Bib Gourmand awarded eatery at the very least. Yours has 3. Taylor folded his arms, curving a brow. I shrugged. Genius is hard to come by and impossible to keep. Will you write us letters of recommendation? Melanie peeped up, one of my chefs de partie. In case some of us decide to move away and try our luck in a big city? I stopped to lift the lid of the saucepan she was working on, sniffing. I'll sign whatever you print out. She nodded briskly, drawing a breath. Thank you. What about the existing small businesses? Do you think they'll survive the change? Dustin, the busboy, rubbed the back of his neck fidgetily. His dad had a mom-and-pop shop down the street. Most of them, I replied honestly. I dug into GS Properties' proposal, and they seemed to focus on the swanky shopping experience. They're not going to open a Walmart here. Dustin's shoulders sagged in relief. Sweet. Thanks for letting me know. What about your new restaurant? Taylor ran his tongue over his inner cheek, contemplative. The one in London. Are you bringing in any local enforcement? Rye's done with my ass. I shook my head. He's moving to Manhattan. I meant anyone you think is a good fit. The penny dropped. Poor kid wanted to come with me. Problem was, I didn't do baggage. I'd only ever had Ryland tag along because I knew he wasn't dead weight. Even during our heyday working together in France, Italy, and Monaco, Ryland and I had always done our own thing. Different apartments, different social circles, schedules, hobbies, women. He was allergic to routine and I was allergic to humans, I guess. Speak of the devil, my best friend rushed into the kitchen. His face whiter than the Brady Bunch cast. He grabbed my shoulder. Ro! I turned around, sending him a leveled look. What's up? We've got an injured staffer. Rye pushed his sleeves up his massive arms. Cut forehead. What was he telling me this for? I only knew one way to treat people, like crap. Do they need medical attention? I spooned a handful of sauce from a pan, bringing it to my lips. Too much rosemary. I chided my chef de partie. Unsure. Rye scratched his neck. Want to come see? Do I look like a doctor? Ask them, I said slowly. Or better yet, call an ambulance. We don't need another Usher lawsuit. First of all, OSHA. Second, I wanted you to know because unless they bled into someone's plate and a health inspector just walked in to witness it, I really don't see... It's Cal. He cut into my words, face thunderous. Cal is injured. All the blood drained from my face. It rushed straight to my feet, which started moving, running. I pushed Ryland out of the way. He collapsed against metal shelves laden with bowls and whisks. The contents spilled over the floor with noisy clanks. I stormed to the dining area, whipping my head, looking for her through the white-hot panic clouding my eyesight. How had she cut her forehead? What the hell had she done now? Bang her head against a steak knife as a party trick? Had someone hurt her? A man? Where the hell is she? I took her to the upstairs office to avoid a commotion. Rye appeared by my side, rubbing the back of his head with an accusatory glare. Zeta is taking care of her. She dropped by with some lasagna for your dinner. Only my mother could pop into a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant to deliver her chef's son a meal he probably had to microwave. I took the stairs 3 at a time, Rye at my heels. How was she doing? I was foaming at the mouth. Now was a good time to admit to myself that I did give a shit. Lots of shits, if I was being honest. An entire fucking sewer. Your mom or Calla? I shot him a glare behind my shoulder. He grinned. Pretty good. He redid his man bun as he took the steps. The cut looks kind of nasty, though. Your face looks nasty. Supremely mature. Also a bit rich coming from you right now. I could fill up an entire Olympic pool with your sweat. Chill the fuck out. It's hot in the kitchen. Had we always had 5,000 stairs? You're used to the kitchen heat. It's the Cal heat that throws you off balance. Shit, he snorted out. You're worried, aren't you? I've never seen you this way before. I slapped the door open so hard the handle made a dent as it slammed into the wall. I didn't know what I was expecting to see, but it wasn't Cal, resting on the upholstered brown leather couch next to my desk, with her head propped against the armrest. My mother sitting on a chair next to her, pressing napkins to her forehead. The napkins were red as fine wine. Naturally, it didn't stop Cal from making a long, pointless speech. All I'm saying is that objections at weddings exist solely to make the lives of overworked scriptwriters easier. Like, when did anyone ever oppose a wedding in real life? Also, the legalities of a marriage are established when you apply for a wedding license. Look, don't get me wrong, the while you were sleeping objection scene was epic. No complaints here. But when you think about it, you're bleeding. I rushed to her side and fell onto my knees by the couch, fingering the batch of sticky napkins on her forehead. She looked sleepy and beautiful and fuck. That was another reason I didn't do relationships. Imagine caring for someone, then letting them wander the world, exposed to all kinds of shit. This girl was prone to dying from her klutziness. That she had lived this long was a miracle. Cal's enormous, cloudless sky eyes peered back at me, soot-lashed and innocent. Duh, I was there when it happened. I didn't know whether to laugh or berate her. Wow, you're really pretty. She touched my cheek dazedly. I mean, you're always pretty, but today you are extra pretty. Extraordinary. Shit, I hoped she didn't have a concussion. Does it hurt? I croaked. Since when was I croaking? I was a grunter, a groaner, a bellower sometimes, not a croaker. Not really, but I think I'm getting a little woozy. You're anemic. Oops. Was not supposed to know that. I am, she said brightly. Oh, that reminds me I need to refill my iron prescription. I haven't done that. She scrunched her forehead and the bleeding started again. In 3 years or so. How did you know anyway? She had mentioned it once during a sleepover at Dylan's when she was 15. That was why I'd kept all those O. Henry bars everywhere. She was bound to faint if she didn't take care of herself. Ro? Mom put a hand on my shoulder, and that was when I realized I was cradling Cal's head in my hands like she was dying in my arms. Her forehead probably needed stitches. There was a shit ton of blood. She got hurt. She isn't dying. Are you a doctor? I bit out. Mom blinked, surprised by my harsh tone. Well, no. Then spare me your medical assessments. I twisted my head toward Ryland. Take Mom downstairs and call a doctor. I can just drive her to urgent care. Rye ran his knuckles over his stubble. Right, like I'd put her in the same car with a man who wasn't me. No, call a doctor. I don't want her sitting around in a clinic the entire night. After realizing how it sounded, I added, she still needs to finish her shift. Ambrose Casablancas, Mom gasped. You force this poor girl to work tonight and you'll be needing stitches too after I'm done with you. Cal cackled. I could marry you right now, Mrs. Casablancas. Thank you, sweetie. The constitution of marriage disappointed me once. Not interested in trying again. That was the most she'd said about her marriage to my father in 30 years. Come on, Zeta, follow me. Rose stocked up on the rosé you like. Ryland approached Mom, resting a casual hand on her arm. She flinched at his touch, scooting away. I had to work my jaw back and forth to avoid cursing. Rye faltered, his face pinking. Sorry about that. Don't be ridiculous. Mom mustered a weak giggle, rising up and sliding her purse over her shoulder. Got an electric shock, that is all. Cal, you feel all better soon, okay, cucciolata? She tapped Cal's arm. Doubtful with your son around, Cal grinned. Mom let out a laugh, reaching to tuck a lock of hair behind Cal's ear. I see you are handling him just fine. I swatted Mom's hand away. She's injured, you could hurt her. Mama ruffled my hair. You're my favorite son. I'm your only son. Same difference. Cal blinked at me as the door clicked shut behind them. What's cucciolata? She's been calling me that for years. Little puppy. She picked up on my golden retriever energy. A smile teased her mouth. Don't smile. Any movement you make might reopen the wound. I chided her. She sighed. Can you please stop treating me like I've been run over by a semi-trailer? Now that's an image for my spank bank. I tucked her flyaways behind her ears softly. Can I take a look? She flinched. Will you be gentle? When have I not been? I growled. Her eyebrows shot to her hairline in response. That time you threw me and Dylan into the pool when we were in 4th grade and I accidentally bumped my head, and in grade 9 when you stepped on my toe and broke it when I asked you to teach me how to slow dance before prom. Oh, and there was also that time. It was a rhetorical question. Yes, I'll be gentle. I scowled. At least now I knew it wasn't a concussion. I slowly peeled the damp napkins from her forehead, holding my breath. How did you manage to hurt yourself? Easily, as per usual. She focused on a point on the ceiling to brave the burn that came from the dry blood gluing her skin and the cloth together. I was running to get one of the patrons the wine menu. You were running? I snarled. She gave me a pointed look. I thought you encouraged me to run. In open spaces, away from sharp objects, with a fucking helmet, preferably. Way to charm her pants off, Casablancas. Ryland's voice chortled in my head. I'm sure she's seconds away from printing out your wedding invitations. It's not even how I felt, okay? She tapered her eyes. I was trying to show Katie I can do a straddle split. I didn't know whether to laugh or bash my own head against the wall. Fuck. Why was she so unapologetically, wonderfully herself? What made you think you could do a straddle split? The fact that I was an athlete in high school and that I'm awesome? She blinked at me seriously. I'm extremely flexible. Would love to test that theory. I shed the napkins from her forehead, dumping them on the floor. The cut stared right back at me. It didn't seem too deep, but there was a small chunk of skin missing, and I knew it would leave a scar. How do I look? She gulped. Her head was still nestled in my arm. Beautiful, I admitted dispassionately. I was an asshole, not a liar. I meant the wound. She chewed on the edge of her thumb. Is it hideous? Ghastly? Frightening? It's small, crescent-shaped. I licked the pad of my thumb and rubbed away some dried blood around it to take a better look. Don't say it. Don't. And it's perfect because it's on you. Her lips quirked into a tired smile, and she pressed her cheek into my palm. Hello, McMonster. Nice to have you back. You never lost me. You're only saying that because you're hopelessly in love with me. Don't make me kill you. Why not? The corner of her lip moved along my rough palm. It would make for a perfect excuse to procrastinate. Sorry, can't come tomorrow. I'll be dead. Nice try, but you are showing up to the shift tomorrow, even if it's in a coffin. I actually want to be cremated. Not gonna work. You're already too hot. Is that a pickup line? Her eyes flared. It depends on whether it's working or not. Well, it's cheesier than a deep dish pizza. She tried hard not to laugh. I think I finally found something you're bad at. You're terrible at flirting. That's because I've never had to work very hard to get women to fall into my bed, I said, not an ounce of cockiness in my voice. You're ruining my stats. Don't be so touchy. I like cheese. I would do heinous things for fried halloumi. This is a no-judgment zone. She laced her fingers through mine on her cheek. For the first time in years, I experienced a moment of true happiness. It revolted and alarmed me. I pulled away, resting her head on the armrest. You're bleeding again. Oh, shit. She raised her hand to touch her wound before thinking the better of it. Her eyes widened in horror. That couple never got the wine menu. I need to... She tried standing up, but I shoved her back down to the couch. Who cares about their wine? You, Mr. Stickler? She poked my chest. Ugh, I'm getting lightheaded again. I stood up and walked over to my desk, opening the left-hand drawer. I ambled back toward her, unwrapping an O. Henry and thrusting it into her hand. Sit up, I ordered. She did, leaning against the headrest and snatching the candy, staring at me intently as she tore a bite off the chewy bar. The corners of her mouth lifted. Tastes like heaven. Wonder why you kept one in your drawer. You're not the only one who likes O. Henry, I seethed. We both know I am. She set around a huge chunk of chocolate, her smile widening. Which is why I can't find these puppies anywhere. Where are you getting them? The black market? A time machine that's taking you to the 90s? Come on, share the wealth. A thin river of blood snaked from her forehead down her cheek. Where was that damn doctor? There was a knock on the door. Ryland walked in. Kitchen needs you. Kitchen can go I stopped, realizing Rye's lips were a breath away from forming a shit-eating grin. I'm busy right now, I corrected myself. Busy doing what? He propped an elbow against the doorframe. Are you blind? Are you? Cal's forehead seems under control. Rye took one look at her, and even that was enough to jack up my blood temperature. And Taylor's having a moment. Someone sent their steak tartare back. They want it cooked. Tartare means raw. Fixing stupid is above my pay grade. Respectfully, your pay grade is too generous for anything short of curing cancer. Rye sauntered in, grabbing a stress ball from my desk and giving it a squeeze. Anyway, he wants to know what to do. If Taylor wants a shot at wiping tables at La Vie en Rouge, not to mention joining me in the kitchen, he needs to pull himself together and rise to the occasion. We don't serve well-done steak. They can go to Applebee's for that. You need to go to the kitchen, Rye reiterated, setting the ball back down. Row, Cal said tentatively. No, I barked, still staring at Ryland. Final answer. Now leave. Cal glanced between us sheepishly, slowly rising to her feet. Not you. I whipped my head in her direction. Him. I don't want to cause any trouble. Cal shook her head. I can wait here by myself. I mean, I'm stuck on this best fiends level anyway. A knock sounded from the door. What now? I stood up ready to murder someone. Kieran, ideally. I'm sorry he is a sociopath, Rye told Cal. It's okay. She gave him 2 thumbs up. Totally not your fault. A man in an old-school leather jacket and a checked accountant button-down shirt walked in, pushing his glasses up his nose. Hello, I'm Dr. O'Hara. Thank goodness you're here. Cal slapped a hand to her chest dramatically. Chef over here needs you to remove the stick from his ass. Oh, and while you're here, mind stitching my forehead?
Chapter 33. Cal. Obituary. Favorite movie? McMonster. The Wrestler. Obituary. Rude? Ask me what's mine. McMonster. I already know. Obituary. Well, McMonster. Little Miss Sunshine. Obituary. Wrong. McMonster. Right. Stop lying. Obituary. Fine. It's a masterpiece, and I stand behind my decision. Steve Carell's best work to date. McMonster. Gotta have a good memory when you lie all the time. You need to keep track. Obituary. Exactly. Keeping my brain active. That's smart thinking. Favorite color? Don't say black. McMonster. Purple. Yours is orange. Obituary. How do you know all this? McMonster. I pay attention. Favorite word? Obituary. Ujedinjene. Obituary. It's Russian. It is the state of being alone without being lonely. Yours? McMonster. Well, now I can't tell you mine because it's not half as good as yours. Obituary. There are no right or wrong answers. McMonster. Titties. Obituary. Okay, I take it back. That is the wrong answer. McMonster. I like the sound. I like the organs. I like the meaning, the prospects, everything. It's a great word. Obituary.
This is bad. McMonster. Hey, you asked. Obituary. Not the word. This. You and me. McMonster. Why? Obituary. Because we're utterly inevitable. Chapter 34. Cal. Baby, can I hold you? Tracy Chapman. After my forehead got stitched and bandaged, Ro insisted on walking me home, an ordinarily chivalrous offer unless you took into account the fact that I had an actual ride home in the form of Kieran Carmichael and his comfy Maybach. Apparently, Zeta had told Dylan about my injury. Dylan had called Kieran and demanded he save the day. I'll walk you, Ro declared when I grabbed my backpack and coat from the break room. You're not getting into that moron's car. Pretty sure I am. I collected my hair into a high ponytail. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, my head injury, and his constant bullcrap. I also didn't know what to make of Ro's behavior toward me. One second he told me I looked perfect while bleeding, the next he seemed annoyed by my existence. Ro removed his chef jacket, revealing a tight-fitting olive green Henley. It's not safe. How is bumming a ride with Kieran unsafe? He looks like a substance abuser. Ro slipped on his flight jacket. Laughter spluttered from my mouth. No, he doesn't. As a professional soccer player, he gets tested for drugs all the time. Those panels don't check for mushrooms. You're reaching. Yeah, the end of my fucking patience. You don't like being with men in a private setting, remember? Yes, I huffed, not liking that he brought up things I'd told him as obituary. I also remember trying to get over myself. Having Kieran take me home is a great step forward. Grab your umbrella, Dot. We're out of here. He ignored what I said. He was dropping everything mid-service to walk me home, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. As if reading my mind, Ro jammed his beanie over his head angrily. It's the second time you've been injured on my property. Just making sure you're up and standing. Don't get any ideas. I didn't say anything. You looked happy again. Is it a crime? I suppressed a laugh. He was ridiculous. It should be. We said goodbye to our colleagues and exited through the back door. Chill grazed our faces as we stepped into the crisp winter. Staindrop looked like a tipped-over snow globe, the dandruff of snow feathering the ground. I stuck my tongue out in delight and caught a few flakes. First snow of the season! I twirled, opening my arms. I had on Mom's kick-ass mittens. Dad loved the snow. My father and I would wake up on winter mornings to a white-covered world. We'd run outside and make Minecraft-inspired snowmen. We'd hold their twig hands days later as they melted and say our teary goodbyes. They'd all had names, backstories, and motivations. Dad had said not to be sad because the snow melted into everything we touched, and the same could be said about losing a loved one. The person who left us was still there, soaked into memories, objects, and other people. We all left a mark on this world. It was only now that I understood Dad's greatest gift to me wasn't the bike I'd gotten for Christmas or even the Barbie house he'd gotten me when I was 6. He had taught me creativity and imagination, and they were my safe place. I turned around to check if Ro was still there. He was. And he was staring at me in a way that made me feel naked, yet somehow all fuzzy and warm inside. Let's go, Dot. Descartes was a 20-minute walk from my house, but it was a steep hill down toward the harbor. The street was lined with small shops adorned with pine wreaths, naked trees tangled in Christmas lights, and fluffy pillows of snow decorating rooftops. The first few minutes were spent in silence.
I tried to keep my mouth shut. We both needed a second to wrap our heads around what had just happened today. Do not start a conversation. Do not. No matter how much you want his words. And his smiles. And